It's coming.
Yeah, looks like it's trying to come here too.
Yeah, it's on YouTube and you're recording. You're good. You're all set.
Okay, we're set. Okay, Ted, whenever you want.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a regularly scheduled meeting of the Zoning Commission of the City of Danbury. Let the record show at 7:33. We will begin with a roll call. Mr. Almeida.
Here.
Commission members, please unmute your mic. Ms. Fay.
Here.
Mr. Hawley.
Here.
Ms. Hylinski. I see her. There you go. Thank you.
There she is.
We
Okay.
may have lost Mr. Jowdy. He was on my screen. He just disappeared. Mr.
Yeah,
Jowdy.
let me see. He was there before.
Yeah, he was there before. He's going to try and log on again.
Okay, I'll be
Mr.
watching.
Kelly. I see Mr. Kelly. He's here. Mr. Mazzy. Unmute, please. Thank you. Mr. Mazzy's here. Mr. Malillo.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Eriquez.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand.
Here.
I saw him. There he is. Mr. Nejame is absent. Am I correct in saying that we have the full 9 and 2 alternates?
Right, that's what I got.
Great, thank you.
You're making sure Ricky's here? Is Ricky here?
Let me
He's not-
see.
And,
He's
wait a
trying
minute,
to.
I can work.
Joanne, just keep. There he is. He just popped up on my screen here.
Okay,
Okay, great.
I'm here.
I got
There
a
he
bunch
is.
more people to let in too, so.
Okay. Let the record show that the next regularly scheduled meeting is for October 12th, 2021. Mr. Malillo, I didn't check with you earlier, but are you prepared for the pledge?
I'm ready.
Let me share the
Hang
screen.
on, just one second. I got a little confusion here. Oh, geez. Let me mute myself. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're waiting on Mr. Malillo. There
Okay,
you go.
Okay.
If everyone would please rise and join Mr. Malillo in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Tonight's a big night for telemarketers calling here in this house. Let me just read a couple bits of information here. This is a virtual meeting. The meeting of the Danbury Zoning Commission is being held on Zoom as a virtual meeting. Even though this meeting is a virtual meeting, members of the public and interested parties continue to have the opportunity to participate in the meeting in a couple of different ways. You can participate via Zoom and see the audio and video, or you can call in by phone and participate via audio only. Please be aware that we may have to mute your microphone or telephone to avoid an echo or some other background noise. Instructions on how to participate in the meeting appear on the City of Danbury website. And all of the documents and materials that apply to the matters to be discussed during this meeting, including the agenda, are also available on the City of Danbury website. As always, if you are having any questions, please contact the City of Danbury Planning and Zoning Department. As a reminder, the entire meeting will be posted on and can be seen on the City of Danbury website. We will follow the posted agenda as per standard practice. If prior to the meeting, any questions or comments on agenda items were submitted via email to Sharon Cleacho, these comments will be read during the appropriate portion of the meeting. Finally, please remember that technology glitches sometimes occur. Please be patient if that happens. Commission members, everyone should have received a
Excuse
copy.
me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
When you do let people speak, I got a bunch of people who aren't identified and I don't have names for them. They're just showing up as like phone numbers or odd
Well-
names. So if they speak, we need them to identify themselves, right?
absolutely, will do.
Thank you.
We'll get to that when we get to that. Commission members, everyone should have received the copy of the minutes, draft minutes dated August 24, 2021. As you recall, there was no meeting on September 14th. Commission members, what's your pleasure? Looking for a motion to accept the minutes.
Move to accept the minutes as drafted.
Ms. Fay moves to accept the minutes as drafted. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Helinski. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I don't hear any opposition or see opposition. Let the record show that that is unanimous. I am going to read the legal notice for the entire evening rather than do it on a petition by petition basis. A legal notice. Notice is hereby given that the Zoning Commission of the City of Danbury will hold public hearings commencing at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, September 28, 2021, in a web-based meeting hosted on Zoom to consider the following matters. Number one, petition of 29 Federal Road LLC and Robert Schmaus, 21, 29, 33-35 and 39 Federal Road, K1123, K1125, K1126, and K1127 for a change of zone from IL40 to CG20. Number two, petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, parentheses 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations. In parentheses, amendments to existing definitions, defining a new use, transitional shelter for the homeless, and adding this new use as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. Copies of these applications are on file in the Planning and Zoning and Town Clerk's offices for public inspection. Parties and interests and citizens shall have an opportunity to be heard at this time. Agenda to be posted will include instructions on how to access the Zoom meeting and application materials and view the meeting in real time on YouTube. Theodore J. Haddad Jr., Chairman. This was posted on the city website and Town Clerk's office on September 15, 2021. This was also published in the News Times on September 17, 2021, and September 24, 2021, purchase order 2021-174. Let me go over the procedure of this meeting. This meeting operates exactly the same as it would as an in-person meeting, but it will operate slower. We wait for hands. We wait for recognition, we wait for voices, and it looks like we have several pages, well, only 4. So we search for that. Regarding public hearings, in which we have 2 this evening, we announce it and read it in at the appropriate time. We will review the reports and recommendations, for example, staff, planning, letters in favor, letters opposed, etc. We will then call on the petitioner or their representative to make their presentation. The commission members may ask questions to that party. We will then ask if there are any other persons wishing to speak in favor of the petition. Commission members may ask questions of those people that wish to speak in favor after they've concluded speaking. We will then ask if there's any person wishing to speak in opposition to this petition, to the petition. Commission members may then ask questions of those people as well. We then ask the petitioner or their representative if they wish to rebut and close their comments. At that point in time, one of 3 things will happen. A commission member may make a motion to close the public hearing. A commission member may make a motion to continue the public hearing, or a commission member may motion to continue the public hearing for a specific reason. Let me also state for some of you that are new here, we do not limit speakers' time. You're free to speak for as long as you'd like. You will not be interrupted by anyone else in the room or any commission members. When you've done speaking, the commission members may ask you questions. Since we don't limit time of any speaker, we do ask you this: please stay on topic and discuss the petition, and please don't repeat yourself. However, if you've heard someone before you say something that you like, you're free to use that also in your presentation as well. Just don't repeat yourself, and we can move this along, but just please stay on topic. Everyone speaks one time on a go around. Let me also make just a quick note here. We received several letters from people inquiring about an in-person meeting and a Zoom meeting. In August, I sent a letter into the department, zoning department, planning and zoning department, inquiring about a location remotely or the Common Council chambers for a status. It was then forwarded to the Corporation Council, the Health Department, and the Mayor's office. We found that the Health Department determined that only 59.5 people can fit in the council chambers, and we could not have a meeting in any junior high or high school because it was reserved strictly for students, and no outsiders. They would have to disinfect the rooms. The problem that we had was with the amount of people that we saw at the previous meetings, it looked like there would have been more than 59.5. So we would have had a problem as to who we're going to select to come in and who's not going to be able to come in. Further, through executive order of the governor's office, if we had an in-person meeting and we could not have fit all the people in, we would have had to set up a hybrid. It was quite detailed and extensive, and extra people would have had to stand in the hallway watching it on their cell phones. So we tried to do an in-person meeting, and it didn't work out, and Corporation Council did advise us to stick to the Zoom format. That's what I have to say right now, just so you get a little bit familiar with our procedure. Our first public hearing this evening is a petition of 29 Federal Road LLC and Robert Schmaus, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, 21, 29, 33-35 and 39 Federal Road, K11123, K1125, K1126, and K1127 for a change of zone from IL40 to CG20. Commission members and the public, you are all aware of the documents involved on this petition since it was posted, and all you had to do was just click the link for it and get all of those documents. The legal notice was read in on this. I will ask Mr. Commissioner Melillo if you would please read the Planning Commission recommendation on this, please.
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
This
you.
is dated August 19th, 2021 to Theodore J. Haddad Jr., Chairman, Danbury Zoning Commission, from Arnold E. Finaldi Jr., Chairman, Danbury Planning Commission, regarding 83A referral petition of 29 Federal Road LLC and Robert Schmaus, 21, 29, 33, 35, and 39 Federal Road, lots K11123, K1125, K1126, and K1127 for change of zone from IL40 to CG20. At the web-based Zoom meeting held on August 18th, 2021, the City of Danbury Planning Commission voted to give the above referenced petition a positive recommendation for the following reasons. Although this proposal is inconsistent with the POCD Land Development Plan map, this map has not been updated since 2002 and does not reflect zone changes that have occurred in this area since that time. Additionally, since that time, the use on these parcels has changed to more of a commercial retail nature. The rezoning of 1.655 acres of IL40 zone land does not represent a significant loss of industrial land, and considering the sizes of these parcels, the dimensional limitations, and the existing uses, the CG20 zone may be more appropriate zone for them. The motion to give this a positive recommendation was made by Mr. Chiocchio, seconded by Mr. Salvain, and passed by a roll call vote with 3 ayes for Mr. Chiocchio, Mr. Salvain, and Chairman Finaldi, and 2 nays for Mrs. Hofstetter and Mr. Urice.
Thank you very much. Ms. Calitro, would you please read your staff report?
Sure, thank you. To the City of Danbury Planning Commission, City of Danbury Zoning Commission, from Sharon B. Calitro, ASCP Planning Director, dated August 11, 2021, regarding the petition to amend the zoning map 29 Federal Road LLC, care of JR Associates. Tax assessor lot numbers K11123, K1125, K1126, and K1127. 21, 29, 33 to 35, and 39 Federal Road, respectively. We have received a petition from 29 Federal Road LLC, care of JR Associates, to rezone 4 parcels of land fronting on Federal Road from IL40 to CG20. The petitioner provides its reasons for said request in a letter from Attorney Thomas Beecher dated July 13, 2021. The 4 subject parcels comprise 1.655 acres. The area requested to be rezoned totals 2.301 acres, as it includes approximately 0.646 acres of land located within the right-of-way of Federal Road. The CG20 zoning district is currently located in the middle of Federal Road, since parcels on the opposite side of the road are zoned CG20. 3 of the parcels are owned by the petitioner. The 4th parcel, tax assessor lot K11127, is owned by Robert Schmutz. He has submitted his consent to the petition. On the west side of Federal Road, across from 2 of the subject parcels, there are 2 large properties owned by Ingersoll Property Holdings Land, LLC, that are zoned CG20. South of those 2 properties, there are 10 other properties on Federal Road and 2 fronting on Morgan Avenue, all of which are zoned IL40. At Morgan Avenue, the zoning district changes on both sides of Federal Road to the CG20 zone. To the north of the Ingersoll properties is the property of Hart Transit, which is zoned IL40. Then further north on Federal Road, properties again are in the CG20 zone. On the east side of Federal Road, south of the subject parcels, there are 3 additional IL40 zone parcels before the Morgan Avenue transition to the CG20 zone as noted above. Directly north of the subject parcels, there is just 1 small triangular lot owned by the Maybrook Railroad or State of Connecticut that is zoned IL40. Adjacent to the small parcel to the east is the Maybrook Railroad Company land, half of which is zoned IL40 and half of which is zoned IG80. Further east, land is zoned IG80. On assessor lot K1123, there is a package store and several storage buildings. On assessor lot K1125, there is a structure that was formerly occupied by F&M Electric showroom and warehouse and now contains a mix of uses. Assessor lot K11126 appears to be occupied by industrial warehouses. Cruisers Motorsports LLC with a general repairs license is located on assessor lot K11127. Only 2 of the 4 lots proposed to be rezoned, K11123 and K11125, meet the minimum lot size requirements for the CG20 zone. All lots are undersized in the IL40 zone. Rezoning would allow changes in use on all lots to any of the uses allowed in CG20 districts, subject to approvals. Staff notes it's concerned with the possible future change of use on assessor lot K11127, which would allow for automobile sales. In addition to the lot being undersized, its shape and location renders access for an automotive sales facility or any other retail facility for that matter more challenging than one might anticipate is the case for the existing auto repair facility. There are other general use regulations related to lot dimensional requirements that render all the subject parcels non-conforming in one aspect or another, regardless of the zoning designation. Plan of Conservation and Development, POCD. The POCD Land Development Plan map designates the subject parcels as mixed light industrial / office and transportation. Therefore, rezoning to a CG20 zone is inconsistent with the plan map. The map does not, however, reflect changes in zoning district boundaries that have occurred since 2002, including rezoning of the Ingersoll properties from IL40 to CG20. Over time, the uses on the subject parcels and others within the pocket of the IL40 zone appear to have changed to more of a commercial / retail nature. Subject parcels are located within, absent the railroad right-of-way, a pocket of approximately 6.65 acres of IL40 zone land, excluding the Federal Road right-of-way. Rezoning the subject parcels would extend the CG20 zone while simultaneously reducing the remaining pocket of IL40 zone land. Rezoning would be consistent with zoning directly to the west and further north along Federal Road on page 14. If rezoned and commercial development or changes in use are proposed, opportunities may exist to provide more attractive and safer parking lot layouts, page 14. Rezoning of 1.655 acres of IL40 zone land does not represent a significant loss of industrial land. Considering the parcel sizes, dimensional limitations, and existing uses, the CG20 zone may be a more appropriate zone. Zoning regulations, section 10I3, zone change criteria. Per section 10I3 of the zoning regulations, there are both general and specific zone change criteria to be considered when contemplating a zone change. As noted in this section, the location, extent, and configuration of the various zoning districts within the city of Danbury are intended to further the objectives of zoning as set forth in section 8-2 of the General Statutes of Connecticut, which objectives include but are not limited to protecting the public health and general welfare, providing convenience, protecting property values, limiting congestion on streets, and providing safety from fire, panic, flood, and other dangers. Zones should be located with reasonable consideration given to 1, the suitability of the site for particular uses in the zone, 2, the compatibility of uses allowed within the proposed zone with the surrounding area, 3, the present and future needs of the city for additional lands to be rezoned as proposed, and 4, the impact which may be caused by reducing the amount of land in the city zoned for certain uses as a result of the change to the new zoning district. Zoning district changes should be determined with a view toward encouraging the most appropriate use of land throughout the city. If rezoned, any of the general commercial uses, whether permitted or special exception, would be allowed on the parcels to the extent a design could be accommodated. As noted, dimensional standards of each lot render development in either zone challenging. The area does contain a mix of uses. Over the past years, the CG20 zone has been extended into the pocket of I-40 zone land, particularly with the rezoning of the Ingersoll properties. General criteria 3 and 4 are inconsequential as to each district, as the sum total of the land to be rezoned is relatively small. Specific criteria for highway commercial districts include the following. A, consideration should be given to the ability to buffer commercial development from adjacent residential areas and to avoid the necessity of routing vehicular traffic to the site through neighborhoods. There are no adjacent residential neighborhoods. B, sites should be adjacent to collector and arterial streets and highways with consideration given to the impact of such development on traffic safety and congestion on abutting and nearby roads, and the feasibility of undertaking improvements as may be necessary to limit such impacts to acceptable levels. These parcels are accessed from Federal Road and Arterial Street. Improvements may be required for any change in use. C, sites should be limited to those which are or will be served by public sewer and water service and where adequate supply will be available for the uses allowed in the proposed zone. The subject parcels are not served by either public water or sewer services. The nearest possible connection to public water appears to be at the Ingersoll driveway. There is no public sewer in this portion of Federal Road. D, development of slopes in excess of 15% should be avoided. Properties are either relatively flat or already improved. Each subject parcel borders railroad property. E, sites which contain a preponderance of wetlands and sites which lie within public water supply watersheds should be avoided. Each lot is already developed. Any site improvements would be assessed for potential impacts if any parcels are not within the public water supply watershed. Conclusion, these parcels represent a small portion of a pocket of IL-40 zone land bordered to the north and south along Federal Road by land zone CG20. Over the years, properties along Federal Road have been rezoned from IL-40 to CG20, representing the changing commercial character of the corridor. Staff notes that some land uses on the lots in the area are clearly more industrial in nature and should maintain their industrial zoning district designation. All subject parcels are undersized for the IL-40 zoning district and 2 are undersized for the proposed CG20 district. The Planning Commission shall include in its report to the Zoning Commission a statement of findings on the consistency of the proposed zone change with the Plan of Conservation and Development and the reasons for its findings. To approve the petition and amend the official zoning map, the Zoning Commission must find that it has considered the POCD as required by state statutes and that the rezoning meets the zone change criteria requirements of the zoning regulations. Rezoning should result in the use of land that is in the best interest of the city and will not detrimentally impact the health, safety, and welfare of the public.
Thank you very much. I don't think we're waiting on anything else, right? So at this time, I will ask anyone wishing to speak in favor of this petition. And I thought I saw
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Beecher, you're here somewhere, right?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Attorney Beecher, if I could for 1 second before you start, just so it doesn't get lost, I just pulled out of your submission the letter dated February 10th from Mr. Schmaus. Dear Mr. Haddad and members of the Zoning Commission, I'm the owner of the property known as 39 Federal Road. I would very much like my property to be included in the proposed zone change from IL-40 to CG20. So we do have, as Ms. Calitro indicated, the submission of his consent. All right, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name's Tom Beecher and I represent 29 Federal Road LLC, the owner of 3 out of 4 of these properties that are the subject of this zone change application. The specific properties, as indicated in Sharon's report, are number 21, 29, 33-35, and number 39 Federal Road. With me tonight on this application are Tony Rizzo Jr., one of the owners of 29 Federal Road LLC, and Robert Schmus, who owns 39 Federal Road, the 4th property included in our petition. Let me begin tonight by just explaining why we asked to postpone the hearing until tonight. Shortly before that original hearing date, we learned that the liquor store tenant at Kenny's Liquor had some unpermitted signs. So we wanted to clean that up before coming before you with this petition. And that has, in fact, quickly been cleaned up since that came to our attention. But we're sorry for any inconvenience and thank you for bearing with us. The 4 properties that are the subject of the application are currently in the IL40 zone, and we are looking to change the zone of those properties to the CG20. There's currently approximately 2,000 acres of IL40 zone land in the city of Danbury. And the total of these 4 properties combined is a mere 1.655 acres. You just heard Sharon's report, and we agree with it. The gist of the report is that this zone change makes sense, and this is a minimal pocket of IL40 property. I just want to take a few minutes to expound upon a few things that were both in my letter as well as what was in Sharon's report. These properties are located and front on the east side of Federal Road. As you can see from the zone change map that we submitted, the CG20 zone is currently located across Federal Road from 2 of these properties. The 4 properties that are the subject of the application form a triangle of properties between Federal Road and the railroad tracks. Railroad tracks run behind these 4 properties. This small triangle is a logical grouping for the proposed zone change. Mr. Schmus's property is the northern tip of the triangle. The very end of that triangle is, according to Zach Rapp's research, it's state of Connecticut right of way. And so it's really not a parcel or a lot. And if it's not owned by the state, it's owned by the railroad. Federal Road is all CG20 properties from White Street all the way north to Morgan Avenue. The west side of Federal Road is all CG20 zone properties from and including the Ingersoll Auto properties all the way north to Brookfield. Going north beyond this triangle of 4 properties, all the property that fronts on Federal Road is either CG20 or its railroad tracks. Now, the Hart Bus Company property that Sharon's report refers to is zoned IL40, but this is an aberration because only the very small tip of the Hart Bus property actually touches on Federal Road. If you look at the map, you can see that. The Hart Bus property doesn't in fact have any direct driveway access to Federal Road. So again, from the Ingersoll properties all the way north to the Brookfield town line, it's all CG20 in this area. Most of Federal Road really should be CG20 in my humble opinion, but I agree with the planning director that there are some exceptions, such as the Mitchell Oil properties, tanks, and fuel depot, and the Modulewski towing and auto properties south of here. Those are more appropriately in the IL40 zone. If this zone change is granted, there would still be 15 properties in the IL40 zone in this particular area. Now, in addition to being adjacent to the CG20 zone, there is another reason why this proposed zone change makes sense. There's a history of some retail use on these properties, and a zone change would bring these uses from legally non-conforming to legitimate conforming uses if the properties are zoned CG20. For example, Kenny's Wines and Spirits is a retail use which is located at the 21 Federal Road property. F&M Electric, which had been located at 29 Federal until recently, included retail sales at that location. Now, you might say, if these uses are legally non-conforming, then why change the zone? Well, the law prohibits any expansion of a non-conforming use. So if Mr. Rizzo wanted to put an addition on the liquor store or expand the retail area in number 29, formerly occupied by F&M, he simply can't do it because the law prohibits an expansion of a non-conforming use in the IL-40 zone. There are other reasons why this zone change makes sense. Architecturally, the building at number 29 Federal Road actually looks like a retail center. F&M has relocated, and the Rizzos would like the ability to use this storefront looking building for retail if possible. Fairly recently, the building got a facelift with the siding now a light gray color, and it looks good. Number 39 and number 33-35 are located directly across the street from the CG20 zone. Number 29 and number 21, as I said, are already in use as retail or have been. So again, the grouping of these four properties makes perfect sense. Mr. Schmoose operates Cruisers Motorsports, which is a car repair facility that includes performance work and enhancements. This is a small property. It's less than 1/3 of an acre. And certainly he would like the ability to sell parts or other items at retail. I would note that any changes of use related to his car repair license or a car seller's license would, as you all know, require a review by this zoning commission. Sharon's report points out that the uses on these subject properties and other properties in this area of Federal Road have evolved since 2002 and to some degree have changed to a more commercial or retail nature. A zone change would make it all conforming and complete that evolution for these properties. As we've noted, these properties are small in size and none of these four properties comply with the area requirements of the IL-40 zone. Whereas if the properties were CG20 zoned, 2 of them would meet the minimum lot size. Number 21, where Kenny's Wines and Spirits is located, that's just 0.465 acres, less than half an acre. Number 29 is 0.688 acres. 33-35 is only 0.208 acres. And number 39 is 0.294 acres.
Got bored.
Again, this zone change would make the properties more conforming. If you drive the stretch of Federal Road from White Street all the way to the Brookfield Town Line, you can see that, as a general rule, the properties in the CG20 zone, as opposed to the IL-40, look better and are improved, presumably to attract customers. Planning director also pointed out that there is not water and sewer service along Federal Road abutting these particular properties, but there is a connection at Morgan Avenue or at the Ingersoll property. Frankly, the lack of water and sewer is more of a drawback for properties zoned IL-40 than for properties zoned CG20. Certain IL-40 uses specifically require that there be a connection for water and sewer. So again, changing the zone to CG20 allows for broader uses and more flexibility, which is not only good for my clients, but is good for the city of Danbury. In any event, these are small properties, so water and sewer service is less important. In my opinion, this change of zone is consistent with the plan of conservation and development, as pointed out in the report. The plan of conservation and development does try to encourage appropriate expansion of business uses. The Planning Commission agreed that the change is consistent with the plan of conservation and development, even if it's not consistent with the 2002 development map. As Sharon stated in her report, if these properties are rezoned and commercial development or changes in use are proposed, opportunities may exist to provide more attractive and safe parking lot layouts. Well, not only that, but the POCD states that improvements in building design and lot layouts and landscaping should be encouraged. As I said, the CG20 properties tend to be more attractive and better kept. Consistent with what I've said earlier tonight, the proposed change is also consistent with the zoning principle that non-conforming properties should be made conforming whenever possible. The zone change will, net, result in more conformity for all of these properties. This proposed zone change satisfies all of the general and specific criteria for a zone change set forth in section 10I3 of the regulations. And while the POCD and the land development map might be in need of catching up on this section of Federal Road, as Sharon and I have both pointed out, the reality is that this use is consistent with the development that has occurred over 15 to 20 years along this particular stretch of Federal Road. So this proposal tonight is consistent with what is called the comprehensive plan for the city, which is how zoning and development have actually occurred on the ground, so to speak, in the city of Danbury and in this particular area of the city. As the recommendation from the Planning Commission points out, the land development plan map, quote, has not been updated since 2002 and does not reflect zone changes that have occurred in this area since that time, unquote. The Planning Commission went on to state, quoting Sharon's report, the rezoning of 1.655 acres of IL40 zone land does not represent a significant loss of industrial land. And considering the sizes of these parcels, the dimensional limitations and the existing uses, the CG20 zone may be more appropriate for them. I couldn't have said it better myself. For these very same reasons, this proposed zone change and the allowed CG20 uses are compatible with the surrounding area, and these properties are perfectly suitable for CG20 uses. Those are two of the general criteria. The present and future needs of the city are met by this small zone change because there appears to be consistent demand for CG20 zone property in the city of Danbury. By the same token, this is a minimal reduction in IL40 zone land, and because these lots do not meet the minimum lot size for IL40 and do not have city water and sewer, they have minimal value as IL40 properties anyway. With respect to the specific criteria for a zone change, Federal Road is an arterial street, so that box is checked yes. And while there's not yet water and sewer, I suspect that in the not too distant future, sewer and water will be run further north on Federal Road. And that's not a big issue for these properties, as I indicated. There are no steep slopes issues on these properties. There's no significant wetlands issues on these properties. There's no floodplain or watershed issues on these properties. So this proposal meets most of the specific criteria for a zone change. For all these reasons, we would ask you to please approve this small zone change. Thank you. Tony, did you want to add anything?
Mr. Rizzo, did you want to add anything?
No, I think Tom covered it all well. I would just like to say, from my standpoint, if the zone change is accepted and we are conforming, I just want to continue what we started with the 29 Federal Road property, which is to clean up the other two buildings and the curbside appeal that it has on Federal Road, as Federal Road has changed over the years. So that's it from my end.
Thank you. For the record, that was Anthony Rizzo Jr. Attorney Beecher, are you all set for now?
I am all set. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commission members, any questions of Attorney Beecher at this time? Commission members, any questions of Mr. Rizzo? Mr. Beecher, Attorney Beecher, I'd like to just thank you and Mr. Rizzo. I'm quite certain that Mr. Rizzo was not aware of the sign violations before, so you did act properly and quickly on it. We do appreciate that. When I did the onsite on it and I spotted that, I actually remember that from a while ago and saw that it wasn't cleaned up, so it was great to take this opportunity. As you did mention, that generally when properties change from IL40 to CG20, it usually does clean up the properties, and Mr. Rizzo just said that once his own change is done, he wants to clean up his properties. I do have a concern doing an on-site today and I know that Mr. Schmus is here. And it sounded to me like he's not an absentee owner. He's an on-site operator of that. Is that correct, Attorney Beecher?
That's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, but Mr. Schmooze is here. I think he can speak for himself.
Yeah, I was going to ask him that because you're technically not representing him. So,
Yes, I mean, he's joined our application and he wants to be part of this zone change, but I
Okay.
technically represent 29 Federal Road LLC and Mr. Rizzo.
so I would ask Mr. Schmus if he's available this evening for questions. If he could.
Yeah, I'm
unmute.
here.
Oh, you are? Okay, great. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Schmus of 39 Federal Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, that's great. Did you have anything that you wanted to add tonight onto this, or did you think it was sufficient for Attorney Beecher and Mr. Rizzo?
Yeah, I think it was sufficient. I don't need to add anything.
Okay, great. Now that I have you, I would like to address an issue. And you are an operator of that site rather than an absentee owner?
That's correct.
I did an on-site today to see this, if the properties at 21 was in conformance from the zoning violations, and it was. But when I looked at your property today, all I could say is I'm very hopeful that when the property, should it get changed from CG 20 from IL 40, as Attorney Beecher suggested, properties have a tendency to clean up, because what I saw was quite shocking. There was unregistered vehicles. You had a garbage dumpster and an old desk thrown out on the curb of the road. There was a pile of tires in a corner. Are you planning on cleaning up your property?
It's actually, I've already begun. That's part of some of that you see is me doing a cleanup. There was a lot of stuff that was left behind from a long time ago from a previous owner that I've been dragging from other parts of the property and around to get into, and we've actually, all that's part of a cleanup. I have intentions of actually paving the lot and residing portions of the building and such.
Well, that's great. My friend, that's the best news I've heard so far today. So I thank you for that. If we get all the parcels all cleaned up over there, that sounds great. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Schmus at this time? I don't see or hear, so I will now ask if there's anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? I don't hear voices and I don't see hands, so I will now move on to anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this petition.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Rotello.
Thank you. Paul Rotello, 13 Linden Place, Danbury. You know, I think retail in Danbury is probably second to none in Connecticut. One of the three main legs of a tripod that the city depends on and has nurtured over the last 50 to 75 years, including high-tech defense and high-tech health. Those last two require a lot of highly skilled labor. One of the interesting things about retail, especially when it comes to expansion retail, is the fact that it can absorb a lot of people that simply need a job immediately today, right now. So seeing someone convert from something to retail is generally something that I not only favor, but look forward to. It is true, however, that the retail environment is changing. I don't know how much it's going to change in Danbury since we do it so well. If retail in-person retail ever disappears, it might be like a puddle on a hot day that Danbury is the last place 25, 30, 50 years or whatever to see it go. But in the meantime, it's doing pretty well. It is true, however, that, delisting IL 40 land is a serious matter. It's a pretty big consideration. This lot, as small as it is, I did some back of the envelope calculating, is approximately, if it were a square, which it's not, would be a little bit less than 300 feet on a side. So it's not that big. It's smaller than a couple of football fields. But one of the issues with IL 40 land and the adjacent parcels that are not IL 40 is that sometimes a going concern in IL 40 can have deleterious effects on nearby properties if they're not in that zone. We're going to see that tomorrow. There's a power plant on the west side of Danbury that was approved during an IL-40 period of time, but adjacent property was delisted from that. And now there's a school proposed, and some of the members of the administration are showing some concerns. Neither the school nor the power plant have been built, but the idea of putting a power plant next to a school at this point in time might strike some people as somewhat incongruous. So yeah, in general, I don't really have an issue with taking 1.65 acres away from IL-40 in terms of, as Attorney Meacher mentioned, the 2,000 acres that we still have left. But it is true that if we do that, there may be an operator that wants to come in that might get some feedback from these new operations that are going to be put from non-conforming to conforming. Again, I know the people involved here, they're great business people. I'm sure that, excuse me, talk about telemarketers. I'm sure that going forward, the businesses will thrive. I'm glad to see that Mr. Smoot is cleaning up his lot. I know Mr. Rizzo, I'm sure that those parcels will go on to great success. But I would just like to remind the commission that, you know, we're not making IL-40 land anymore. And every year, it seems we take more and more away. And at some point, it's just, I think they will reach a point where industry will overlook Danbury and go someplace else, because we don't seem to be taking IL-40 land as seriously as we should. And I'm not saying that we're doing anything capriciously. I'm just saying, again, I've had this conversation in front of zoning as a member of the council, and of course, when I was on zoning for 25 years. It's something that we need to take seriously. I'm not suggesting that, again, that we're doing this in some sort of frivolous fashion. But my comment tonight is, well, I certainly appreciate the effort these business people are putting into their properties. It does come at some cost if we continue to chip away at our IL-40 land. Thank you for the ability to make these comments, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Rotello. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? I don't see hands. I don't hear voices. Attorney Beecher, would you like to button up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I'd like to say in response to Mr. Rotello's eloquent comments is that, again, this is a triangle piece of property that is right across the street from CG20 land. So I don't see out of state or out of town manufacturers or others looking for an industrial property to come and look seriously at any one of these four properties for some sort of an industrial use down the road if this petition were denied. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Commission members, we got everything packed in. Mr. Malillo.
Attorney Beecher, just a quick question as I'm sitting here thinking about your parcel that you're referencing. I believe you mentioned this. I just want to confirm it. The back side of this parcel is the railroad tracks, correct?
Yes, in back of all four parcels.
And so, if I remember correctly, that there is talk about that railroad track continuing to extend into New Milford and potentially being revitalized and not really abandoned. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that, Mr. Malillo.
Okay. I'm just sitting here thinking that this parcel, I mean, if the railroad tracks weren't there, potentially this parcel of land as being an industrial land would be might be advantageous for somebody. But I'm sitting here thinking that a small track with Federal Road, which potentially might expand as well, and then the railroad tracks inside sandwiching it in, really makes it less desirable as industrial land.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Malillo. Any other comments, commission members? Last chance for questions to Attorney Beecher.
Mr. Chairman?
Who said that? Mr. Hawley, Commissioner Hawley. Yes.
Yep. Attorney Beecher, has there been any consideration towards the traffic change that this zone change might have occurred?
There hasn't been because right now the plans are for Kenny's, to continue. So that's an existing use and the existing traffic to go with it. And if there were any other changes of use, they're either going to be by a special permit process that will judge the traffic, or it'll be pursuant to a revised site plan or even a site plan waiver to the department. So it will get looked at no matter what happens down the road. But again, they're small properties, and I don't think Mr. Schmutz has any intentions of selling and converting it to a different type of business, other than he may actually want to sell a few things. So I hope that in a roundabout way answers part of your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you.
You good, Commissioner Hawley? Yes? Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Beecher. Commission members, any more questions of Attorney Beecher? Any more questions? Any more questions? This time I'd be looking for a commission member to make a motion.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, just staff comments. I don't know if
Yes.
Sharon had anything else to add in relationship to her staff report.
Ms. Calitro, did you have any final comments?
No, I have nothing more to add.
Okay,
Thank you.
then quick question to you, Mr. Chairman. I know you had questioned the a potential, what you thought was might have been a violation or something along those lines. Are you satisfied with that answer, or would you looking to obtain more information?
I'm satisfied with that answer.
Then I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Sounds good. Commission members, there's a motion by Mr. Malillo to close the public hearing. Is there a second? I see Mr. Joudy's hand. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Motion made to close the public hearing by Commissioner Malillo, second by Mr. Joudy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I do not see opposition hands, and I don't hear any voices. So for the record, the motion to close is unanimous. Thank you very much. Right now, we have the second petition of the evening. It is a petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC to amend section 2B, 5B, 2B in parentheses 19 and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations in parentheses amendments to existing definitions, defining a new use, transitional shelter for the homeless, and adding this new use as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. Let's see what we have here. I would ask Ms. Calitro if you would please read the staff report.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to read the Planning Commission first?
Oh, sure. Let me find it.
I have it in front of me, Mr. Chairman, if you would like me to read it.
I have a pile like you can't believe here. Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malillo.
Okay, this is dated September 21st, 2021. To Theodore J. Haddad Jr., Chairman, Danbury Zoning Commission, from Arnold E. Finaldi Jr., Chairman, Danbury Planning Commission, regarding 8-3A referral. Petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations, amendments to existing definitions, defining a new use, transitional shelter for the homeless, and adding this new use as a special exception to the CA80 zone. At the web-based Zoom special meeting held on September 20th, 2021, the City of Danbury Planning Commission voted to give the above referenced petition a positive referral with the recommendation that the Zoning Commission consider adding a requirement that if this use is proposed for a site, the site or structure shall be limited to one principal use. The following reasons, as noted in the staff report dated September 9th, 2021, were given for this motion. Number one, the specificity of the proposed definition of a transitional shelter for the homeless and the additional use regulations in the CA80 zone address potential misinterpretation as to what the use is and must contain, and clarifies requirements for approval. Number two, income and occupancy restrictions ensure that the supportive units and emergency shelter rooms in the facility will add to the city's inventory of affordable housing units as defined in CGS Section 830G for the purpose of the Affordable Housing Appeals List and any related moratorium application. The addition of affordable units, whether deed restricted or governmentally assisted, is a significant benefit to the city. Number three, the proposed amendment represents a combined and collaborative effort by the state and the petitioner to create a use under a new congregate model that safely addresses the housing and support of persons experiencing homelessness brought to the forefront as a result of the global pandemic. Number 4, the land development plan map of the POCD designates the lots in the CA80 zone as a mixture of limited and general commercial uses. The description of these uses is not intended to be inclusive of every use to be considered for each designation, but rather indicative of major land uses that may be supplemented by other complementary uses. A transitional shelter for the homeless use is similar to uses listed in the POCD for the land use designation notes. The designation is noted as well as uses already allowed as permitted or special exception within the CA80 zone. Number 5, this use is consistent with the housing sections of POCD, which provides that the city should undertake actions to expand the supply of affordable housing. Number 6, the establishment of this use that requires both supportive units and emergency shelter rooms, as well as supportive services, is an action that meets the needs of the homeless, a special needs group identified in the housing sections of POCD as in need of housing. Number 7, the amendments to existing definitions are appropriate for clarity. Number 8, adding a requirement for the site or structure be restricted to one principal use helps ensure that multiple uses are not allowed in the same property or within the same building as a transitional shelter for the homeless. The motion to give this a positive referral was made by Mr. Uri, seconded by Mrs. Hofstadter, and passed by roll call vote with 4 ayes from Chairman Finaldi, Mr. Uri, Mrs. Hofstadter, and Mr. Chiochio, and 1 abstention from Mr. Salvain.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Melillo. Ms. Calitro.
Okay, thank you. To the City of Danbury Planning Commission, City of Danbury Zoning Commission from Sharon B. Calitro, AICP, Planning Director, dated September 9th, 2021, regarding petition by 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC, amend sections 2B, 5B, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations. The Zoning Commission has received a petition from 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC for several amendments to the zoning regulations. The proposed amendments include the definition of a new use, transitional shelter for the homeless, in section 2B, and the addition of said use to the CA80 zoning district as a special exception with additional use regulations, sections 5B and 5B, 5G. The petition also includes amendments to the definitions of dwelling units and shelter for the homeless in section 2B. 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC is the current owner of tax assessor parcel G15005 located at 3 Lake Avenue Extension in the CA80 zoning district. The reasons why the petitioner argues that this petition should be granted are contained in a letter from the petitioner's attorney, Timothy Hollister, dated August 16th, 2021. Per the letter, use of the former hotel at 3 Lake Avenue Extension as an emergency shelter has been, quote, carried out under several of Governor Lamont's pandemic orders. The governor's pandemic orders governing homeless shelters and emergency housing was recently extended to September 30th, 2021, close quote. The CA80 zone is an arterial commercial zoning district that allows a variety of uses, including the former hotel. The purpose and intent of the district, as stated in the regulations, is to provide, quote, provide for general and heavy commercial uses in appropriate locations along major roadways of the city, close quote. There is only one area of the city zone CA80. It generally encompasses lots that border Route 6 Lake Avenue Extension from exit 4 to the New York State border, with some additional lots located along Old Ridgebury Road. The zone allows 47 permitted uses, 21 special exception uses, and 5 special permit uses. Lots within the zoning district contain a myriad of uses. Comments on the application. 1, amendment to the definition of dwelling unit. The petition includes an amendment to this definition to add the new use to the list of uses not considered to be a dwelling unit. This is consistent with the existing exemptions, which include clubs, congregate housing, dormitories, fraternal organizations, fraternity or sorority houses, hotels or motels, nursing homes, rooming houses or boarding houses, shelters for the homeless, or similar uses. The amendment is appropriate as similar uses are also excluded. 2, amendment to definition of shelter for the homeless. The petition includes an amendment to this definition that adds language to differentiate a dormitory or congregate style shelter facility from the new use, which requires a combination of supportive units and emergency shelter rooms, as well as other services. This amendment is appropriate. The zoning regulations, contain other examples of definitions that are slightly differentiated. For example, physical medical facility inpatient and physical medical facility outpatient. 3, amendment to define the new use, transitional shelter for the homeless. The petition proposes to add this new use to the zoning regulations in section 2B. The definition requires a facility to, 1, be comprised of both supportive units and emergency shelter rooms, 2, be controlled and operated by either a nonprofit housing organization under contract with the State Department of Housing, DOH, or the City of Danbury, 3, be restricted as to the components within the units or rooms, 4, contain space wherein supportive services are provided to occupants, and 5, contain supportive units and emergency shelter rooms that qualify as affordable housing within the meaning of CGS Section 8-30G with specific income levels and occupancy restrictions noted. Requiring a combination of units and rooms provides opportunity for occupants to transition from emergency shelter rooms to more independency in supportive units, but with the same ability to access supportive services. Requiring the facility to be under control or operated by DOH or the city helps ensure the facility is sanctioned by public agencies. Restricting what can be in the rooms ensures that neither the rooms nor the units become dwelling units, as cooking facilities requiring venting would be prohibited in the rooms. Mandating that supportive services be provided in the facility provides individuals experiencing homelessness with skills and support to enable the transition to more permanent housing, self-sufficiency, and independence. Income and occupancy restrictions ensure that the supportive units and emergency shelter rooms in the facility will add to the city's inventory of affordable housing units as defined in the statute for the purposes of the Affordable Housing Appeals List and any related moratorium application. The addition of affordable units, whether deed restricted or governmentally assisted, is a significant benefit to the city. The detailed definition is appropriate and necessary for this use to ensure consistency in the regulations. 4, amendment to add the new use to the CA80 zone as a special exception use. This new use is proposed to be added as a special exception use. This will permit the Planning Commission to consider the use at a specific location which meets the additional use regulations as well as the additional requirements in section 10C4. Remaining uses are numbered consecutively, which is appropriate. The commissions may note that a shelter for the homeless use is currently only allowed as a special exception use in the CBD and RH3 zoning districts. 5, amendment to add specific use regulations for the new use in the CA80 zone. The petition includes 13 additional use regulations that include, among other restrictions, a requirement that the site be located on an arterial street abutting a ramp of Interstate 84, a limit on the number of supportive units and emergency shelter rooms with a commensurate limit on the number of supportive units, occupancy limits for homeless individuals within the rooms and facility, identification of information and other plans that would be required for permits, a requirement for future certification, and requirements for filing of occupancy restrictions to ensure the supportive units and emergency shelter rooms meet the definition of affordable housing within the meaning of CGS Section 8-30G. Said additional use regulations, specifically the requirement regarding abutting an interstate ramp and on an arterial road, appear to limit the number of lots within the CA80 zone that could be occupied by a transitional shelter for the homeless to 3. One site would be at 3 Lake Avenue Extension, where there exists an 86-room former hotel, tax assessor lot G15005. The second site would be on Old Ridgeberry Road on the lot currently occupied by Crown Plaza, tax assessor lot C15008. Note, however, that Crown Plaza is an existing hotel with more than 200 rooms, well in excess, it should be, of the maximum number of rooms allowed under the new use restrictions. The third lot is phase 3 within the P&D owned by One Reserve LLC, tax assessor lot C15021. CA80 zone uses would be allowed on this lot, see section 4H2B3B4, although establishing this new use in phase 3 would require an amendment to the reserve master plan as well as additional findings. The commission should also note that the state owns land adjacent to the exit 2 ramps. However, municipal approval would not be required for the state's establishment of this use on its land. Staff defers legal commentary to the Office of the Corporation Counsel as to the petitioner's position on whether this constitutes spot zoning, the Fuller Treatise on spot zoning, and analysis of associated case law. Plan of Conservation and Development. The land development plan map of the POCDs that designate some lots in the CA80 zone as limited commercial and some lots as general commercial. Limited commercial includes, quote, retail sales and services with limited traffic generation, specifically excluding, among others, big box retail, fast food restaurants, convenience stores, and drive-in facilities, offices, schools, and churches, close quote. General commercial includes, quote, a wide range of retail, sales and services, offices, medical facilities, entertainment, community facilities, wholesale distribution, assisted living, and nursing homes, close quote. The uses are not intended to be inclusive of every use to be considered for each designation, but rather indicative of major land uses that may be supplemented by other complementary uses. It should be noted that while a homeless shelter is not specifically listed in the POCD under these commercial designations, nor is it listed in the POCD under the designations for the central business district or mixed residential limited commercial designations where shelters are currently allowed in the zoning regulations by special exception, the CBD and RH3 zoning districts. Therefore, the commissions could reasonably conclude that shelters are similar to the uses noted, as well as uses already allowed as permitted or special exception within the CA80 zone. The housing section of the POCD, page 35, provides that the city should undertake actions to expand the supply of affordable housing. The definition of a transitional shelter for the homeless requires that the supportive units and emergency shelter rooms meet the definition of affordable housing within the meaning of CGS section 8-30G. Therefore, creating a new use with a defined affordability requirement is consistent with this recommendation. The housing section, page 36, also recommends supportive actions that will help meet the housing needs of special needs groups, including the homeless. Establishing a use that requires both supportive units and emergency shelter rooms, as well as supportive services, as an action that meets the needs of this special needs group. This model is also endorsed by the state. Therefore, the commissions may reasonably conclude that creation of the use is consistent with this section of the POCD. Conclusion, creation of a new use and its designation in a specific zone is not uncommon. In fact, Danbury has done so many times since the zoning regulations are permissive. To control the proliferation of a use and ensure that the use as defined is properly located and clearly regulated, additional use regulations are often added, as is the case under the present petition. Minor amendments to the use definitions are included for clarity. The specificity of the definition of a transitional shelter for the homeless and the additional use regulations in the CA80 zone addresses potential misinterpretation as to what the use is and must contain, and clarifies requirements for approval. As indicated above, there are public benefits to the petition as presented. The petition represents a combined and collaborative effort by the state and the petitioner to create a new use under a new non-congregate model that safely addresses the housing and support of persons experiencing homelessness brought to the forefront as a result of the global pandemic. The commissions may wish to consider the addition of language to the proposed definition to restrict use of the structure as a transitional shelter to the homeless to one principal use. This will help ensure that multiple uses are not allowed on the same property or within the same building. Therefore, as presented, the commissions may reasonably conclude amending the zoning regulations in this restrictive fashion upholds the integrity of the zoning regulations.
Thank you very much. I'm just doing some housekeeping here. So let's talk about this. I want to just label some exhibits and we'll get to them when it's appropriate. And I think the best way to do it is if someone was looking at the agenda this evening to go to top of page 2. We did label these. So the letters received in opposition to petition prior to posting of agenda, that's exhibit 1. Letters received in opposition to petition after posting of agenda 9/23/21, that is exhibit 2. Letters received in favor of the petition after posting of the agenda on 9/23/21, that's exhibit 3. Additional information received from the applicant after posting of agenda on 9/23/21 is exhibit 4. Exhibit 5 is a letters of opposition received today, 9/28. Ms. Calitro, shall we make the correspondence from Police Chief Rittenhauer, should we make that exhibit 6?
Sure, that was on the first agenda, I believe, correct?
Yeah, so we'll just call that exhibit 6.
Okay.
All right, so now that we've read that into the record, let me also mention for the record, we do have, and I just called that 6, right?
You
We
did.
do have a letter from the police chief that has been posted and it is made part of the record. And now I will go to anyone wishing to speak in favor of this petition.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I am Attorney Tim Hollister from the law firm of Hinckley, Allen and Snyder, Hartford office, representing the applicant, Lake Avenue Extension LLC, which is affiliated with Pacific House, which is an operator of homeless shelters based in the city of Stamford. My Hinckley Allen colleague, Ryan Hoyler, is also on the call, and I guess this is for Ms. Reed. If we could be authorized a little later on to share our screen with you. We do have a couple of slides that were submitted in advance. With me are Raphael Pagan, Executive Director of Pacific House, Jerome Roberts on the staff of Pacific House and the on-site manager of the facility at 3 Lake Avenue Extension that we're going to be talking about tonight. I do want to thank Ms. Calitro and the city staff for their logistical help in getting us to tonight's hearing. Since you have already heard in some detail about the application through the Planning Commission letter and the staff report, I'm going to not try to replicate all of that information. I'll just try to edit it as I go through. I do want to note, as a matter of procedural compliance, that the regulation amendment was filed with the city clerk's office as required by statute on August 25th. You've heard the Planning Commission referral, and the items that I just want to make sure are included in the record, in addition to our application package dated August 16th. I believe the commission has a letter from Department of Housing Commissioner Salem Mascaro Bruno. Whether you want to read that into the record at some point is up to you, but
Attorney Hollister, if I may, I am going to read that into the record. So what I'm going to do is when I call for those wishing to speak in favor, just prior to that, I'm going to read the letters that we have, and then we'll hear from those wishing to speak. So I do have those.
Very good, thank you. So my plan is to speak myself for 10 or 12 minutes, and then I'm going to have Mr. Pagan and Mr. Roberts present, and then that would finish our initial presentation. So by way of background and overview, and perhaps a little more colloquially than the staff reports and the referrals, as of early 2020, Danbury was operating a so-called congregate or dormitory style shelter for the homeless, multiple individuals in the same room, very common model for housing of the homeless population. With the advent of the COVID pandemic, state officials concerned about the homeless population and the spread of the virus began looking for so-called single room occupancy, or SRO facilities, such as hotels and motels. They identified the Super 8 motel at 3 Lake Avenue Extension as a suitable facility. And I would note, I did get this information from the Department of Housing. It's not as though Danbury or this Super 8 was the only one. In fact, at the height of the pandemic, on a statewide basis, there were almost 800 hotel rooms that were requisitioned as shelter for homeless individuals. So this was part of a very broad-based statewide effort. So the use of the Super 8 as a shelter began in the spring of 2020, and there was a transition period where Pacific House was eventually brought in to assist with administration, as Mr. Pagan will tell you. But there was a period in 2020 when the facility was operated as both a motel and a shelter. Now, the Super 8 motel is located in the CA 80 zone. Neighboring uses include a gas station, fast food restaurant, housing authority offices, and then a housing authority administered residential development. The shelter part of the operation continued throughout 2020 under the governor's emergency pandemic orders. which have been extended 5 times, as Ms. Calitro mentioned, were most recently extended to September 30th. That is 2 days from now. And if those of you, if you've paid attention to the news today, the state Senate approved the further extension of the governor's orders to the middle of February 2022. So as a matter of pandemic orders, the current regime will continue now for at least several more months. But, and this is the big but, this is the reason we're here tonight, shelters are not a permitted use in the CA80 zone, and the governor's pandemic orders will not last forever. In fact, I would kind of doubt that they would last beyond February of 2022. So the city requires a land use solution to make the use of the Super 8 as a shelter conforming to zoning. Shelters are only allowed under the current zoning regulations in the CBD and RH3 zoning districts. In April of 2021, this year, Pacific House, the shelter provider based in Stamford, purchased the Super 8 motel with funds provided by the Connecticut Department of Housing with the entity 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC, which is affiliated with Pacific House being the purchasing entity. Now, land use background, that purchase was followed by an application to the Danbury Zoning Board of Appeals in the spring of 2021 for what's called a use variance. Essentially an exemption from the applicable zoning of the property to engage in a different use not allowed by the zoning regulations. The benefit was that it was a site-specific application with no need to amend zoning regulations in any zone. There was an analytical memo prepared by city land use staff that, and I'm perhaps not endorsed, but said that this was a viable way to proceed. Those of you who were tuned in at that hearing in May will recall that an issue was immediately raised by opponents that a use variance requires a showing of hardship, quote unquote, in the land use sense, not to be confused with the hardship suffered by people who are homeless, but hardship meaning there's no other possible use of the property without a variance. What became apparent to the proponents of that application was that if it had been approved, the opponents would appeal to court, and the applicants became concerned that the application, though appropriate and warranted and probably approvable, might result in a lengthy court case. So that was withdrawn. In June of 2021, I was contacted by Pacific House and asked to take a fresh look at the situation, and collaboratively, the decision was made to bring before you tonight's application, which is a site-specific zoning regulation amendment with detailed rules and controls regarding the use, consistent with the city's plan of conservation and development, and really, just very candidly, based on the idea that this commission's properly exercised legislative discretion would be an action that would be almost impossible to challenge in court, and opponents who have retained astute land use counsel would be so advised. So in other words, we can't guarantee that if this commission approves the amendment that no one would appeal to court, but such an appeal would be extremely unlikely to prevail if the hearing and the decision are handled in a proper procedural manner. So that's why we, if you will, changed directions and what brought us to tonight. So the specific provisions, and again, Ms. Calitro touched on a lot of these, so I'm just going to sort of run through them quickly. It is site-specific, intended to be create only one eligible site. The defining characteristics being, if you think of this as a funnel that gets narrower in the CA80 zone, abutting a ramp of Interstate 84, and with specific numeric limits on rooms and kitchen facilities and so forth, tailored to the 3 Lake Avenue Extension property, such as 86 rooms maximum, which would pretty much take out any other property that might be eligible. We have the regulation that creates not really a brand new or unprecedented use, but a modified use category, a transitional shelter for the homeless, not the same as a traditional homeless shelter, but the defining characteristics being a combination of emergency beds for the homeless and rooms with supportive services, meaning housing counseling services. And I would, if you may ask, well, is there any precedent for this elsewhere? And the Hartford YMCA, in fact, has operated successfully for more than 15 years as the very type of use, combination use that is being proposed here, emergency units and supportive units. As Ms. Calitro mentioned, very important, this is proposed as a special exception, public hearing required, ample authority on the part of the city's land use commission to impose site-specific and very detailed conditions of approval. If there is any concern about impacts on neighboring or adjoining properties, they can be controlled by conditions. That is what a special exception is, and of course, the land use enforcement authority that comes with it. The planning report mentions the definition of a dwelling unit. None of these units would be a dwelling unit. We've created this differentiation in the definitions so that the only qualifying facility would be under contract to either the state or the city, would have specific rules about when and where there could be cooking or kitchen facilities. Basically, the supportive units can have a microwave, refrigerator, and sink only, no kitchen or cooking facilities in the emergency units. And then the supportive services are required for the supportive units. Also very important, as Ms. Calitro also mentioned, the units in the facility, all of them, both emergency and supportive, will qualify as affordable housing units, assisted units under General Statutes 830G, the Affordable Housing Land Use Appeals Act, providing the city with something that's very rare under 830G, which is a one-for-one basis of affordable units on both the state of Connecticut's so-called 10% list, on which Danbury has historically been an exempt city from 830G, and if ever needed, a robust tally of points toward a so-called moratorium from 830G applications if the city were to lose its 10% list exemption. So this has been, in my understanding, confirmed with Department of Housing staff and is, as Ms. Calitro said, a very significant benefit in terms of planning for affordable housing to the city of Danbury. We have these specific numeric limits, limit of 86 rooms, 48 of which maximum can be supportive units, occupancy not to exceed 2 per room except in emergency, which basically means cold weather protocols. But even then, the facility has to adhere to a maximum occupancy of 172. Facility operator is required to, on an annual basis, to provide reporting to the city and also to the state. Ms. Calitro mentioned a possible amendment to what we submitted that would make it clear that it could be only one principal use, not a shelter and a motel or hotel. We agree with that amendment. I will just read into the record one sentence, and we can come back to this if the commission wants to get the exact language, but a new subsection 14 in 5B5G that would say, quote, and this is intended to implement the recommendation, quote, a transitional shelter for the homeless shall be the sole principal use of a qualifying property and shall not be combined with or operated simultaneously with any other permitted or special exception use, unquote. And I don't know that you have that on paper, but I'll provide that if necessary. So benefits. The CA80 zone already provides for a list of similar uses to what is being proposed here. Adult daycare, hotels and motels, congregate care. So it is consistent with the existing use regulations. By the same token, this really is, if you will, a name change, a label change, but not a fundamental change on the ground of what is occurring at the property and what should. The combination of emergency and supportive beds is a sensible, proven, progressive, workable model. The draft regulation contains, as much detail as we felt was appropriate, exceptions, carve-outs, limits, protections, all making sure the city will know exactly what it's getting, exactly what can be enforced. Consistency with the plan of conservation and development, the planning staff memo has explained that. It's a very small geographic area with a site-specific regulation. And as I mentioned, the city can count every unit as affordable housing. In my cover letter, tab 1 of our application, I took on the issue that I would expect an opponent to make, that this is spot zoning. Well, it's not spot zoning. I've quoted from the leading land use treatise in Connecticut, former Judge Fuller's book, who says that spot zoning, improper spot zoning, has two characteristics. It affects a small area and it's not in harmony with the zoning regulations. And this is a small area, but it is plainly consistent with the existing zoning regulations. And in fact, Judge Fuller basically says that spot zoning is a somewhat antiquated formulation and really not enforced by the courts, except in perhaps some very egregious and inapplicable situation, nothing like what we have here. So at this point, I'm going to ask Raphael Pagan of Pacific House and Jerome Roberts of Pacific House to take a few minutes to describe what Pacific House is as a provider of shelter and services, and then have Jerome talk about the specific operation of the facility since it has operated during the pandemic. So Raphael and Jerome, would you please come on and address the commission? Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Hollister, please, if I could, one detail regarding your language on adding the requirement that it be restricted to one principal use. I don't think we have your exact language, so just keep that in the back of your mind to get that into us.
Yes, I will.
And if we could, the speakers, if they could just mention their name before they speak, and that's way here we can, if we don't see the face, we can recognize the voice with the name. So who do you want to call up first?
Raphael Pagan.
Okay. Mr. Pagan, are you available?
Yes, I am.
You have the floor. Help yourself, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us here this evening to be able to present. What I'm going to try to do is just give you a bit background of our organization. We have been operating out of Stamford in Fairfield County for over 35 years, have been running a large 87-bed facility there for homeless individuals throughout this time. In addition to that, we started in about 1987 the development of housing, where we first opened up our first home for 12 individuals. Today, I'm proud to say that we have over 15 homes throughout Southern Fairfield County, Stamford, and Norwalk community, where we oversee approximately about 140 plus tenants throughout Fairfield County. Throughout those years, all of our homes have what we call supported services, where we provide whatever the need, address whatever the needs are of our homeless individuals. Our mission is to provide both shelter and housing for both individuals, men, women, and families. And that's basically all we do as an organization, as a nonprofit. And if one of the important points here is that given our experience with running emergency shelters, we're really proud to say that we collaborate very closely with the city of Stamford, where we have our large shelter. And it's a facility that's comprised of multiple rooms where individuals might reside anywhere between 10 to 30 individuals in any one room. Given COVID, we now have pared back our facility to only 36 beds, but we do have a capacity to go up to 80 plus when things go back to normal. One of the major I would say strength of our organization is that we've been able to develop a really good partnership with the city of Stamford and the local business community, where we really have been able to be a major resource to the business area when they identify individuals that are currently homeless or are residing in the street by the local businesses, where we do a very robust outreach effort to be able to try to bring the individuals that are out on the street to the emergency shelter. And I will let Jerome go into more details of how we operate a shelter. But I wanted to emphasize that for us, a major component of what we do is really to be good partners with both the local government and certainly the business sector and the community that we live in. One of the things we take tremendous pride of is that typically our homes are in the residential areas are the nicest home on the block. We maintain our properties pristine. We build quality homes for our tenants. And we really believe in being a good neighbor, which is really a major quality in our ability to be able to work within these communities and be accepted within the community. One thing, a major feature that we also work on is that if you were to go to Stamford or Norwalk, you wouldn't know where our homes are, simply because unless you were specifically looking for it, simply because we keep a very low profile. We do not put names or anything like that in any of our homes. And then we really don't even advertise anything in our emergency shelter. If you were to drive by Stamford where we're located, and ask most of the business owners or people in the area, they wouldn't even know, most of them, that there's an emergency shelter right in their midst, given that the profile we keep, which is a very low profile. But in addition to that, we run a very tight ship and one that really exemplifies high quality. I have to share with you as well that our journey to coming to Danbury was one of really aligned with our mission. We received a call from the Department of Housing that the Danbury community was experiencing some serious challenges with their emergency shelter, which were collapsed, and the demand was so great that they had to move everyone to the Super 8 hotel. Let me say that that was not just true for Danbury, it was also true for Stamford and throughout the state. As Attorney Hollister has commented, we moved all our clients to the Super 8 hotel in Stamford, and they were there throughout that year up to the early part of the summer. I have to commend the city of Danbury, the Department of Health, as we came in to support and assist and help guide what they were doing for the tremendous effort and work that they provided throughout that year in trying to keep everyone safe, both the staff that were placed at the hotel to support the delivery of services, certainly all of the consumers that participated and were part of the hotel, living in the hotel throughout that year. And so that it was a tremendous effort. And certainly the Department of Housing, which really provided the seed money and resources and support to allow us to come in and to be able to assist and provide guidance and help manage the facility as we were moving forward. I take special pride in the fact that we did indeed succeed in that effort. I will tell you that, the impact of COVID was minimal in both Danbury as well as in the Stamford community. We were able to keep all our guests safe and certainly all of our staff as well. And I think that, the city of Danbury should really be proud of what the efforts that were provided both by the Department of Health and the city of Danbury in providing these services. So basically we came in May and we were there operating for about a year. sometime during that year, the state decided that they added resources were coming in and that what was available in Danbury was not really adequate to meet the demands that were there within the homeless community. So a decision was made by the state of Connecticut that they wanted to purchase a hotel. And at that point in time, the Super 8 facility became available and it was up for sale, and a decision was made that they would like to acquire it. At which time Pacific House was asked, given that we were there providing some guidance, to facilitate that process and be the conduit to be able to purchase the hotel in collaboration with the state. So we moved forward with the city, the state, in being able to purchase the hotel. We did purchase it in May of this year. The hotel up to that point was operating as a hotel. So it was not just providing lodging for emergency shelter, it was also providing, seeing guests throughout all that time. The city continued to provide the services in terms of staffing throughout that period of time afterwards. And in August of 23rd of this year, 2021, we transferred all the staff from the city for those that were hiring and hired additional staff to Pacific House. We now operate the hotel facility as the sole provider of emergency services at that site at this time. I will also share with you that we've been able to expand our capacity in what we offer. We've been able to hire case managers in addition to added staff, and we're open 24 hours, 7 days a week. And now I will turn it over to Jerome Roberts, who's been our site manager since the beginning of this process, who will share with you what we do and how we do it.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. If I can ask you to hold one moment, please. Are you there?
Sure, I'm here.
Okay, I want to ask the commission members before we start to slip away. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Pagan at this time? Mr. Melillo?
I don't have a question for Mr. Pagan. I actually had a question for Mr. Hollister. So if someone has a question for Mr. Pagan, I'll let them go first.
I was going to open it up to Attorney Hollister or Mr. Pagan. So you go ahead, Mr. Melillo.
No, go ahead. Since Mr. Pagan just finished, I know Sydney has her hand up. Let me check. I'll yield to him first.
All right. Who's that? Who had their hand up? Mr. Almeida, please go ahead. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, this
Melillo.
is for Mr. Pagan. If I am understanding this correctly, Pacific House took over day-to-day operations on August 23rd to 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. We fully took over. We transferred all the staff that were city employees at the time to being employees of Pacific House. So as of that day, we now have full management of the facility in addition to full management of the staff.
And what was your role prior to that? Who was operating the facility and all that?
The facility was really operated as a hotel, and it was operated by the owner of the hotel. We basically provided, the city was providing the staff that provided all the oversight for that facility. And we had Jerome Roberts there as our manager who provided guidance and really helped them manage the facility and start putting in, sort of guidelines on how to best run the operation, given the status that it was a hotel and within a hotel. And we were kind of doing the same thing for us in Stamford, that we were running our emergency services. And there we had up to 125 people in 2 different hotels. So it's really working, trying to figure out how we managed our services within this structure that also continues to function as a hotel. That ended when we purchased the building, which was recently in May of 2021. But we continued operating in the same manner because the staff were still part of the city of Danbury. All that was pending on our ability to be able to work out the mechanics with the Department of Housing to be able to have a contract to take over the actual operation of the staff within the hotel, of which we did on August 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Almeida. Thank you, Mr. Pagan. Ms. Fay, do you have your hand up?
I do.
Please,
Thank you,
go.
Commissioner. When you say, Mr. McCon, that you're going to be open 24 hours a day, can you describe to us what you actually mean by that?
Oh, sure. I mean, one of the things that, if you might recall, from what I understand in Danbury, the facilities that were providing the emergency shelter were only open in the evening, so that they would provide a place to sleep. And in the morning, people would then leave the facility and go back out on the street or wherever it is that they would normally go to. One of the things that we have been working throughout my career, and certainly the 35 plus years that we've been running our shelter in Stamford, is that we keep the facility open 24/7, allowing people to be able to stay in place and not necessarily to have to go back on the street or be dispersed throughout the community or linger in corners or whatever it is that they might do. Now, granted, some people go to work, some people might be doing other things or going for program or treatment or what have you. But other than that, we allow people to be able to stay within the facility and we work with them. And our primary focus, and this is really crucial, is that from the moment you walk into our shelter, it's not to keep you in our shelter, it's really to get you out and get you housed. We happen to be what we call in the industry a housing first organization. And our belief is really, if you're in realty, the saying always goes location, location, location. Well, our mantra is housing, housing, and housing. And we really make a lot of effort to be able to make sure that we house individuals that come to us as quickly and as fast as possible. Now, given that, there are realities, because finding housing in Fairfield County is not always the easiest, but we've had a good measure of success in working with our partners to be able to facilitate that. And that's a major piece with all this, because from the moment we arrived, we've been really pleased with the support that we've received from a lot of the local nonprofits and partners, such as Catholic Charities, ARC. So I have to say that the Danbury community nonprofit sector has really stood up and be very supportive. The health services have been excellent, and we've been able to do things in Danbury that we could not do in many other communities.
So are there, so I understand that people can come and go all day long? It's not what we're used to, which is it opens at 4 o'clock or whatever time.
Right, people can stay in the facility, they could work with their case managers. We certainly help them to connect them to either employment, working with housing, follow up with healthcare. One of the things we're exploring, for example, now, which we have in Stamford, and we hope to have the same thing in Danbury, is a healthcare provider. Right now, we're really in discussions with Connecticut Community Health to provide actual on-the-premises clinic to be able to provide medical services for our consumers or guests that participate within the emergency shelter portion of it. The whole idea behind having an open facility is that people don't have to be lingering out in the street. And really, going or not having a place to go to, which is really, and especially under COVID, certainly that becomes even more important. The other thing is, and I'll let Jerome go more into this, but we have strict guidelines. For example, we have a curfew, so people have to be in by a certain time. So here in Danbury, it's by 9 p.m. We expect all our guests to be in the premises by that time. And the only time that exceptions are made is if someone is working or they have a very legitimate reason not to be in. So there are a lot of, policies and procedures that as an organization we implement that were not implemented before, simply because A, it was a hotel, and secondly, we were not fully in charge. But certainly having access 24/7 is a major feature.
Does Pacific House have requirements for employment or education of the guests? Or
our biggest requirement is really housing. It's really getting the person to be housed. We believe that, if a person's housed, we can continue working with them to be able to pursue whatever other needs that they may have. But at the end of the day, that's really up and foremost. Now, we certainly support people to be employed. And if they're not employed, work with them on depending on their disability or challenges that they may be facing. And it could be an array of multitude of things. But certainly, as we work with them with housing, we certainly continue to work with them on other issues that they may be presenting.
Does Pacific House have educational partners in the greater Danbury area?
Not right off the bat, but I suspect that certainly that would be a piece or component of that. I know in Stamford, we really connect with Norwalk Community College, and we have several, and Stamford Community College that's there. We also work with ESL, the high schools, and really try to connect people within the community to be able to either finish or complete their education. And it really depends on the client you get, their age. We've unfortunately in the last few years had seen a rise with young adults being homeless. So, with them, a major focus is to connect them to employment and or education or both. And that really becomes a crucial part. And for older adults, those that are working, either help them find improved jobs, better jobs, or gain other skills so that they're able to be more gainfully employed and be able to move forward.
How does Pacific House deal with drinking and drugging? What are the policies?
We don't allow in the facility any substances whatsoever. There's zero tolerance. Now, with that said, I will say to you, we're what we call a wet shelter, which is part of the state of Connecticut through the Department of Housing. And what that means is that if an individual comes in and they happen to have a few drinks, but they're appropriate, or they're a bit high, but they're appropriate, we do allow them to come in, but we do not allow any paraphernalia, any substances within the facility. And everyone that comes into the facility gets scanned, both not only drugs, but also any weapons or anything like that. We really try to keep a very safe environment for all our consumers, but in addition to that, for all our staff as well.
So to that end, how does Pacific House and your other locations deal with altercations or when paraphernalia is found? Do you have in-house security? Do you rely on the local police or?
No, we don't have in-house security. And frankly, I will tell you that in my 35 years, that's been really the exception, not the rule. We train staff for de-escalation on how to manage and these types of situations. And if someone comes in that's inappropriate, we certainly do call the Stamford police if it's in Stamford, and we would certainly address it in the same way. One of the things we do, and certainly will be continue to do, is to work closely with the Danbury Police Department to make sure that we have a good relationship and an ability to be able to communicate and relate and certainly get their support when needed. Although my experience is that typically it's really, like I said, the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, Commissioner Fay, this is Tim Hollister. Mr. Roberts is about to go through the details of exactly what you're asking. If you want us to keep going or keep questioning, that's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Fay, are you good for now?
I'm good for now, yes. Thank you.
Any commission members, any other questions at this point, or do you want to wait on Commissioner Hawley?
Thank you. Mr. Pagan, how have the policies changed from when Pacific House took over the shelter as opposed to when City of Danbury officials were working at the shelter prior to August 23rd of 2020?
The facility was running more as a hotel. So, it had some limitations simply because it was a hotel and that's how it operated. So people were there, we monitored, we supported, we make sure that everyone was safe, we provide meals and everything else. But the guidelines and the rules and the regulations were very difficult to implement if it's running and operating as a hotel. we had the same challenge in Stamford. We could not impose the way we would normally operate the hotel, I should say our emergency shelter in a hotel, because the hotel was still operating as a hotel. But I think, by and large, the experience was a very positive one in Stamford that we had, and we were able to transition there. And then when we transitioned back to the emergency shelter, I think the transition went relatively smooth. I think now we've gone through that transition as of the 23rd. We're now operating the facility much more in the manner that we would have operated it had it always been a shelter, in the same way we operate in Stamford. But that's certainly much more recent. We made certainly a strategic decision upon purchasing the hotel, which was in May, realizing that at some point in the near future, the staff there were going to transfer to our employment, that we were not going to initiate any major changes until that occurred. And soon enough, shortly, within 2 months, that did occur.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawley. Thank you, Mr. Pagan. Commission members, anything else at this time, or do you want to wait for anything else? Why don't we then go to Mr. Roberts? Mr. Roberts, are you available?
Sure, I am. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. As been said already, it's definitely a pleasure to be here with y'all tonight to present. I just really want to tell you about the operations of the shelter and how right now we are operating in the old Super 8. So it's 86 rooms in a 4-story building. Right now, we concentrated the emergency shelter in 40 rooms. All of the rooms have bathrooms. They have a microwave and a small refrigerator that's used to hold. Right now, our current census is about 60 people per night. Since in April or May of 2020, when I arrived there, we served about 275 people. Out of that 200 and some odd people, about 114 have been moved into permanent housing. So that's about 42%. Our population is very simple, is single individuals, men or women, who are currently homeless, and who are from the greater Danbury area. Once they come into the shelter, they are assigned to a case manager, and that case manager works with them to develop a housing plan, as Raphael stated. Our goal is that as soon as you come into shelter, is to move you into your own housing and housing that is suitable for you, whether that be a studio or an apartment or a shared unit type situation, but specifically for your purpose and your ability to afford. The services, in addition to the case manager or the type of case management that we have rapid rehousing case management. And the rapid rehousing case management is case management that goes with a subsidy. We assist people in paying for their rent in the beginning with declines over time. But services are provided continually as long as you remain a client of ours or a consumer. That in addition to a housing case management is for people who are working and who may not be eligible for a subsidy. And basically what happens is that a case manager will work with them to find housing, secure housing, move into their housing, and then once they're housed, continue to work with them on any other problems that they may have. Now, of course, these services are elective once they move out of the shelter, and they define how much case management they want, but at minimum, we meet with them at least monthly. Services provided in the shelter are really basic needs, right? So we provide them an emergency shelter, which is a hot and a cot. We provide 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In addition to that, we have health services. We have CIFIT, Connecticut Institute comes on site, in addition to community health centers also come on site. We have mental health services that's provided by DEMIS, which is the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. And we have substance abuse services provided by either Apex, MCCA, or McCall's Women's Health, which regularly come on site to provide services to our clients. In addition to that, someone mentioned about the 24-hour. 24-hour, basically, we're open 24 hours and we have staff on site 24/7, right? And there's staff there all day, every day. In addition to the on-site case management, we have a housekeeping component. We also have on-call administrative services, which is me. If there's an emergency at the shelter, I have a cell phone and I'm on call. We also have our chief operating officer, who's based out of Stanford, but is on site in Danbury at least twice a week. So that takes place. In addition to, I think we talked about the meals and the case management and the staffing. Each person, once they come into the building, as they come into the building, we have a metal detector, and each person is wand and checked for any kind of weapons. We do not allow any weapons. We do not allow any drugs, and alcohol is included as part of that drugs. So all of that is not allowed or permitted inside of the shelter. I think Raphael mentioned about, like, if someone comes in and as long as they're in control of their behavior, then we do allow them in because we are a wet shelter. In addition to that, staff, going back to staff, all of our shelter staff, case management staff, housekeeping staff, all staff are fully vaccinated. All of the guests are COVID tested prior to entering the shelter. And then once they enter the shelter, they're in a quarantine room until we receive their results. All guests as they enter are also encouraged to get vaccinated. And if they want information on that, we provide that. We work with the Danbury Health Department with their locations for vaccinations. If someone, for whatever reason, is hesitant to get vaccinated, then what we do is require them to get COVID tested weekly. Like I said, we have a 4-story building, but our shelter is only on 2 floors. And the plan for the supportive units is going to be on the other 2 floors. We plan on having a separate entrance for our emergency shelter and the supportive units. We do have currently and round-the-clock surveillance system. We also have a curfew. All our clients are required to be in by 9 p.m. Each night, and unless they're employed, and their employment requires them to come in after 9. I talked about the weapons. We also one important thing is staff during the day and in the evening. So during the day, the staff perform perimeter checks, which means that during the course of the day, staff go outside, they walk around the property. I sometimes do that myself. And during the daylight hours when I'm there, to walk around just to make sure that everything is secure. During the evening, staff do rounds internally on all the floors and overnight. We do, again, metal detector scans. We check bags and personal items to make sure that there's no weapons or drugs trying to be brought into the facility. And finally, I think, like I said, our hours of operation We begin breakfast service at 7 p.m. We concludes our doors at 9 p.m. The doors are locked for the night. And we don't have entrances except for those, like I said, unless they're working or they have got a late entry pass from their case manager. Finally, just some of the people that we work with Catholic Charities, who helps us with navigating or directing people to the shelter from the greater Danbury area. We certainly work with Off the Streets for people who have located housing and who need furniture. They help us with helping people get furniture and household items to establish their new homes. We work with Dorothy Day. They help us with meals in collaboration with Catholic Charities so that we can provide those meals daily. We're working with Liberation Programs. Liberation Programs is a substance abuse provider to help anyone who's seeking help with whatever, whether it be alcohol and or drugs addictions. MCCA as well, which is also located in Danbury. We work with the Housing Authority. We have some of our people that have been that came in homeless and have been placed in some of their units. We work with the Association for Religious Communities, ARC. DEMIS, as I said, the Danbury Health and Human Services, Community Health Centers, CIFIC, Apex, which is another substance abuse provider, McCall's Women's Health, and also the police department. The police regularly make tours around our property. They come in and they circle the parking lot, and sometimes they just drop in and just just check on us and ask us how things are going. So for the most part, someone mentioned about altercations and the like, and I've been there for well over 18 months, and I want to say the number of physical altercations I can count on one hand, and maybe even less than 5. But certainly, what we tend to get is just more verbal stuff, people just talking, and we train staff on resolving some crisis situations, intervening early so that it doesn't escalate, and how to handle agitated individuals. So that's one of the things that all the staff get trainings. So pretty much that's it as far as the operations.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Commission members, any questions at this point of Attorney Hollister, Mr. Pagan, or Mr. Roberts? Commission members, I see Ms. Hylinski, please unmute and go ahead. Okay, we're waiting. There you go, you're good.
This is to Mr. Roberts. What is the maximum number of days, if there are, that a client can stay? That's the first part of my question. And the second part is, what happens if they're not in by 9 o'clock?
Okay, so the maximum number of days, what we do is that they work with their case management. Our average length of stay is somewhere around 90 days, but we work greatly to reduce that. Our goal is to get it somewhere around 60 days, and we have federal guidelines which say that it should be around 30 days. But that all is dependent upon the availability of housing options, right? And as you know, in Danbury, there is not a lot of housing options for our population, right? Because the people that stay in our shelter don't make a lot of money, And if they don't have the money to pay for it, then we have to match them with a subsidy. And sometimes that can take a little while longer. But our goal is to get it towards 30 days. And then to answer your second question is what if they're not in by 9 o'clock? If someone has a reason for not being in, they work with their case manager. The case manager would then give them a late entry, right? And then they will be allowed in. If something happens and they happen to call us and say, hey, you know what, my car broke down or I got stuck somewhere, and it's something that is certainly excusable. And what we do is then we would allow them in on that occasion, and then they would meet with their case manager to kind of explain what happened. Certainly our goal is not to have the situation repeat itself, but certainly to monitor it as closely as possible to ask people to get in by 9 o'clock unless there is some extenuating circumstances.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawley.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, what's the maximum number of clients a case manager can have?
So that depends. The particular type of case management determines the number of clients that they can serve. Our rapid rehousing case manager usually serves anywhere between 20 and 25 persons. Our housing case management is about the same. And then we have that shelter case manager that would serve the remainder of the population. But remember that once someone comes in, they are assigned a case manager. So the load is kind of evenly split between the case managers that we have on site. And then in addition to that, if they're not served by our case management system, they're served by some of our sister agencies in the community. So that would be like Catholic Charities or Apex or Demas, so they would also provide case management services to some of their clients.
If I may add a little bit to that as well, we're still in the process of hiring and gearing up to really better understanding what the needs are. And as we identify them, we implement them, add that to our staffing in terms of what's appropriate and what we can afford to do. For example, when the transitional housing component gets implemented, we will be looking for case management for the housing component. And we certainly complement that if we see that there's a greater need to provide additional support services. That's something we would go back to DOH and say, look, we really have this need. We need to kind of put this in and work with them to be able to provide that. So, we're so early on in the process that we're still in the process of really trying to determine what all those needs are. It's not like in Stamford that we almost on auto drive, if you will. We kind of know exactly what we have, what we need, and how we're going to do it. So it's still evolving.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Hawley, and Mr. Pagan. Mr. Kelly, is that your hand raised? Ms. Hylinski, if you would go please back on mute. And Mr. Kelly, unmute. Ms. Reed, can you control that? Okay. Why don't we go to Mr. Malillo then, while Mr. Kelly tries to unmute. Mr. Malillo.
Thank you. Because I have a question for Attorney Hollister. I didn't want to ask it earlier because the way the flow was going, I didn't want to interject there, but I think now I can. Earlier on, when you were doing your presentation, you had made mention, and I don't know if you misspoke or if I misheard or something, but you alluded to the fact that this application is a site-specific application. Now, I do know and I understand we all realize that there is a site-specific end goal. No, that's to be reached. But were you referring to this specific application as a site-specific application or more of a zone-specific application?
Well, it's both, Tim Hollister, for the record. I called it a site-specific application because written into the regulation itself are locational criteria for the use, the transitional shelter for the homeless that would be allowed if the regulation is adopted. The criteria are frontage on an arterial street and, most importantly, abutting a ramp of Interstate 84. So there's basically only one property in the city of Danbury that qualifies for what we're trying to do here, and that's intentional. So that's why I called it a site specific. It is an amendment. If I hear your question, it is an amendment, a narrow amendment to the CA80 zoning regulation, but it has locational criteria. And in the affordable housing world, which I've operated in for the last 30 plus years, this is very common because we always want to give the commission, criteria so you know exactly where the regulation can apply. But more importantly, you as a commission don't have to think about or consider where else throughout the city of Danbury the type of use that's being proposed could be proposed. So we're trying to take that task off the table, if you will. I hope I answered your question.
You did. You answered it, gave me some concerns, but you did answer the question. I was hoping you were going to answer it differently. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
May I request an opinion? I know they're not ready to do it this evening, most likely. I couldn't anticipate. I can't imagine they would anticipate that being said, or my question this evening. So I would like to request an opinion from Corporation Counsel to be submitted at our next public hearing. I'm hoping we will continue the public hearing to address this issue, because it seems as though this, with all due respect to Attorney Hollister, he represents his client. He doesn't represent this commission. Corporation Counsel represents us. Can I get an opinion from them in regards to the spot zoning issue? If this amendment is a spot zoning amendment, if it applies to the full, to the entire zone, like all other zoning regs would be, and if there's any implications or concerns that we might have as a result of either that statement or this application.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm also noticing in the staff report that this also includes two other parcels. It includes the Crown Plaza parcel and a parcel at One Reserve Road, because they both abut an entrance or exit ramp from I-84. So there's two different things being said here.
Right, but that is our staff report. That was Ms. Calitro's report. We have the applicant specifying on the record that it's intended to be a site-specific application. And so I just would like to get opinion, because also the staff report said in relationship to any spot zoning issues, she would refer those over to Corporation Counsel. And at this point in time, I would actually like to officially request that.
Yes, absolutely. We will do that. And while we're on the subject, for everyone out there, we are going to continue this public hearing beyond tonight, because there's a lot of people here. This is one of the biggest ones we have, and I want to make sure that everybody in favor and everybody opposed speaks, and we want to make sure that all of the questions get answered. So yes, Mr. Malolo, thank you. Attorney Hollister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, first of all, I would welcome an opinion from the Corporation Counsel on the issue. I think the staff report invites it. That's absolutely no problem. In response, maybe I'm now understanding a little more what Mr. Commissioner Malolo's concern was. The regulation amendment that's proposed applies throughout the CA80 zone by definition, because it's an amendment to the CA80 zone regulations. But it has locational criteria that narrow down the geographic applicability of what is being proposed as the regulation amendment. I believe the staff report says that is a fairly common approach. So I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Chairman, just for your clarification, I have sort of two more points to finish our presentation. You tell me when it's appropriate to do that.
Absolutely. I don't know if there's any more. My screen just bounced to where I can see every commission member here. They were floating back and forth, so I can see hands. Mr. Kelly, did you have anything that you wanted to talk, a question? Mr. Kelly? No. Okay. And I don't see any other hands from any other commission members at this time. So yeah, Attorney Hollister, please.
Thank you. First of all, I will submit, since we're going to continue the hearing anyway, I will submit the text of that subsection 14 about the principal use.
Oh, perfect.
To the planning staff, so you'll have that in writing.
Thank you.
Two other points I want to make. One, I think, just an abundance of candor. It's not really just a happenstance that this hearing is occurring tonight. We were under the impression until today that the governor's orders were going to expire on Thursday. So we wanted to get this hearing, it started at least before that happened. Now, I'm not going to say the pressure is off because the General Assembly has extended the powers for 6 months. We would be very pleased to have a prompt approval, but it does make, I would make the point that the governor's orders at this point supersede the local zoning. And that is really why there has been no private zoning enforcement action or someone trying to get an injunction that was opposed to the facility. So just to keep that in mind. Last thing, last thing I want to say is we are, the applicant team is well aware of an opposition website that is under the heading "Protect Our Children," quote unquote. As far as I can see from the website, it is faceless and nameless. There is no sponsor or source disclosed. It makes the generalized claim that since the shelter, the Super 8 has operated as a shelter, crime has increased exponentially. Certain types of violent and other serious crimes named. Businesses have closed, and I just want to point out there's no data and no facts to support any of those claims. As to the police activity, back at the May 2021 hearing before the Zoning Board of Appeals, Police Chief Ridenour submitted a memo that disproved a claim of increased crime. I understand he has now updated that memo and you have a copy. But the point I would make to the commission really is this. The choice here is between a facility whose occupants are supported and managed 24/7, subject to curfew, subject to all of the controls that Mr. Pagan and Mr. Roberts have outlined, or a sort of an uncontrolled situation, a hotel, motel, a transient short-term occupancy with the staff only providing essentially the services you get at a hotel or a motel. Which is better for the community? I would respectfully submit to those who may be in opposition that exactly what Mr. Roberts and Mr. Pagan have outlined as the model here is that is what will stabilize the neighborhood and deal with the potential impacts of having a large motel in this location. So I just think not only is it better for the homeless population, but it's better for the area. So I just wanted to make that point. So that, Mr. Chairman, I would, unless Mr. Pagan and Mr. Roberts have anything additional to add, that would conclude the applicant's presentation at this time.
Well, thank you very much. Commission members, any questions? We will have Attorney Hollister throughout. You can ask now or later. I don't see any hands. I will now read a couple letters that we received into the record under those wishing to speak in favor. So before those wishing to speak in favor speak, let me read these letters. I have one that was dated September 23rd to the Zoning Commission, City of Danbury. It is from, and I apologize if I say it improperly, Celia Mosquera Bruno, Commissioner, State of Connecticut Department of Housing. As a Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Housing, I write in strong support of the petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations, amendment to existing definitions, defining a new use, transitional shelter for the homeless, and adding this new use as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. The Department of Housing supports the replacement of the closed Danbury shelters with this new facility. When all the Danbury shelters closed at the start of COVID-19 pandemic, the city and state faced an immediate crisis. The department asked Pacific House to open and manage a new COVID-safe shelter in Danbury. Our confidence in Pacific House's services and activities come from the department's long-standing relationship with Pacific House. Pacific House has managed successfully a shelter inside this location since March 2020. Pacific House brings decades of experience, trained professionals in shelter management, and the necessary support services needed for the individuals. This 24-hour-a-day facility provides meals and support services on site. Guests are not required to leave the facility for 15 hours a day, as previous shelters in Danbury required. Daytime hours in the facility allow for on-site case management, housing placement, medical services, and employment services. This model is more than a bed for the night. It is a holistic approach to address the underlying causes of the situation. It is a fundamental goal of the department to make any occurrence of homelessness a short-term event and not a permanent condition. This new model supports the individual as they move quickly towards permanent housing. Recognizing that a small number of people may need some support as they transition to permanent housing, this location will offer both emergency shelter and permanent housing. Supportive services within permanent housing help to break the cycle of repetitive homelessness. As commissioner, I am heartened by the support of many local community groups for this new facility. The partnerships developed over the last 18 months are a testament to Danbury's commitment to its residents. The Department of Housing remains committed to working with the City of Danbury in the oversight of the facility and the services provided. We look forward to a productive relationship as we address the needs of the people of Danbury. Again, sincerely, Celia Mosquera Bruno, Commissioner. Second letter was dated on September 27th. It's from Robert Botello, Victorian Associates LLC, 3 Ridgewood Drive, Danbury, Connecticut. Dear members of the Zoning Commission Danbury, I would like to start by telling you I was an active member of Mayor Boughton's Housing Partnership. Our sole purpose was to end homelessness in Danbury within 10 years. To proceed with this task, a professional group was involved and did a comprehensive study on how we should proceed and the actions taken to be successful. I am proud to say that we did make a difference using the following processes. Number 1, identify the homeless. Number 2, identify the issues that made them homeless, which I might add was various list of casual problems and backgrounds. And number 3, shelter alone is not the answer. To make a major difference in the ability to change the person's life is where the supportive living assistance comes into play. The only success in helping this forgotten population is a collaborative effort between agencies. The thought of having a facility that can accomplish all needs to help get their lives back is very exciting and heartwarming to me. Danbury is a very successful, growing city, and part of the good karma is that we have always been a caring people. Due to the recent effect that COVID has played in our lives, it is also going to result in more displaced souls that have nowhere to go. Yes, unfortunately, homelessness needs are going to be increasing again, and we had better realize it and be prepared. This building is a true gift to our community by centralizing efforts to help the needy and be able to manage it. Members, with your approval, what took our partnership years to reach will be a major step to accomplish so much more. I thank each of you for your service to our community and leave you with just one thought. With your approval, you can go forward knowing that you did something significant for the ones that need our help the most. Robert Botello, Victorian Associates LLC, 3 Ridgewood Drive, Danbury, Connecticut. Those are the letters. This is Exhibit 3. These are the 2 letters that we have so far as it relates to letters on speaking in favor. I'm now going to call on people wishing to speak in favor. Unfortunately, I don't see everyone, so we're going to do our best to do that. So if you would, I'm going to call on Mayor Joe Cavo to please state your name and go ahead with what you have to say. Sir, go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Haddad, and thank you, members of the Zoning Commission. As Mr. Haddad said, my name is Mayor Joe Cavo, and I reside at 2 Candlewood Drive in Danbury, Connecticut. I'm here before you tonight to speak in favor of the petition submitted by Pacific House requesting a zone change at 3 Lake Avenue Extension, most commonly known as Super 8. I would like to share a brief look into the background on this property and where we are almost 18 months into this joint endeavor. When this pandemic struck our country and more directly our community, thankfully, there were some fast-acting plans that went into effect that probably saved countless lives. One of those plans was Governor Lamont's Executive Order 7P to provide or arrange for non-congregate housing for people who, from the nature of their existing housing, are at an increased risk of exposure to, infection with, or transmission of COVID-19. The State of Connecticut Department of Housing informed homeless shelter providers, including the city of Danbury, the availability of alternate housing with the long-range plan of purchasing this hotel and establishing a non-congregate emergency homeless shelter at this site. Sadly, due to this pandemic, Danbury did experience nearly 200 deaths to date due to COVID-19 related illness and currently have had over 16,000 positive tests. It was clear that the way that we have been sheltering the homeless throughout our city would have to forever change if we were to provide a safe option for housing for those who have fallen on hard times due to the pandemic or some other life-changing event that was beyond their control. It is my belief that society will judge us on how we treat those less fortunate than ourselves. And as a community, we have a duty to act. According to the National Homeless Law Center, the top 5 causes of homelessness are as follows: the lack of affordable housing, unemployment, poverty, mental illness, and the lack of needed services, substance abuse, and the lack of needed services. In 2020, there were 550,000 homeless in the USA, with 40,000 homeless veterans. In urban areas, it's estimated that based on a city of Danbury's size, roughly 85,000 residents, one could expect to have 17 homeless people out of every 10,000 people per capita. If those figures held consistent with the national average, we could expect to have 144 homeless individuals. But thankfully, Danbury has historically and continues to buck that trend on from the national level. Based on that calculation, our region of about 400,000 residents could see upwards of 680 homeless individuals. And so I don't believe in the misleading assertion by some that this will be a regional shelter. I also don't believe that homelessness has a region. If you're homeless, it means you have no address and no home. The fact that there are only 86 rooms in this building, and based on the non-congregate housing rules, required single occupancy clearly shows this building physically could not be a mega shelter, as you may hear identified by some tonight. Thankfully, the number of homeless in Danbury is only decreasing due to the state of Connecticut's policy shift and Pacific House's successful placement of individuals into transitional or more permanent style housing. Danbury's numbers are less than half of what they could be if we followed the trend. Luckily, we don't. Today's count at the shelter was 57 guests. Prior to the pandemic, the cumulative number of beds at the 4 big shelters in Danbury was just over 80. The maximum number of beds that will be allowed at the Pacific House is 76. You can see there won't be any big change in the number of individuals under this program here, number of homeless individuals under this program here in our city. Early on in this pandemic, the state of Connecticut recognized the good work of Pacific House in Stamford. The partnership with Pacific House to bring their model here to Danbury was born on the evolution of the pandemic. Pacific House brings needed improvements to how we approach homelessness, not only during the pandemic, but how we develop future plans addressing homelessness here in Danbury. The top 5 reasons for homelessness identified earlier are all addressed by Pacific House in their program and support services. And that's the key to this program's success. Throughout the years, our local agencies and nonprofits have done tremendous work here in Danbury with the homeless in our community. And as a city, we're grateful to them for their dedication and their commitment to our homeless population. This Pacific House approach will take all of which our local agencies built on throughout the years and will offer much needed and proven wraparound services that makes Pacific House so successful. We need a program that addresses affordable housing, unemployment, poverty, mental illness, and/or substance abuse. Otherwise, the cycle will just unfortunately continue. Pacific House, working here in Danbury for these past 18 months, has placed a number of individuals into permanent housing, worked on job placement, and has provided professional services related to social, emotional, and addiction issues. In closing, I ask tonight that you provide an affirmative vote in favor of this zone change, and may history judge us in a positive light because we dared to care for others who at probably the lowest point in their lives needed a hand up. The cornerstone of my life and faith dictates to me every day that it is our duty to treat our fellow human beings with dignity and compassion. I thank you for your time and commitment to this cause and to Danbury. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any other commission members? Commission members, do you want to ask any question of Mayor Cavo at this time? I don't see. Thank you, Mayor. I saw Attorney Yeaman's hand went up next, and there's Constantino Rago. You're on deck behind Attorney Yeaman, and I'm still looking for other hands. But thank you, Mayor, and go ahead, Attorney Yeaman.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor Cavo, honorable members of the Zoning Commission. Good evening. I'm Judge Diane Yeaman, and I was appointed in 2005. I was appointed by Mayor Mark Boughton to chair Danbury's 10-year plan to end homelessness. At that time, Danbury was approximately the 200th city in our nation, in line with federal initiatives to end homelessness in our nation by adopting plans of permanent supportive housing. Our 10-year plan to end homelessness was made of about an amazing group of about 30 individuals from the community, ranging from the hospital to builders to bankers to social services. There were two major objectives of our plan. Number one, to increase the supply of permanent housing units to meet projected needs of homeless persons. And most importantly, number two, to ensure that there were adequate, appropriate, and sufficient services to assist the homeless or at-risk persons in accessing and retaining housing. The concept is, instead of providing mere shelters with a bed for the night, making them leave for 15 hours during the day, instead, it was to provide a place where the homeless individuals could receive services to end the cycle of homelessness and ultimately place them in permanent supportive housing. Supportive housing is not a new concept to those of us who are in the mental health field. Those chronically homeless individuals need meals, housing, medicine, job training, addiction services, and case management. And from what I've heard tonight, this is all going to be provided at the Pacific House. Understanding that these supports are in place, I understand they are in place at this proposed facility. Also, importantly, without these solutions such as these to end homelessness, there'll be increased use of our city emergency services and the hospital's emergency rooms. In 2006, as chair of the plan to end homelessness, I was quoted in the News Times back at that time as calling the plan a compassionate and cost-effective approach to countering homelessness. And I remain firm 16 years later in my convictions. If you go back to our plan to end homelessness, it does cite all the statistics on the huge cost savings. It's also the most compassionate way of managing the issue. This facility actually has equal or lesser shelter beds than what Danbury had before. It has all the supports which the 10-year plan had recommended, along with additional beds to be used for transitional housing to lead to that permanent housing. Although the 10-year plan to end homelessness has taken more than 10 years, the city of Danbury is definitely moving in the right direction. Also, I'm a third-generation Danburian who grew up on Laurel Street in Danbury, a neighborhood off of Lake Avenue. So I very closely looked at Chief Ridenour's report about crime in that area. And I was very pleased. It doesn't appear to be a measurable link or any uptick in crime directly connected to the shelter on Lake Avenue, in my old neighborhood. In closing, as former chairman of Danbury's 10-year plan to end homelessness, I'm very pleased that this ongoing problem of homelessness is being addressed with permanent supportive housing in such an impactful way by the great city of Danbury. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Attorney Yeaman. Commission members, any questions of Attorney Yeaman at this time? I don't see any. Thank you, Attorney Yeaman. Mr. Rago, you're going to go next. State your name if you would. And then I saw Joe Simons, your hand was next, so you're on deck. Does that sound good? Okay, Mr. Rago, go ahead, please.
All right, good evening, Chairman Haddad and commission members. My name is Constantino Rago. I'm a resident of the city of Danbury. I'm also a clinical mental health counselor. I'm speaking today in support of the city engaging further with the communities directly impacted by the placement of the transitional shelter, and to the extent possible, conducting an independent review of the risks the shelter may pose to health and safety of nearby residents. I believe such changes to the use of the hotel property demands this of the city if it's considering extending the permission of the shelter to operate. However, I'm joining this meeting primarily to bring attention to the manner in which some have advertised their opposition to these plans, namely through the use of signs and slogans around town reading, "Protect our children." That wording has been used in this country's past and present to advocate and legislate against a host of marginalized people who are deemed undesirable by society. This includes immigrants and refugees, ethnic and religious minorities, and most recently, transgendered people and the broader LGBTQ community who have suffered and continue to suffer real physical and emotional harm by others who perceive them to be threats to children's safety. I don't disagree with the concerns that some may share who worry that drug use and related behaviors could negatively impact the quality of life of neighboring communities. But I do oppose the strategy of fear-mongering to mobilize people against the shelter, and by extension, those vulnerable individuals residing there. I worry that promoting such messages of child endangerment, we risk unfairly characterizing those experiencing homelessness as deviant and dangerous, which in turn makes them more vulnerable to hostility or mistreatment by the public. I hope that however this shelter situation plays out, those engaged in the ongoing debate of how best to serve the homeless among us consider the impact and not just the intention of their words and actions. I support that absent a viable and readily available alternative, the shelter be granted permission to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rago. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Rago at this time? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rago. Mr. Simons. And let me just say before you go, I don't see, well, I'll try to call it in after you, but if anybody wants to hit the hand button or raise their hand button function, we could put you on. I see Pat LaMarche will be on deck after you, Mr. Simons. Go ahead, Mr. Simons.
Thank you. My name is Joe Simons. I'm a volunteer with Off the Streets and Dorothy Day House, two of the many organizations that Pacific House teams with in our local community. And as such, I've had the opportunity to work with them closely. And I can't tell you how impressed I am with the professionalism and the scope of what they're able to provide. As they have indicated, they have a 35-year track record in this area. And the work that they're doing, that they've already been able to do in Danbury really is remarkable. As Jerome Roberts indicated, they've already placed 114 people who were in the shelter at the motel into permanent housing. And that is really the name of the game. It's not to shelter people, it's to house people. That's their, that's how they work. And already they've achieved quite a level of success. I support this proposal, and I believe that if community supports this proposal and gives them the ability to continue this work, that overall will make great strides towards reducing and hopefully maybe even ending homelessness in this area. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Simons. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Simons at this time? Mr. Simons, I don't see any hands from any commissioners. Thank you very much for speaking. The next person that I see is Pat LaMarche. If you would just please, Pat, state your name and then you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Pat LaMarche and I'm a national homeless advocate. I live in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. I won't take too much of your time seeing as I'm not from your community, But I do want to say that the country is really at a real crossroads right now. I guess we've been at this crossroads for decades. I'm absolutely overjoyed that Danbury is considering this shelter. I think it's marvelous. I want to congratulate you, especially in the face of some of the, as the others have said, disinformation and downright cruelty with which this topic has been addressed. I'd like to take my hat off to the people who spoke earlier, who run the shelter already and who are willing to take over this task in Danbury. Their job is not easy. Every single day they meet people on the hardest day of their lives, the worst day of their lives. If you don't have a place for people to sleep, they won't stop being homeless. The community will not have fewer people that are in trouble just because they don't acknowledge it and provide a hand up, as someone mentioned. The other thing is the reason to keep it open 24 hours is because it's their home. Even if it's only for 5 days or 90 days, it's their home. I've run shelters for a decade, and it's terrible when your shelter closes at 6 and the kids can't get back in to get their homework that they forgot when they ran for the bus. When you're locked out of your home for 13 hours and you have no way to get the candy bar you left there, your uniform shoes because you forgot them before you left for work, your umbrella. I mean, there are a million reasons to go home, and probably the most important one, and the one we would all miss the most, is privacy. And I have run mass shelters where we had people sleep on the floor of shelters in churches, 40, 60, 90 at a time. You're sleeping next to a total stranger. You'd like to pick the people you live with, and when you're forced to live with 50 other people and you can't pick any of them, it's very difficult. It's almost impossible to have presence of mind. Anecdotally, I've run shelters for a decade, and 55% of the people in my shelter were the working poor, and another 30% were their children. This is a really fabulous step forward. I congratulate Danbury. I hope that you will listen to these really intelligent people who are telling you how hard they work in order to make sure that everybody can get back to where the rest of us are in our homes. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Ms. LaMarche. Commission members, anyone have any questions of Ms. LaMarche at this time? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Ms. LaMarche. So now I'm at a point where I don't see hands, so I'm going to ask anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition, either put up your hand or go ahead and speak it, unmute, so we can make sure that we hear or see you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? For the record, we are going to continue this this evening. There's going to be, I'm sure, additional letters coming in at the next meeting. We're going to read any other letters of in favor and opposed, and those that did not speak this evening in favor will have an opportunity to speak the next meeting. We're now going to go into those wishing to speak in opposition, and if we don't get through all of them this evening, they're going to have an opportunity to speak at the next meeting as well. So we're going to try and get through them. Just like the last time before we did that, we have the letters to read in. So we're now on the portion of those wishing to speak in opposition. I got a little creative here with the pile. It's not in alphabetical order. I'm going to begin with a reading of a form letter. We have numerous form letters. We have a single form letter that was signed numerous times by different people. And let me take you where I'm going with this. We have a form letter that says, dated at the top, Theodore Haddad Jr., Chairman, Danbury Zoning Commission, 155 Deer Hill Avenue, Danbury, Connecticut, regarding Zoning Commission meeting 9/28/21, petition of 3 Lake Avenue extension. Dear Chairman Haddad, there's a space for the name, address, and phone number. And then it says, oppose the above petition to amend sections 2B, 5B2, 19, and 5BG of the zoning regulations which will add transitional shelter for the homeless as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. Please read my opposition letter into the public record during the 9/28 Zoning Commission public hearing. Sincerely. So I'm going to read all the names of the people that did sign this and get them in for the record. Harry Kuhn, 7 Fillmore Avenue. Jill Kuhn, 7 Fillmore Avenue. Chynette Carter, 91 Clapper Ridge Road. Kenneth Mayernick, 109 Long Ridge Road. Christy Tooker, 87 Worcester Street, Bethel. Paul Tilkins, 87 Worcester Street, Bethel, with a notation that Paul works on Mill Plain Road in Danbury. Robert Golwaldi, I'm sorry, your handwriting is a little bit, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, and it looks like he lives at Tucked Away Lane in Danbury. Tim Bigham, 26 Houseman Street in Danbury. Michael Carter, 91 Clapper Ridge Road in Danbury. Patrick McNully, Ashwood Valley, which is noted Sandpit Road, Danbury. Israel Duran, 2 Morris Street in Danbury. Joseph Badaracco, 71 Rose Street in Danbury. Emmett Handrahan, 47 Liberty Avenue in Danbury. TJ McFay, 18 Lake Drive, Sandy Hook, says works on Beaverbrook Road. Stephen J. O'Connor, 6 Tucked Away Lane in Danbury. Samantha Bana Ferry, 6 Tucked Away Lane in Danbury. Jennifer Doran, 103 Long Ridge Road. James Filomio, 7 Linden Crest in Danbury. Bruce Pierce, 41 Dodging Town Road in Bethel, with a notation that they own several properties in Danbury. Carolyn Pierce, 41 Dodging Town Road, Bethel, also notation of they are a property owner in Danbury. John Burns, who works in Danbury. Catherine Suma, 3 Richmond Avenue in Danbury. Patrick Suma, 3 Richmond Avenue in Danbury. Pete D. Benedetto, 24 Beechwood Drive in Danbury. John Koser, 103 Long Ridge Road in Danbury. Dave Grant, 2 Country Way in Danbury. Richard Aronson, 20 Ridge Road in Danbury. Maureen Aronson, 20 Ridge Road in Danbury. Carolyn DeBourbon, 16 Ridge Road in Danbury. Jonathan Orr, 37 Ridge Road in Danbury. So, by the way, I failed to mention, I am on Exhibit 1. This is the group of Exhibit 1. In addition to that, there are several letters in this exhibit that I will read into the record. In fact, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to read the name of the person that wrote the letter. If they are here this evening, if you want to mention that you want me to read your letter or you will read the letter, I'll yield to you. Other than that, historically, as we do on this commission, we read the letters in. This letter is received on September 23rd from Richard Aronson, Theodore Haddad, Jr., Chairman, Danbury Zoning Commission. Dear Mr. Haddad, my wife and I have been permanent residents of Danbury since 1965, and we own a home in West Terrace since 1969. This venerable old neighborhood has been a wonderful haven in our city for many years, one that has provided us with a superb location, serenity, and wonderful, caring neighbors, not to mention a safe environment in which to raise our families. We strongly oppose the establishment of a permanent mega shelter for the homeless at 3 Lake Avenue Extension. At present, the city of Danbury does not allow for homeless shelters in the CA80 zone, and we do not wish to see the zoning regulations altered to accommodate a regional homeless shelter. There are many reasons why we feel as we do, including, number 1, our concern for the personal safety of all citizens and residents of this area and the threat to our property. Number 2, the ever-increasing calls to police, EMT, and fire departments that speak to the decay resulting from drug transactions and use, alcohol abuse, prostitution, and crime. Number 3, according to federal standards, Danbury already provides enough beds to shelter its homeless. While we understand and sympathize with the plight of these people, and we are happy to do our share for Danbury's homeless population, there is no need to expand any facility to accommodate those from surrounding towns. Please read aloud this letter at the zoning commission meeting on 9/28/21. Thank you for your concern and consideration. Richard Aronson, also Maureen Aronson of 20 Ridge Road, Danbury. Dated September 1st, regarding 3 Lake Avenue Extension. Chairman Haddad from Jeff Berlant, resident of Fairlawn Avenue, Danbury. As a citizen of Danbury, Connecticut, and a resident that lives within a few blocks of the proposed mega shelter, I am writing to voice my strong opposition to the proposed changes in the city ordinances to allow the shelter to remain in its current location.
I would like to read my own letter, Chairman.
Oh, sure.
But I would reserve it to one succinct conversation when I get a chance to speak.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do is, when we come to the hands that are raised, we're going to put that in your court. So you can, you're more than welcome to address it.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going to set that aside. I'm going to go on to the next one. Thank you, by the way, for mentioning that. That system worked out perfect. I have a letter here from Sylvia Blake to Chelsea Drive dated September 21st. Dear Mr. Haddad, I write to protest the Pacific House applications to the Zoning Commission to amend the zoning regulations to permit the proposed mega shelter at the Super 8 Hotel at Exit 4 on I-84. The proposed illegal zoning use, if granted, would have a deleterious impact on the adjacent city of Danbury Mill Ridge housing development, as well as on the adjacent schools and neighborhoods. The City Council's approval of community development block grant funds to be passed through to the Pacific House for the purchase and renovation of the hotel into a mega shelter occurred with an inadequate public input. The process lacked transparency, involved no environmental studies, and no evaluation of the impact a mega shelter would have on the immediate neighborhood, as well as adjacent neighborhoods, businesses on the west side of Danbury. The surrounding towns and our villages need to assist the homelessness within their boundaries. The city of Danbury should not become the permanent destination of choice for the homeless in the region. The cost of police, fire, and EMS responses to the facility should not be borne by Danbury taxpayers. The existing zoning regulations should not be amended to permit this mega shelter, which would have a negative effect and costly impact on all Danbury citizens. Again, very truly yours, Sylvia Blake. I have another, looks like it came in on as an email, dated Monday, September 20th. This is from Carol de Bourbon, September 20th. She lives at 16 Ridge Road. Dear Chairman, I am not against care and concern of Danbury citizens, residents who are in need and request assistance. I am against nefarious schemes by Danbury city officials operating behind the backs of tax-paying residents for the purpose of developing regional homeless shelters with a corporation, i.e. Pacific House. City officials concealing previous and current activities with Pacific House, disregarding Danbury voters and taxpayers, is a serious miscalculation by City of Danbury officials. The petition for defining a new use and this new use as a special exception use to the C80 zone is not beneficial to nearby residents, businesses, schools, or travelers who exit at Lake Avenue. In addition, police and fire operations are overtaxed with responses to crime, drug overdoses, violence, and panhandling, a fast-growing threat and menace to Lake Avenue and neighboring communities. Danbury has 8 to 10 operating shelters to assist the Danbury population. For you to engage with an outside corporation that, as a business, is already transporting the homeless, vagrants, drug addicts, and sexual predators from across the state into Danbury, then to full capacity mega shelter is wrong. Do not approve this petition. This is a hindrance to Danbury. Again, Carol L. D. Bourbon, 16 Ridge Road. There is another letter here. Oh, this is the same one. It's sorry, I had 2 letters from Carolyn D. Bourbon. Here's a letter from Wendy DaCosta dated August 26th, 2021. Dear Chairman Haddad, by the way, Wendy DaCosta resides at 16 Concord Road. Dear Chairman Haddad, I write today to strongly urge the Commission to hold the next meeting on September 28th 2021, live and in person in the council chambers and not via Zoom. The commission needs to hear all opposition regarding this application. Allowing an in-person meeting can accommodate all members of the community who need to voice their opinion on the most important matter, which we have a tremendous impact on the Danbury's West Side neighborhoods and businesses. Thank you in advance. Hopefully you were here, Ms. DaCosta, at the beginning. I did address that in my attempts to try and get an in-person meeting as opposed to Zoom. I think we're doing a pretty good job so far tonight. This is a letter from Benjamin Dodo, 17 Ridge Road, August 26th.
Chairman Haddad?
Yes, sir.
This is Ben Dodo.
Hi, Mr. Dodo.
I will, you can put that aside. That had to do with the virtual. I'll touch on it when I speak.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. Keep your hand raised. I see you in the queue. There's a letter here, September 19th. Amy Cohn, 19 Ridge Road. Dear Mr. Haddad, I'm writing this letter as a plea to rethink the designation and creation of this mega shelter planned for Lake Avenue. I lived in Danbury most of my life. I was born here, raised here, and raised my family here. I am proud of my city. One of the things that has always stood out is the sense that our local governing bodies cared about their citizens, were honest, and had the city's community in its best interest. This plan for the mega shelter is anything but honest and certainly does not take into consideration any of our best interests. I've seen countless numbers of new residents in the hotel enjoying their bonfires and parties on the side of the I-84 ramp. I have seen the police cars in the parking lot of this hotel more times than I can count. I understand that former Mayor Boughton wanted to keep his new neighborhood clean, but to do it in such a blatant fashion is despicable. The elementary school, not more than a couple of blocks from the hotel, does not need any more reason to lock its doors so that those in the gated communities could raise their property levels. Putting a mega shelter clearly with no restrictions so close to communities with young children is a bad idea and must be stopped. Those in charge have no dogs in this fight as they are leaving government. Sacrificing safety for dollars is shameful. This is an issue that must be responded to by the community. Please do not vote to allow this to go forward. Danbury does not need to be put in a position of housing the homeless from other communities. We take care of our own and have the ability to do so without creating a shelter of hundreds. No place in urban development does the creation of large shelters for the homeless stand as a good, safe idea. Small managed housing has always shown to be more effective. There has to be a better answer to this issue than this plan for the hotel. Very truly yours, Amy Cohn, 19 Ridge Road. There is a letter here from Dr. James Nolan. It is dated August 31st. Dear Chairman Haddad, it has come to my attention that the zoning commission is discussing whether this application should be heard live in the city council, in the council chambers via Zoom when it opens on September 28th. And I respectfully urge the zoning commission to hold this meeting live in the council chambers and not on Zoom. While all meetings of the zoning commission are important, the matter before you regarding 3 Lake Avenue extension is critically important to the surrounding schools, neighborhood, businesses, and Danbury as a whole, as it will impact the same for decades to come. To date, public input has been negligible, and too many voices and opinions have not been heard. All residents, business owners, and taxpayers should have the opportunity to be heard without the restrictions that virtual meetings present, intentional or not. City Hall is large enough to safely hold a public meeting, and this application should be heard in person regardless of your final decision. Many people are likely to send letters expressing their opinions, and I ask that those also attending the meeting be given opportunity to personally present their letters to you, their elected officials. Hopefully, Dr. Nolan was here when I addressed that issue as well, not only on in-person and Zoom, but also on the fact that all of the letters will be read and everyone will be able to speak without a time delay or constraint. This is a email from Sarah Pacell. Dear members of the Danbury Planning and Zoning staff, please forward a copy of this email to every member and also the zoning member of the Zoning Commission. It has and has also been made an exhibit, by the way, Ms. Pacell. Come on, ladies and gents, 180 homeless residents sheltered in one building in a retail corridor. Have you read every single description of the project on file? That's what they propose as the maximum, conditional on public health, 2 per room. Exactly how is the town going to raise revenue once solvent property owners have fled Danbury over the awful land use decisions their elected representatives have blithely endorsed without ever looking into repercussions. I admit the opponents of the Pacific House plan are as much to blame for the state of our city and our schools as anyone. Our legislators should propose funds for smaller shelters in towns where jobs and transportation are available. They should include permanent funding of services that include employment, training and coaching, medical care and nutrition, consulting, psychiatry and clinical therapy, collaborative rule setting and enforcement, and social opportunities. If you think we've done our job once we've waived Pacific House into the Super 8, you're kidding yourself and the voters. Think 25 people or 40, not 80 or 160, with respect and expiration. Sarah Pacell, 25 Ridge Road, Danbury. There's a letter here dated 9/23 from Creston Patterson, 3 Caraway Drive in Danbury. Dear board members, I hope this letter finds you well. I am a proud Danbury resident, and I just wanted to reach out and express my opposition to the plan to transition the Super 8 motel at Lake Avenue Extension into a permanent homeless shelter. I understand the need to assist Danbury residents in need, but the size, magnitude, and location of the project presents far too many risk factors to go forward. The facility is located near 2 schools, which is a concern, as some individuals at the shelter may have issues that are not appropriate for children to witness as they drive by to school each day. In addition, there's a possibility that there may be a resident who should not have contact with children. Also, the location of the property near an adult boutique, a liquor store, and the I-84 offering ease to drug trafficking is a recipe for disaster. By no means does this letter intend to generalize that all residents of shelters have criminal records, addiction, or mental health issues, but the reality of the matter is those are factors to consider. There are other community concerns as well, such as property value, but I wanted to be brief for now, as I am aware your time is valuable. I hope we can consider this project and create a better, more thought out solution to the situation. There is a groundswell of residents who are opposed to this project as they become more aware of the matter, which has not been properly researched and widely publicized to all the residents of this busy but humble community. I look forward to hearing from you on this matter. I can be reached at 203-570-8492. Again, that was thank you by Creston Patterson, 3 Caraway Drive, Danbury, Connecticut. There is a letter here from Cynthia Dodo, dated September 21st. Dear Chairman Haddad, Zoning Commission members, please read this letter aloud during 9/28 Zoning Commission meeting. I am writing to oppose 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC's Pacific House application to add transitional housing for homeless as a special exception use in the CA80 zone in order to legitimize the temporary regional homeless shelter at the former Super 8 Hotel. My reasons are as follows. First, the proposed site is located in the CA80 commercial zone where homeless shelters are not a permitted use. The only zones in Danbury that allow homeless shelters as a special exception use are the RH3 and the CCBD zones. For these zones, the current zoning regulations state that there shall not be more than 20 beds per lot. It is excessive that the applicant proposes up to 172 beds for this lot, over 8 times more than any other site. Further, the site is surrounded by established residential neighborhoods and close to 2 schools. Some of these neighborhoods include Mill Ridge Housing Complex, owned by the Danbury Housing Authority, Lawncrest, Shannon Ridge, and West Terrace. Unfortunately, none of us residents were consulted about this proposal in the summer of 2020 and should have been, because it directly impacts our quality of life. The temporary shelter has brought a lot of unwanted behavior to this area. In parentheses, loitering, panhandling, trespassing, drug use, drug overdoses, prostitution, etc. Mill Ridge Primary School and the West Side Middle School Academy are both located within the Mill Ridge Housing Complex. Were the principals of either school informed about the homeless shelter proposal? I'm sure that most parents would disapprove of their children driving by the shelter at least twice a day and seeing the above. Finally, I am very troubled that the applicant purchased the property on 4/28/21 prior to their first application being heard by the Zoning Board of Appeals. on May 13th, 2021. Who would take such a risk without having assurance of approval? The unanticipated opposition from neighbors and local businesses caused them to withdraw the application. This new application will receive even more opposition since the public has been finally made aware of what has been going on at the Super 8 Hotel for 18 months. The concerns of actual Danbury citizens should far outweigh the ambitions of an out-of-town nonprofit. Do not approve this application. Again, Cynthia Dodo, 17 Ridge Road in Danbury. I have a letter here dated September 2021, September 20th, 2021 from Stefan Marquardt. I think I pronounced it properly. 9 Linden Crest Drive. Dear Mr. Haddad, I'm writing this letter to voice my opposition to the above petition to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5BG of the zoning regulations, which will add transitional shelter for the homeless as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. Please read my opposition letter out loud into the public record during the public hearing. For well over a year, I have witnessed the extremely negative impacts to the Lake Avenue extension and Mill Plain Road corridor, resulting from the enormous temporary homeless shelter. I have seen panhandling and loitering from Stop and Shop to the Gulf Station on a regular basis. I have witnessed drug sales, prostitution, and routine police and EMT calls in the immediate vicinity of the shelter. It has gotten to the point where I do not look forward to frequenting area businesses, and only a matter of time before I shop and eat elsewhere. I urge the zoning commission to deny the proposed zone change. This massive shelter will continue to both negatively and permanently impact the health, safety, and welfare of the west side of Danbury. That again, Stefan Marquardt, 9 Linden Crest in Danbury. I have a letter here from Donald Wooden, 26 Staples Street. This is dated September 21st. Dear Mr. Haddad, this letter is to voice my strong opposition to the proposal to amend section 2B, 5B 219 and 5B 5G of the zoning regulations, which will add a mega homeless shelter to the CA80 zone. Please read my opposition live during the public hearing on 9/28/21, as I am unable to attend. COVID lockdowns are over. Everyone who wants a vaccine has access to them, and Governor Lamont has lifted almost all restrictions. There is no longer a reason to make this temporary shelter a permanent situation. There is simply no hardship going forward, and a regional homeless shelter is not same as daycare, nursing home, or continuing care facility. Please do not allow the temporary destruction of the area to become a permanent situation. For almost a year and a half now, I've personally and routinely have witnessed loitering, picnicking behind the Gulf Station, panhandling at McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, and the Gulf Station. Recently, while buying gas, I noticed 3 police cars at the Super 8 driveway in the middle of the day who appeared to be dealing with an incident at the temporary shelter. The city of Danbury has always put a limit on homeless shelter beds at 20 and required they be downtown for valid reasons. Now the number is suddenly 172 beds, if you can trust them, in a commercial zone abutting a residential neighborhood with 2 schools and hundreds of children. It seems like this nonprofit is in the business of making money based on their bed count. The city of Danbury has created a disastrous situation here and is relying on the zoning commission to bail them out. I urge the zoning commission to deny the zoning amendments. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Donald Wooden. There is a letter here from Jan Anthony, 4 Oak Ridge Road, September 20th. I, Jan Anthony of 4 Oak Ridge Road, 4 Oak Ridge Avenue, Danbury, Connecticut, with the telephone number, oppose the above petition to amend sections 2B, 5B, 219, and 5BG of the zoning regulations, which will add transitional shelter for the homeless as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. Please read my opposition letter into the public record during the 9/28/21 Zoning Commission public hearing. Gentlemen of the board, Jan Anthony, I will also read this to the women of the board. I am opposed to granting a use variance to permit the substantial increase in the allowable number of beds allowed in the current code. Since the Super 8 motel has 86 rooms, an increase to 172 beds is an 860% increase over what is now currently allowed. When the current code was written, a good deal of effort went into the planning for the entire zone, taking into consideration all the permitted uses in the zone. The process provides a balance for all property owners in a proven, fair, and equitable way. To provide a benefit greater than 860% to one applicant will create a drastic imbalance in the quality of life in the CA80 zone. It is not up to the city of Danbury to provide this exception for the financial benefit of one potential property owner at the detriment of all the other property owners in and around the zone. Furthermore, creating this high density occupancy will create numerous other problems, beginning with the health and safety of the residents, which include everything from security, first aid, laundry, and hygiene. I'm sure the applicant has stated that these items would be taken into consideration and done properly. However, once the proposed zone change is made, it would become an enforcement problem and an ongoing expense for the city of Danbury. Continued inspections would be needed to assure that the number of beds permitted has not been exceeded. If an inspection shows that there are more residents, in parentheses, beds, than permitted, how will it be determined which resident or residents are evicted? How long will ongoing problems then it will correct? I believe, how long will this take? In conclusion, I think a zone change to allow 860% increase would create many more ongoing problems than it will correct. I believe the zoning commission should respect the work that went into the drafting of the limits in the current zone. Since the applicant is apparently in the business for profit in establishing such facilities, I respectfully ask the zoning commission if they have checked on the track record of other sites where the applicant has established such a high density facility. If not, at the very least, the commission should continue the current hearing to allow time to check on the track record of several other properties under the control of the applicant. Finally, please include my letter dated May 20th, 2021 to Sharon Calitro concerning this application. The public record copy is attached. Thank you for the consideration. Which Jan Anthony did attach a letter and has requested it to get read and is dated May 26th. I want to go on a record opposing in opposition to granting use variance for the Super 8 motel application currently before the board without repeating the very eloquent submission from Rachel Hallis. I think her points are very well taken and I support her position. When it comes to a use variance, it is my understanding that the legal criteria for this relates to the zoning board of appeals letter. It's already public record. It's an exhibit and it's sufficient. There's a letter here dated Gene Anthony, September 20th, 2021. Dear Chairman Haddad, I, Gene Anthony of 4 Oak Ridge Road, Danbury, Connecticut, oppose the above petition to amend sections 2B, 5B2, 19, and 5BG of the zoning regulations, which will add transitional shelter for the homeless as a special exception use of the CA80 zone. Please read my opposition letter into the public record during the September 28th, 2021 Zoning Commission public hearing. It appears that the Super 8 shelter was a hasty response to the needs created by COVID-19, and it is a very bad solution for those placed here. The residents are surrounded by major roads, a gas station, and a strip mall with a liquor store and porn shop. It is the perfect setup for trouble and further problems for the resident. There are no continuous sidewalks or even safe walking areas to a grocery store, a library, or a park. Try walking under Route 84 and Route 7 overpass at 5:30 p.m. to get a pizza. It's dangerous. And it seems that there is insufficient assistance or supervision for these residents. By placing so many needy people in an unacceptable place, you have created a much bigger problem than there was. It is for these reasons that I request you deny this application. Sincerely, Gene Anthony. It's a letter here from Wendy DaCosta of 16 Concord. Dear Chairman Haddad, please read my letter aloud at the public hearing on September 28th. I am writing today to strongly urge the Zoning Commission to prohibit Pacific House, the exit for a mega shelter, from existing at the location listed above. Please do not amend the zoning for this facility to operate. I've seen many of the shelter residents loitering at the former Dunkin' Donuts property on Mill Ridge Road. which was actively serving customers before the shelter opened. It has since closed its doors for apparent reasons. These residents of the temporary shelter also have direct access to a liquor store, an adult entertainment store, and we must not forget the 2 elementary schools. Unregistered sex offenders as well as unsupervised children are living in the shelter, and this presents a significant danger which needs to be addressed immediately. The weekly and almost daily, perhaps even hourly routine 911 calls to the shelter include the dedicated city first responders dealing with various assaults, sexual assaults, thefts, prostitution, and alcohol and drug overdoses, which have resulted in death. I am not opposed to helping the homeless. The city of Danbury currently has existing shelters and transitional facilities. Please do not allow the proposed rezoning and use of this facility to occur. There is a letter here from James O'Hara dated September 21st, and he is at 23 Ridge Road. Dear Mr. Haddad, please have this letter read aloud during the September 28th, 2021 Zoning Commission hearing. Hello, my name is James O'Hara. I was born in Danbury and have lived here all my life, except for military service and college. I am a Vietnam veteran, a 4th stage cancer survivor, and a small business owner who went to and graduated from St. Joseph's School, Danbury High School, and the University of Connecticut. I have also served on the Danbury Zoning Board of Appeals under Dick Jowdy's tutelage. I am here exercising my right to dispute, protest, and take umbrage against the shelter proposal for the Super 8 Hotel in my area of residence. First, my feelings are that the state of Connecticut cut some kind of a deal with the city to allow those who could push this forward. Second, there are better locations such as Federal Road. Third, there is a better use of the property as a hotel or motel. Fourth, I will personally put up $50,000 if 9 of my friends, neighbors, colleagues, and other business people do the same and buy the hotel for the assessed value and run it, since the west side is growing vibrantly and constitutes a large tax base. The city of Danbury will make money instead of losing it because the state wanted this to happen and bullied someone in Danbury to do it. Economically, as a hotel, it would provide many more jobs than the shelter and create more taxes for Danbury through employees and taxes the hotel would pay instead of the tax rebates, etc. The shelter would get economically. It makes sense to me. I have not mentioned the bad influence on the kids and the residents of the whole area. My neighbors will explicate that. That's Exhibit 1. Let me put this back in order if I can. And let me look at my screen. I see some hands raised. Before I get to Exhibit 2, I want to mention that we did get letters and phone calls for some people that wanted their letters read in, which I'm doing, and those that did not want us to read letters in. But it's been a custom of this commission to always read the letters in. It's been a custom of this commission to always let people speak without restricting their time. So that's what we're doing here. And I know that the clock is ticking, but I am reading the letters into the record. So I'm going to now go to Exhibit 2. It is smaller. The good news is there are a couple of form letters. So Kathy Bates did sign a form letter, and Matthew Hines of 12 Oak Ridge Avenue did sign the form letter. So let me put Exhibit 1 over here. I have now begun on Exhibit 2. If anybody hears their name called and wants to reserve the right to read their own letter in, it would be my pleasure to let you do that. There's a letter here from Susan McLean of 2 Oak Ridge Avenue. Dear Chairman Haddad, actually it's an email sent in. Danbury oppose the above petition to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations, which will add transitional shelter for the homeless as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. Please read my opposition letter into the public record during September 28, 2021 Zoning Commission public hearing. Sincerely, Susan McLean. Dear Chairman Haddad, In 1927, 94 years ago, my ancestors first moved to West Terrace, Danbury. Dr. G. Stanley Duryea built and moved into a home with his family and established a dental practice in Danbury. He remained in West Terrace, Danbury until his death. In 1951, his daughter, Jean McLean, and her spouse, Jock McLean, also bought a house in West Terrace and lived there and raised their children. Some of you may remember John McLean's store on Main Street in Danbury, which existed for approximately 90 years, 1880 to 1970. As a note, I do remember that store. In 1984, their son Josh and his wife Sue also bought a home in West Terrace, where Sue still resides. The history represents generations of my family who love the beauty and charm of a quiet and safe neighborhood in Danbury, especially West Terrace. The Rogers were part of this family as well, due to their love and appreciation for the city of Danbury and their intentions to preserve that forever. They donated land to the city of Danbury. That land is now known as Rogers Park. Now, with the advent of plans to make a mega shelter, permanent regional homeless shelter just around the corner, the dreams to keep West Terrace quiet, safe, and beautiful appear to be in severe jeopardy, as well as the adjacent neighborhoods. Sincerely, Suzanne McLean, and she is of Oak Ridge Avenue. Additionally, there's a letter here dated September 26th. I'm doing two things at once here with paper clips. From Kathy Bates, 3 Green Avenue, and that's also in West Terrace. I'm writing this letter to express my anger and feelings of betrayal by the mayor and zoning officials of the city of Danbury. Your first responsibility as elected officials is to the families of this city. It is very evident that the establishment and seeking of permanent status of this mega shelter so close to family neighborhoods was done in an underhanded way, and in my opinion, reeks of corruption. I am truly astounded by your audacity. You really do think you can push something like this through the system and the citizens are just going to lay down and take it? Not on your life. You are trying to stop public opinion on this matter by having your meetings via Zoom with the COVID virus as a pretext. Around the country, we are having football games with thousands of people sitting next to each other and no consequences. Shame on you. You are so transparent. But I take heart because even though it might take time, your underhandedness will be brought to light. And I hope that all partners involved will think about the consequences of their actions, even if they are not in office at the time. Thank you, Kathy Bates, 3 Green Avenue, West Terrace. I have an email from Virginia Crowley, dated September 26th. I am writing in opposition to making a zoning change at 3 Lake Avenue Extension to allow permanent regional center at the site. I feel this had been a backroom political deal with no consideration for the citizens and businesses in this immediate area, a deal made before the public was informed of this deal. My opposition is that this will be a regional shelter, a big business company wanting to make more money at our expense. What do we know about the regional people who will be housed there, as I suppose at taxpayer expense? Do they have criminal records from other areas? If so, will the neighboring areas be notified? Who will be the people in charge of the shelter? Not the company, the individuals in charge. What is the education, training, experience? Will the shelter be covered 24/7? Will there be sign-in and sign-out sheets when the residents leave the shelter? Why were first responders told to not use lights and sirens when responding to the shelter? What are the city hall officials afraid of? Why are there no crime report for Mill Ridge, Lake Avenue, or Lake Avenue for the last 18 months? What is City Hall and the police department hiding? Did we forget there was a drive-by shooting at Mill Ridge this summer? Are they really welfare checks at the shelter? Pedestrian traffic has increased on Lake Avenue and Lake Avenue Extension, where people are not the most careful drivers, and there are a few, if any, sidewalks. What about the businesses who have their access blocked by people sitting on their steps, not to mention their lost business and shoplifting losses? Thank you for allowing me to voice some of my concerns. If this was a shelter for only the Danbury homeless, I would not be as concerned as I am. What concerns me more is the sneaky, possibly unethical backdoor politics that seem to have occurred. Respectfully submitted, Virginia Crowley, West Terrace, Danbury, Connecticut. I have a letter, and I'm afraid I'm going to mispronounce the last name, but I'll try. It's from Harriet Lebetikin. That's an email, looks like, dated September 25th. Dear Ms. Reed, I am strongly opposed to the proposed zoning change allowing the development of a mega shelter on the site of the former Super 8 motel. While I'm sure that the homeless people in our community need shelter and assistance, this is not the way to provide what they need. Shoving homeless people into a huge building where assistance and safety will be more difficult to provide is not an answer that I can support. For the sake of the homeless people who need our assistance and for the sake of the surrounding neighborhoods, I'm opposing the zoning change and the entire concept of mega shelter anywhere. Sincerely, Harriet Lebotkin. There is a letter here from Mark Nolan, 37 Brushy Hill Road. This was sent in an email and also hand-delivered. Members of the Zoning Commission, the proposed mega shelter violates all zoning guidance and allows for engagement of activities that will negatively impact city residents for today, tomorrow, and generations to come. Your decision will have a significant impact on Danbury's financial services, residents, safety, and well-being in the short term and long term. Furthermore, the proposed operations of this use have demonstrated a financial impact on the immediate area and a financial hardship to the city of Danbury and its residents and taxpayers. Your approval will allow the continued financial hardship to continue with short-term and long-term, and ask that this application be denied. Please look at these facts. The region's health and human services organizations and local towns are sending their at-risk residents to Danbury and ignoring their responsibility to address the homeless and the services they need. Just ask the local community leaders of the greater Housatonic region. What does your community do with the at-risk homeless? I personally work with the local towns and organizations, and they have told me we send them to Danbury Shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. Second bullet point, Danbury has strong, well-respected network of service providers for our at-risk population and a proven track record of proper services for those in need. Danbury is not responsible for solving the region's or state of Connecticut's homeless population, as stated by Department of Housing representatives. This matter needs further assistance from each community and the state of Connecticut doing a more effective job with the current situation. Next bullet point, as a regional housing provider, economic development specialist, I implore you to deny this proposal. Let's go back to a regional community engagement process and truly address sustainable solutions and seek positive outcomes with transparency for tangible positive results, as our community has been doing for decades with our current economic climate and service providers. I look to you to protect and defend the residents and businesses of the city of Danbury and act as our zoning commission members to implement your powers by denying this application. Thank you for your service and attention to this significantly important matter. Ladies and gentlemen, again, that was signed by Mark Nolan, 37 Brushy Hill Road. There is a letter here from Ernesto Rodriguez. And his address is 23 George Street. Dear Zoning Commission, this letter is in opposition to the Super 8 motel becoming a permanent shelter. At the start of the pandemic, the following downtown shelters were closed: the New Street Shelter, Dorothy Day Shelter, and their overflow shelter at the Congregational Church. The approximately number of these sheltered beds total approximately 60 beds. In May of 2020, Mayor Mark Boughton reported in a Danbury News Times article that there were 55 homeless individuals staying at the Super 8 motel. A second News Times article from November 7th, 2020, the health director for the city of Danbury reported that 54 homeless found permanent housing, and that 32 homeless individuals were now staying at that shelter. A more recent Danbury News Times article from September 26, 2021, Mayor Cavo reported that more than 100 people have moved through the program. On September 27, 2021, I contacted the Danbury Health Department, who informed me that the most recent count at the Super 8 shelter was 63. At the start of the pandemic, the city of Danbury started with 55 homeless individuals and has housed 100 individuals to date, but yet there are currently 63 homeless individuals staying at the shelter currently. Due to the Super 8 being accessed through the state's 211 social service hotline, homeless individuals throughout the state are being sent to Danbury. Danbury cannot and should not be responsible for housing homeless individuals for the state and the region. Danbury does not need the Super 8 to become the flagship mega shelter for the state. Please deny this proposal. Again, Ernesto Rodriguez of 23 George Street. There is a letter here from Robert Steinberg, and it is dated September 24th. I'm sorry. Yes, Friday, September 24th. And if you would bear with me, it is an email, so the typeset is quite small. City of Danbury Zoning Commission Theater Head Chair members regarding the application of 3 Lake Avenue Extension. I am Robert Steinberg, a resident and taxpayer of the City of Danbury. I am firmly in opposition to the 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC application to amend the regulations to permit the use of 3 Lake Avenue Extension to be a transitional homeless shelter. It not only violates existing zoning regulations, but its proposed size is also far more than the well-established and universally adopted national standards for providing adequate housing as applied to the Danbury homeless. The proposed transitional homeless shelter is currently in operation under State of Connecticut temporary emergency use, purportedly due to the COVID pandemic. During this emergency period, the state of Connecticut inappropriately, using locally earmarked community development block grant funds, allocated $4.65 million to an out-of-town LLC to acquire the Super 8 motel property without any of the necessary local review nor any approvals, including any approvals from the Zoning Commission, the Danbury Planning Commission, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. The use of the Super 8 motel as a homeless facility violates all existing local planning and zoning regulations and is inappropriately located in a public housing family residential area, in a senior housing residential area, and adjacent to many well-established one-family residential neighborhoods. Further, it is inappropriately located too close to Mill Ridge Elementary School, violating local ordinances and regulations, and intrudes in vital commercial areas in the Mill Plain area, a dynamic commercial growth of Danbury. The ignorance of the asked for and suggested approvals contained in this application demonstrates a lack of a clear understanding of what a homeless shelter, transitional or other, consists of, and the far-reaching negative impacts that occur, particularly with a homeless shelter of this magnitude. There are a variety of reasons for people to become homeless, and to categorize them under the word homeless is far too vague and undefined to be useful in the review and zoning approval process. Having worked for over 25 years in community and state social services and court cases, my knowledge of what homelessness consists of may be far more detailed and defined by the history of the work that I did. People become homeless for a long list of reasons: mental illness, lack of adequate treatment facilities, and application creates a path to homelessness. Alcohol and drug addictions are typical symptoms of those who have become homeless. Economic despair caused by illness, loss of employment, Poor judgment, economic downturns, and excess spending on non-basic needs cause evictions, foreclosures, and homelessness. There are other reasons as well that are considered precursors to homelessness. Taking all of these factors into consideration and applying them to what is being proposed in Danbury's West Side, make the choice to locate a mega shelter at 3 Lake Avenue Extension far more inappropriate. It should be rejected if this commission is truly serving the needs of the community and not attempting to make Danbury a regional drop-off for the states and indeed the regions and nations homeless. The following must be considered by this commission. Number one, Danbury currently has more than required existing and functioning homeless facilities to care for those in need from Danbury. Number two, there are no homeless facilities in any surrounding Connecticut towns or neighboring towns in New York, and Danbury currently provides adequate shelter in its existing facilities that are either currently operating or are ready to reopen imminently. Number three, zoning regulations state that any homeless shelter must exist in approved zones, and the proposed shelter is not in those zones. Number four, size of homeless shelters must not exceed 20 beds in any one shelter by Planning Commission definition and regulation. Number five, there have been hundreds of emergency calls from the Super 8 motel address for criminal activity, drug activity, domestic violence, overdoses, prostitution, thefts, abuse, a variety of reasons, and other legitimate reasons. The area is suffering from the presence of uncontrolled homelessness. Number six, businesses in the area have made numerous police complaints for related criminal activities that have drawn people to the Exit 4 Mill Plain region, including thefts, loitering, drug use and abuse, and many other reasons. Number seven, existing residents who own one-family homes in the immediate area have experienced the homelessness from 3 Lake Avenue Extension, camping out in their yards and their driveways, using drugs and alcohol, and frightening their children. And let me get my eyes to adjust, if you would indulge, please, for a moment. And creating a nuisance and intrusion into their privacy. Number eight, Danbury has more than 10% affordable housing in its current inventory. None of the surrounding Danbury towns and villages meet the state's recommended requirements for affordable housing, and some contain none. Danbury cannot make up for the lack of affordable housing in the area. Danbury does not need to take on more unaddressed problems of the surrounding towns and villages. Finally, to even suggest that this is a new model concerning treatment for homeless individuals is not only wrong, but infuriatingly dismissive of existing organizations that treat homelessness within the Danbury community. This include Western Connecticut Mental Health Network, Catholic Charities, Off the Streets, Interlude, Jericho Partnership, just to name a few, who have worked relentlessly to provide these services, and further supplemented by Danbury's existing 10 food pantries. I submit my comments for your review, and I anticipate denial of this application and a decision that respects the needs of Danbury residents first, and limits the size and scope of Danbury's care, primarily for Danbury's homeless. There is no alternative position that is suffering from conditions that have made them homeless. Another email. Peggy and Craig Stewart, 10 Oak Ridge Avenue. Just let me adjust my eyes. September 25th, 2021. Dear Mr. Haddad and Zoning Commission members, this letter is to express my opposition to the 3 Lake Avenue extension application to amend the zoning regulations to accommodate the Pacific House Region Mega Shelter currently operating in the C80 zone with a temporary certificate of occupancy issued by the state of Connecticut. The sale and use of this property were permitted to occur despite the fact that homeless shelters are not a permitted use in the zone. This transaction was endorsed by the state of Connecticut, the mayors, and the Danbury Common Council. The area surrounding this regional mega shelter, which has a potential to house 172 people if this application is approved, has seen a rise in crime impacting businesses, patrons, and residents, and the demands on our emergency services and first responders. I have read Police Chief Rittenauer's latest assessment of crime in the area. Most disturbing is the fact the roads omitted from the chief's report are the ones that have been subject to the most egregious incidents. Why would he exclude 3 Lake Avenue, Mill Ridge, Lake Avenue, and the Mill Plain business and residential area? I think we all know the answer to that question. I agree with my residential business neighbors who have also sent out letters of opposition, so I will not repeat all the valid issues raised. And it concerns that these problems will grow with the approval of this application. Please listen to the Danbury taxpayers who only want the best for our city, our schools, our neighborhoods, and deny this application. Please include this letter of opposition in the meeting minutes records. Thank you for your consideration. Peggy H. and Craig Stewart, 10 Oak Ridge Avenue. If you would please give me one moment. Let me state that I have one more letter under Exhibit 2, and then I have 2 letters, which would be the final letters of opposition received as of 7 o'clock this evening, and those are under Exhibit 5. So let me conclude Exhibit 2 here with this letter. I did see this person in attendance. I don't know if they want me to read this or perhaps they want to read it. It is from Dr. James Nolan, 323 Main Street, Danbury, Connecticut. It is a letter with some attachments. Not hearing his response, I will read it into the record. It was sent email, US mail, received in our office, in the Planning and Zoning office on September 23rd. Chairman Haddad, members of the Zoning Commission, the main issue before the Zoning Commission is whether the applicant and application has risen to the level that meets the stated requirements and spirit of Danbury zoning regulations, and it clearly does not. Since to date, there being limited input in a public forum, I offer the following additional information for context. And this is the first bullet point of a few. They're not numbered, they're just bullet points. Bowen administration 10-year plan to end homelessness in Danbury was adopted in 2006, attached. A core tenet of this plan, as stated by former Mayor Bowen, it's regional problem. Danbury shouldn't have to shoulder the burden for the whole region. The first crucial element of this plan is affordable housing, which Danbury has completed with 10% over 3,200 homes of its housing now affordable. Mission accomplished. The Bowen administration's plan never envisioned Danbury taking care of other communities. Surrounding towns' population is over twice Danbury's population, and on average less than 3% or under of affordable housing units. 1,900 affordable housing units are in parentheses, with some, such as Reading, having none. By following the state mandate requiring each Connecticut city and town provide 10% of the housing inventory as affordable, as Danbury has done, surrounding towns would collectively have to build over 4,000 new affordable units. Understanding this is critical because the regional shelter proposal in front of you will continue to overtax Danbury's affordable housing and shelters by disincentivizing the surrounding communities from building affordable housing, therefore not protecting their residents from becoming homeless. This regional shelter proposal will encourage the surrounding towns with no shelters to continue to avoid building affordable housing and continue sending their homeless to Danbury as they do now. With a deficit of affordable housing and absence of shelters, surrounding towns continue to avoid their responsibility to take care of their own, as Mayor Bowen stated, shoulder their burden. It is time for Danbury to stop enabling this failure of surrounding communities. Second bullet point on page 1, existing shelters. Danbury today has numerous existing homeless shelters, transitional housing facilities, which have and are operating in the Danbury community. Amos House, Harmony House, Shelter of the Cross, Vet House 1 and 2, MCCA's Sunrise Terrace, Women's Center of Greater Danbury, New, Old, Family and Children's Aid, West and Harmony Street, and Jericho facilities on Maple Avenue, which collectively contain over 80 beds for homeless individuals, men, women, and children. These shelters and transitional housing facilities lead to permanent housing adequate to serve Danbury's needs. Danbury has served, is serving, and will continue to serve our less fortunate homeless individuals. We have all been very supportive of this process and will continue to be. According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, it looks like it says 1518 K Street. Okay, I see what you're saying. 1518 K Street, Washington, D.C. DC is also attached. In Connecticut, the local homelessness is 8.5 per 10,000 population. Based on Danbury's population being about 84,000, this translates to 8.5 times 8.4. 71 beds to meet Danbury's homeless population, and our present shelters more than meets this need with 80 beds. Mission accomplished. Danbury in no way needs the proposed mega shelter in front of you this evening. In caps, this policy reversal and taxpayer commitment with little to no public input to date is why Danbury citizens deserve a referendum regarding a regional shelter before it is even considered. The next bullet point, safety concerns, consequences, and funding. The devastating consequences of the recently closed illegal Dorothy Day de facto regional shelter have been well documented in the powerful city center letter attached, showing hundreds of police calls, 693 in a 1-year period, and an additional 146 ambulance fire calls to that shelter on a small residential street. As a city center board letter points out, these tragic consequences spilled out of an 18-bed shelter onto surrounding streets and all downtown Danbury. The greater influx of homeless, fueled by no one turned away, federal funding, the proposal in front of you has had and will have vast negative impacts to the Danbury West Side that include affordable housing complexes, schools, neighborhoods, and businesses, similar to the devastating impact that the Dorothy Day shelter had on City Center. The Super 8 shelter had 600 police responses in the first 5 months of operation. While the cost of police, fire, and ambulance, etc., to Danbury taxpayers will be in the millions, the true cost must be measured in endangering the lives of our public servants responding to emergencies caused by this huge shelter. The next bullet point, size and scope. The 32,000 square foot Super 8 motel is 84 rooms with an undisclosed number of beds, utilizing the National Alliance to End Homelessness surrounding town's population of over 160,000 would require 136 beds, 16 times 8.5, and having none send their homeless to Danbury. With these homeless combined with arrivals from throughout the state and further, the Super 8 Hotel, federally funded, will have a never-ending flow of homeless non-Danburyans arriving on Lake Avenue using our Danbury Police Department, our Fire Department, Ambulance Department, Social Services, and Danbury's first responders at risk. This would all be paid for by Danbury taxpayers. There's no more logical or sustainable than Danbury being obliged to pay for other such services that each surrounding city or town has a legal and social responsibility to provide to its citizens, yet it does not with their homeless. To those incorrectly and naively suggesting that this proposed shelter is a new model is simply a much larger version of a regional homeless shelter that has failed us in downtown Danbury. Next bullet point, location. The location of this mega shelter that is 4 times the size of the now closed Dorothy Day shelter has and will continue to have a detrimental effect on the entire city, but especially on the surrounding neighborhood and businesses. End of bullet points, final paragraph. The applicant is required to demonstrate to this commission that the Danbury zoning regulations it seeks to amend will not cause harm to the public safety, general welfare, and convenience, property values of the city, and safety of all Danbury citizens. The applicant has demonstrated the opposite. The applicant must be denied. Thank you. Sincerely, Dr. James Nolan. There are attachments as referenced in the letter. Those attachments are as a matter of public record. Everyone has a copy of that. If you click the attachment, according to my notes, that concludes Exhibit 2. So if you would indulge me for a moment, I'm going to read the final 2 letters. And if you're keeping score, that is for Exhibit 5. Let me look at the screen and make sure that everyone's still out there? Okay. That goes there. Exhibit 5. There's a letter here from Donald Kelly, 6 Elmcrest Drive. And it has nice big letters, so I should be able to get through this. To whom it may concern, I've just become aware of the renewed plans for Danbury to allow a mega shelter to go into the property at 3 Lake Avenue Extension by changing the zone rules. My wife and I feel this will be catastrophic for the West Side and Danbury as a whole. I won't bore you with my personal experience being accosted for money while at the Shell station pumping gas. I'll just say this: I asked my wife to never go to any business in that area without me in the car. No McDonald's, no Dunkin', no Shell, even though we have reward points with Shell. My point is there is already a bad element coming from 3 Lake Avenue Extension, and your intention is to make it bigger? ? After the meeting in May, did the zoning board not hear from enough residents? Let me interject here. The city of Danbury has a zoning department, a zoning commission, a zoning board of appeals, and a zoning enforcement officer. Mr. Kelly is referencing, when he says the zoning board, he is referencing the zoning board of appeals. As you all know, this petition this evening is presented for the very first time to the zoning commission. Back to the letter. Is now the time to let this slip through some loophole or change the regulations to allow this disaster to be approved? We say no. I'm truly shocked that this is still being considered by the elected officials of our great city. The News Times even quotes one of your own planning commission members. And in quotes, it says, I just have a hard time being able to make a positive or negative recommendation on this based on the fact that it's kind of a new beast. That is from a quote from Perry Sylvain IV. And he said that at last Monday's virtual meeting. We haven't really seen something like this to this extent, this size, and the effect it would have on the adjacent areas, etc. End of quotes, by the way. I would just like to highlight 2 things here: a new kind of beast and the effect it would have on the adjacent areas. Well, I think the first part speaks for itself, but I'll be happy to bring it up during tomorrow's meeting. As for the second part, our families are the adjacent areas. The article goes on to quote Mr. Finaldi, I think that's his name, stating, we don't have a lot of precedent to fall back on to look at what the long-term impact of something like this would be. So you have no idea of the long-term effects, what the long-term effects are, and who lives here already know the short-term effects, but this shelter is still being considered for approval. This decision will have negative effects on a broad spectrum of issues and of unknown magnitude. Crime, quality of life, most importantly, children's quality of life will be the worst of it, not to mention negative impact it will have on the still struggling businesses in the area. There is a reason for the zoning regulations that are in place to prevent something like this from ruining our neighborhoods. Sincerely, Don Kelly, again at 6 Elmcrest Drive. And ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the last received as of 7 o'clock this evening letter, part of Exhibit 5, September 28th. Mr. Haddad, I am writing to request your board reject the application for a homeless shelter located at a property for which this usage was never intended. The nearness of 2 elementary schools alone make the thought of having such a shelter there unconscionable. Having reviewed all the letters in support and opposed, it is undeniable that there is a vast opposition to this proposal, and it far outweighing those in support. I've reviewed the past zoning board and ZBA meetings and seen you and your team diligently work through applications and issues. And I can see the voices of business owners homeowners and residents matter significantly to this board. I have faith you and your team will make the right decision, the decision that does the least harm. It's worth noting there is a narrative being built that there has been no greater burden on police and first responders since the motel began use for a shelter, having spoken with the employees of the Getty gas station that sits right in front on a few occasions. That is simply not the case. These employees watch a parade of patrol cars streaming to the motel on a daily basis. I believe our homeless need to be cared for, but there are several other facilities in Danbury that are capable but also significantly underfunded. We care for our homeless, but it is not our responsibility to support the homeless of other towns, counties, and states. It is also not the responsibility of your board to roll over when an outside firm hastily purchases property, assuming the zoning board process will be a minor inconvenience for them, but that approval will eventually happen. Please do not go forward. If you would please give me a moment to set this aside. Let me grab the letters that I began to read.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
who was that letter from?
Oh, you're kidding me. I did so good, I thought.
I know, but that time you didn't say who it was from.
Oh, I am so sorry. You're right. There was no letterhead. It is from, and thank you for picking that up. It's from Luciana Shortal, 6 Edgewood Street, Danbury, Connecticut. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. So what we're going to do now, and let me reiterate, we're going to continue on with this meeting. I'm going to call for those wishing to speak in opposition to this petition. I want everyone to know that if you don't speak tonight, you still can speak at the next meeting. We are going to go, all the letters are done. We're going to go to those in favor and those opposed again. There's going to be a possibility, and I'm going to read in a moment the hands that are raised. There's going to be a possibility that there are going to be some people here that may request additional information. As I read some of the letters, some people may want some additional information, perhaps from the police chief on additional streets, or as Commission Member Melillo had asked for an opinion. So there could be other things that will find its way into the next meeting. With that said, I see hands, and I'm not calling on you now, but I am going to read the hands. I see Benjamin Dodo, who will go first. I then see Eileen Curran, Jeff Berland, Margie Heron, Rachel Hallis, Paul Rotello, Barbara Davis, Councilman Benjamin Chianese. I see Luciana Shortell's hand, and that's it for now. That does not mean that other hands can't come. Other hands are welcome. I just saw Patrick Heron come in. So with that said, let me now call upon those wishing to speak in opposition, and I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Dodo. Please unmute your mic, and you have the floor.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Zoning Commission.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
I'm here tonight, Benjamin Dodo, in opposition to this project. I reside at 17 Ridge Road for 22 years, along with my wife Cindy and my 2 boys. I'm also a property and business owner downtown Danbury at 248 Main Street. I'm more than familiar with the downtown shelters and also this new temporary one out on Lake Avenue Extension that we're here for tonight, as my daily commute takes me from Lake Avenue down Beaver Street, Spring Street to Main Street every day for 15 years. I'm more than familiar with it. I'm here tonight on my own. I've not been hired by anyone. I'm representing myself, my family, and many friends and neighbors on the west side of town. As you know, most of you know I'm a civil engineer. I'm pretty familiar with the city's zoning regulations and the land use procedures. I have served on the Danbury Downtown Transit-Oriented Development Task Force back in 2019. And Chairman, thank you for trying to make this meeting live. I know you discussed that in the beginning. It's unfortunate that we couldn't do it live, but you tried, and it's really too bad that the schools wouldn't allow us to do that, because there's probably an equal number of people, probably a lot of those letters that you read, those people would have showed up, which is, again, unfortunate.
I understand. Thank you for the mention and thank you for your understanding.
Okay. So second thing that's unfortunate is the situation that the zoning commission is in right now, being asked to make a decision to drastically change the zoning regulations to legalize a use that was supposed to be temporary and now wants to be made permanent. That's no fault of your own. It was brought on by Mayor Boughton, Mayor Cavo, Pacific House, and Attorney Hollister with this application and the process. The state's obviously pushing this project for this enormous homeless shelter. This was bungled from the beginning, either intentionally or carefully misled the city council to obtain this funding. They took $10 million in community development block grant funds to hand it to an out-of-town nonprofit to buy a hotel with no permits in a zone that homeless shelters aren't allowed, and at a size 760% larger than any homeless shelter is allowed downtown where it's allowed. Again, we allow 20 beds in our zones, and they're at 172. Noted, the applicant tried to avoid this process. They did not want to go to you. They tried to go to ZBA to get a quick use variance. For those of you that were familiar with it, it was a disastrous attempt at spot zoning. As neighbors, we've been patient. We understood the temporary need to move the individuals into the shelter. And for most of the first year, we didn't complain. We accepted it. We saw what it was doing. We bit our tongue the best we could. We knew COVID affected everyone and that there was a temporary need. But again, after a year, we saw that all over the state and all over the country, the hotels were emptying and the homeless were going back to their old style of shelters. In fact, I think it was even mentioned by the applicant that even in Stanford, some of the hotels were emptying this spring, early summer, back to the shelters. So our problem is the permanence of this project. The application itself, and Attorney Hollister kept talking about the governor, you got to hurry up. The governor, you got 2 more days. Oh, it may be 6 more months in February. That has nothing to do with your commission. That's not your fault. The governor keeps extending the orders. They put themselves in this position. The sense of urgency shouldn't be on you for any decision you make. And then as far as the application, I know Attorney Marcus is here. I will let him touch on the details of the zoning, but just a couple things. This new use, this transitional shelter for the homeless, it's a totally made up use. On top of it, they're redefining the use for a homeless shelter, for a traditional homeless shelter. I would say that's almost unprecedented when you come in for a new use and then you go and change someone else's. And again, they're doing it to suit themselves. And then how do you get from 20 units to 172? Earlier in the presentation, there was some comment by the applicants or supporters that they were concerned about the use of the word mega shelter. Well, a 760% increase is a huge increase. Your commission a couple of years ago in the RH3 zone approved a transitional housing facility. I think we're all familiar with it. We don't need to talk about the details. It was in the RH3 zone. And your commission, a 20-bed limit was put on that. There was no talk of 172 beds. It was 20 beds, just like the homeless shelters have. Then the idea of it being next to a ramp, I'm not sure what the quality of next to a ramp has to do with, other than minimizing the amount of properties that it could contain to. Sharon Calitro's report to the Planning Commission, dated 9/9, talks about 3 properties: the piece on One Reserve, the Crown Plaza, and then the Super 8. One Reserve would require a modification to the PND zone to even allow this. Additionally, I don't even think One Reserve is on an exit ramp. The exit ramp serves Millstone Road and Old Ridgeberry Road, where they're adjacent to the travel center driveway. if you look on a map and go there. So that leaves it to 2 properties. The other one being the Crown Plaza, 242 rooms, times 2 beds per room, that's about 484 beds. At 172 limit, that they'd only be at about 35% capacity. And by having only one principal use, that negates that piece of property. So again, this zone change applies to 1 property, and it's the Super 8. And it conveniently, 172 is exactly 2 beds per room for this property. So as far as I'm concerned, that's the definition of spot zoning. So Attorney Hollister also conveniently in his application conflates uses, daycare, hotels, colleges, to transitional shelters. Completely sugarcoats and ignores the fact that those will still be an emergency shelter with 38 rooms times 2 beds per room during emergency. An emergency is subjective. 76 emergency shelter beds. And I asked this at the last application when they tried to address the similarities between a hotel and a homeless shelter. The applicant is doing it again by trying to say it's similar to some of these other uses. Nobody's going to mistake a homeless shelter for a hotel or a college dormitory or an assisted living facility. That's just absurd. There's a reason Danbury has a 20-bed limit in the CBD and RH3 zones. And it's so you don't overwhelm a neighborhood. And you have all services, not just the services that are provided in the building. You have stores, banks, parks, sidewalks, the Hart Bus Hub, medical offices, libraries, all sorts of other services downtown. And as far as a residential character, 172 people in a building that has no decks, no patios, no open space, that's an issue. Our residential regulations, I know not for assisted living facilities and things like that, but for any other type of residence outside the CBD zone, requires open space per unit. If these were apartments, you'd require at least an acre of open space for this property. And that's what we're witnessing. We're witnessing the overflow, and it's just human nature. You can't hang around or stay in your room all day. You got to get out. Just like you have to get out of your house and go in your backyard or your patio. And that's what we're witnessing. Next thing I want to touch on are discriminatory zoning practices, specifically by putting this adjacent to the Mill Ridge housing development, which is run by the City of Danbury Housing Authority. These people, as you could see, not sure if any of them here tonight, they weren't here for the ZBA meeting. They're hard group to get to, and it's really unfortunate because if you talk to them, most of them are totally against it, and they just assumed this was a done deal and they had no say in it. For example, Danbury is almost infamous. 50 years ago when Eden Drive apartments were built, at that time it was called a housing project. The fathers of Danbury found it a great idea to build it next to a sewage treatment plant and across the street from a landfill and a dog pound. They later put a motor vehicle emission testing station between the landfill and the property and a junkyard there. Exhaust blowing out all hours of the day. That is something that would not be done today. So here we have this Mill Ridge development, and it's a nice one. Both of my boys went to Mill Ridge. I'm very familiar with it. It has backyards, mostly working class people, low income and minorities, but children live there. There's sidewalks, there's open space. The residents there weren't known, and it's just a shame to have to put this here. And you're going to see during the presentation, not just of me, but of some of the other people, of some of the things they've had to witness. In fact, it's our opinion that the use of the CDBG funding, it was a violation of HUD policy because these people weren't notified, and due to their limited access to speaking English. And that's a point that we've been saying. We said it at the ZBA meeting, and we're going to continue to stand by that. This would never be done at the edge of Ant Hack, Long Ridge, King Street, Rivington, Brushy Hill. That we wouldn't even be having this meeting if this project were proposed at the limits of that neighborhood. So what is the difference between those neighborhoods and the Mill Ridge neighborhood? Pacific House, this isn't their model. Mr. Pagan had said earlier that they have an emergency shelter on Pacific Street. I think he said it has about 87 beds. And then they have 15 supportive houses in Stanford and Norwalk. I think most of them are in Stanford, with about 140 people. That's 9 to 10 beds per unit in the supportive housing that's separate from the emergency shelter. And here they want to put everything together. That's just, again, not what they do in their hometown, but it's okay to come into Danbury. It's probably more efficient. They'll probably make a lot more money doing it. Again, it's just not a good idea. Let's see. Couple other things. I just want to show you a few exhibits. I'm glad that Chairman Haddad, I'm glad that all the letters were read into the record. There were some individuals that were concerned they were just going to be placed on the record. And I know they were long, and I thank you for doing that. And I'm sure a lot of the neighbors feel the same way.
You're very welcome.
So I have a few things I want to share my screen with here. I guess I'm allowed to.
That's yeah, that's between you and Ms. Reed, I guess, to do the
Okay.
do what you got to do.
So I'm going to do it.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
Go ahead.
Because
you're good to go.
Yes, some of the things that have been said, both by the police chief and the mayor, as far as not seeing an increase in crime or illicit activities, that, you know, we're all a bunch of crazy people making up things. Well, we're not. We have seen it. It's been like this for 18 months. Commissioner Almeida had a great question to Mr. Pagan about who was running what when, and I'm still not sure we got a solid answer. We heard a date of August 23rd, but then we heard things were being run from the beginning, but it was the city, but the city staff are now working for Pacific House, but it was a hotel and a homeless shelter. I still haven't gotten a straight answer on that, and someone's not telling the full story as to who's been responsible for running this place for 18 months. I specifically asked Mayor Cavo this question. On July 23rd, can everyone see my screen? I hope.
Yes, we can.
I can see it, so that means everybody can. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I was trying to find out who was running the shelter. This is back in July. Couldn't get a straight answer. So I emailed Mayor Cavo, and his answer is right here. Since its inception, Pacific House has been managing the homeless shelter at 3 Lake Avenue. That was on July 23rd. That doesn't jive with what Mr. Pagan just told us. So I'll leave it at that. And as far as someone else brought up a great question, and the question was how the what happens after the curfew. And I'd like to share this one with you. It's a short video. This is at the backyard of 30 Myrtle and 29 Lawncrest, Thursday morning at 6:30 in the morning in a neighbor's backyard. And I'm just going to play for you. His dog started barking. And again, this stuff never happened prior to the Super 8 being converted into a temporary homeless shelter. There's an individual in the bushes. And I ask all of you, including the people that spoke in favor of this, has this ever happened in your backyard? The individual is sleeping. Again, this is 6:30 in the morning on a Thursday. And these are the incidents that we're catching on video. Most of them aren't being caught. So the gentleman obviously chooses to walk away from the dogs. And heads out back and walks toward the shelter. And then I have one more video here I want to show you. This was last week, September 10th. It was at the intersection in front of McDonald's, right at the edge of Mill Ridge Road. I mean, at the end of Mill Ridge, Lake Avenue Extension, and McDonald's. Busy intersection, Saturday, 6:30 p.m. It's a little hard to see. This is an individual on an office chair. He's in the middle of the intersection, crossing the road. And we all know how busy this road gets on Saturday afternoons. And you could watch. He decides not to sit on it anymore. So he grabs the chair and walks across the street. And, you know, you could laugh at it or do whatever. He's lucky he didn't get hit. This is the chaos that we're dealing with that gets caught on camera. And then he obviously takes it and decides to possibly go through the drive-through. I don't know. And then I just have a few more photos here. This is what we've been seeing as far as picnicking. This is right outside the 84 ramp. This fence here behind these individuals is the property line, and here is the 84 ramp back here. So again, when the leaves fall in the next month or two, it's welcome to Danbury when you get off the 84 ramp. Right here, here's an example. This is in May 19th, 11 o'clock in the morning, a routine crisis intervention. Right at the Super 8 driveway, 3 police cars, 45 minutes. This is me the other night. I was getting gas and there's 3 individuals right at the edge of the driveway. I watched them for about 10 minutes. I didn't go and check their pockets, but it wasn't just loitering. They're giving each other signals. They're on the phone. People are coming up. They're handing things to people. I can only assume that they were drug hits. Here is my backyard. Back in May, my wife, this is to get a sense of where my backyard is. That's looking towards Seeger Street. There's the woods, and then the gravel commuter lot next to Chuck's is behind us. My wife was doing yard work there, 4 o'clock on a weekday. She turns around and there's a man standing right here looking at her. The fence line's the property line. The man had a backpack. My wife was, as you can imagine, startled. We've lived here 22 years and that's never happened. This stuff never happened before this shelter became temporary. And again, these are all instances that we have. These are quality of life crimes, trespassing. These don't get called to the police. So that's where Chief Riddenhauer is just, he's either intentionally misleading you or he's not there to see it. I don't know. And again, this is a depiction only. My wife was startled and wasn't able to take a picture. And then I'm just, in conclusion, back in July, my family and I had dinner out on Mill Plain Road. Driving back, and I see something strange in the front parking lot of the Super 8. This is July 22nd at 7 p.m. It's a Thursday night, 7 p.m. Pull in. This is in the Super 8 front parking lot. This is what we see. children who just got their Happy Meal at McDonald's can come and see this. This is prostitution that's going on there. This is disgusting. And if this happens at 7 o'clock at night in broad daylight, imagine what happens after hours. I didn't call the police on this. There was no police report. I went back the next day, just to be sure. The only difference was I went back without my wife and kids. The same woman was there. I recognized her by her shoes. I was alone in my truck. She came up to the truck and she gave you those solicitation eyes. So I didn't have to ask her what she was doing. I knew exactly what she was doing. And this goes on all the time here. So in conclusion, the hardest job for you as a commission is listening to both sides and then looking into your crystal ball. In this case, it's easy. The data's already here. We've had 18 months of it. It's a disaster. It's devastating for the area, and it will continue. There has already been deaths, crime, drugs, and violence, and there will be more, guaranteed. So I just ask you respectfully to please vote no on this petition. It's not your job to fix other people's errors by purchasing a property without the proper approvals in place under the guise of COVID. We're all coming out of COVID. The hotels all over the country are emptying. This is not the emergency Attorney Hollister is telling you that it is right now. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dodo. Commission
Mr. Chairman,
members.
I'm sorry, it's Sharon. Mr. Chairman, for 1 second. Ben, can you please submit to our office tomorrow a copy of what you just showed for the file?
Yeah, Sharon?
Yep.
The videos are kind of long, so I'm going to have to put those on a DVD. Is that fine, or a thumb drive? What do you prefer?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
I will do that.
No problem. We just want it in the record. That's
No, understood. Understood. This is one of the things I hate about these live meetings. I mean, these virtual meetings. You can't hold something up and show you or hand the commission members out. It's a little harder with a share, but I'll do that, Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Calitro. Thank you, Mr. Dodo. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Dodo at this time? And I don't have all the commission members on my front screen. It's split up. So commission members.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Hollister has his hand up.
Attorney Hollister.
Thank you. I'd like to ask.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
No, Attorney Hollister, what we're going to do is we're going to go through all of the opposition and you have a chance to rebut. We're not going to, we interface the commission members and the speakers one at a time. But as far as the petitioner or the applicant, you'll have your chance during the rebuttal portion of that.
To ask Mr. Dodo a question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Or commission members, a question of Mr. Dodo.
I would prefer him do it during the rebuttal, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, say again?
I would prefer he did it during the rebuttal so it can go much smoother. He may want some other comments later down, and it can just flow a lot smoother if he does it all at once.
That's what we just agreed upon. All right, so commission members, any questions of Mr. Dodo? Commission members? No. Mr. Berland, I'm sorry, I wanted to put you in on, but I already promised Ms. Curran. She was next in line. So Mr. Berland is on deck and the floor goes to Ms. Curran. So go ahead.
That's fine, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Haddad, and thank you all for sticking with us and waiting to hear from the local community.
Absolutely.
I'm Eileen Curran. I'm at 18 Fairlawn Avenue, and I oppose the petition that we've discussed tonight to amend the sections of the zoning regulations. For a majority of the city, plans to turn the legacy Super 8 motel into a homeless shelter was and continues to be relatively unknown because of the lack of coverage and transparency by both the city and the state. As a lifelong Danbury resident aware of the process that typically occurs to modify zoning, it's concerning that the city is actively engaged in a seemingly intentional misrepresentation of the impact this facility will have on the long-term safety of our city. Leadership in the state, city, and police organization are manipulating statistics and the information that is being communicated to the public about police activity that will only get worse if this mega shelter is approved. We're fortunate to live in a community that has more than enough beds and incredible nonprofits servicing Danbury's needs. And I emphasize Danbury's needs after today's call. This is not a vote against the homeless or taking care of those in need. I am against the city not following the proper protocols. Danburyans should not suffer because the state rushed to utilize COVID relief funds to purchase a facility not appropriately zoned or resourced. The Protect Our Children Danbury.com website, which is not nameless, mind you, we are personally funding these activities fueled by our commitment to the long-term safety of our community, was launched to inform the public of this facility since the city has failed to do so outside of last May's ZBA meeting. This website, and this is added due to today's discussion, relays clearly that Danbury has more than enough facilities and faculties to support our homeless, veterans, women, and children. It makes no false claims. It simply states that we, tax-paying citizens, desire an independent service to assess the negative impact and danger to the children in the surrounding communities, and that the proximity to multiple local elementary schools and several neighborhoods is of grave concern. That's what the website states. I am submitting as part of my letter a list of those who have also signed our petition against the zoning change. Again, not nameless, our names are on it. At the time of this letter was only 786. Now, probably due to the advertisements on this meeting, we are at over 80 and counting, and more than likely will grow as information continues to come to light. The reasons people signed included, one citizen wrote, "Thank you for starting this. We feel powerless." Is that how you want the city of Danbury citizens to feel? Many problems with this mega shelter, criminal activity of all kinds will occur. It's unsafe for surrounding neighbors, businesses, and will bring home values in the area down. The shelter does not enforce the rules and regulations that the city shelter followed. It has allowed our homeless populations to use the hotel as a drug den and brothel. It has had a negative impact on an already troubled neighborhood. My children go to Westside Middle School and see many more people hanging around the corner of Lake Avenue and Mill Ridge. Too many ODs and drugs. People are making drug deals, not acceptable. Plus, they are wandering into nice neighborhoods, making everyone feel unsafe. That's not right. So it goes on, and I continue to have these bullets in the letter that I'm going to submit right after I speak. This is an outrageous number of number of different levels. Is there any support or treatment along with the shelter for any of the homeless, or is it just dump them over there and hope for the best for them and current residents and the children that live in the neighborhood? What's weird is I used to see police monitoring and patrolling that little Dunkin' Donuts plaza. Oddly enough, since this has been made a shelter, somehow haven't seen police monitoring or anywhere near that area since. I suppose maybe that's it. These are just a few issues. Like I said, it's outrageous on a number of different levels. It is deeply concerning that the city is pushing this through for approval without proper due diligence on the long-term impacts it will have on our community, nor on the Pacific House's efficacy for recovery. It's been the long-term agenda from the previous administration to remove the homeless issues in downtown Danbury, and through this location, they are not only just displacing the problem for the city, they are enlarging it. Despite the police chief's reports where calls are reclassified to downplay the dangers to the community, and the mayor's inaccurate comments about the number of beds this is replacing for the community, the locals know that the environment has changed with this mega shelter's presence and will only get worse. There is higher crime, wider spread drug use and prostitution, and less support for those truly in need within the community. On behalf of your constituents who may not even be aware of this facility, I urge this commission to vote no and continue to properly review appropriate locations and organizations to best support the local community while not putting those you are voted in to represent at risk. And also, I might add after tonight, not to demonize concerned tax-paying citizens, which is what happened at the beginning of this call in our request to protect the children and future generations of Danburyans. I appreciate the time tonight. I appreciate all the listening ears and the wide eyes. And I thankfully relay it back to Jeff, I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Curran. Commission members, anyone wishing to ask any questions of Ms. Curran at this time? Well, thank you very much. There's nothing for you, Ms. Curran, here. Now we're going to go to Mr. Berlant, and on deck is Margie Heron. Mr. Berlant, you have the floor.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank you for this late evening.
You're
Commissioner
very welcome. You're very
Haddad,
welcome.
reading all those letters was quite an effort, and I appreciate your eyes holding up for all of us.
You're
For
very
both
welcome.
sides, for both sides of the argument. I want to address Mr. Hollister to begin with. There are no cowards in Danbury. We are the face of the petition. We're the face of the website. We're the face of these neighborhoods. We're not hiding. We're not nameless. You have my name. You want to talk to me? Come talk to me. I'll be happy to tell you what I find out every day, because when I get done work or before I go to work in the morning, I peruse the streets. I talk to police officers, multiple, dozens, and fire personnel who I will not name because I don't want their careers to be affected within the politics of this city. I've been told by at least a dozen police officers that they are under a no light, no siren order for any problems that exist in that general area around the around the hotel or the prior hotel. I've been told by the same officers that the reports that they put in and that the fire people, the EMTs and EMS people put in for reviving the drug overdoses. And I will be showing you some screen grabs that we've been able to get before they have been shut down. Those reports, because they're put into the public record, have been changed to wellness reports instead of drug overdoses. This is what our mayor and our police chief are doing to cover this up. And I urge every member of this committee, before you vote, before you fold to the political pressure, to please talk to the local police officers off the record and our fire personnel off the record. Please. Okay. And Mr. Pagan, you said that you took possession of the facility in August, and 5 people this evening said that you've been running the facility for 18 months. What's the truth here? Where's the pressure coming from? Where is the pressure coming from? So that's the emotional piece of tonight from what I've heard. I did write something out and I want to read it, and then I'm going to turn this back over to somebody else because the evening is getting late. But I thank you, Commissioner, and the rest of the board and the rest of the committee for hearing us out this evening. My name's Jeff Berlant, and I reside a few blocks away on Fairlawn Avenue. I'm submitting for the record that I am against the changing of the zoning at 3 Lake Avenue. And as a citizen of Danbury and a resident that lives within a few blocks of the proposed mega shelter, and I think we've established it is a mega shelter, I'm writing to voice my strong opposition to the proposed changes in the ordinances, and I won't go through reading them, which added a transitional shelter with special exception to the use of the CA-80 zone, along with the very real possibility that the current building known as the Crown Plaza, and I know it's been discussed tonight, but you don't have to use every room, even though it's not a likely thing, but the Crown Plaza with all its rooms does fall within the zone and could be converted. And another state pack of money could come in and more pressure could be put on the city for another spot ordinance change. But it is possible to use a portion of that facility for more homelessness, or more homeless shelters, and more drug addiction and more prostitution at the other end of Lake Avenue, or the other end of Mill Plain. We have rallied Danburyans to join the efforts to stop these changes. And the reason we've done that is you've told nobody. The city has informed nobody of what's going on. And we are an incredibly beautiful, multicultural neighborhood and multicultural city. And most of the people who don't speak English in our area had no clue what was going on, but they're finding out fairly quickly. The bigger our petition comes, and our petition capped over 800 voters this evening, signatures of Danburian voters. They're joining our cause. They don't care about the city politics, and we don't care about what party you represent. The petition's not about the legal or political aspects of the shelter, but how it affects our children. The mayor said in our last public meeting, and I quote, "There's drug addicted people living there, mentally ill, along with, as we know, sex offenders. And we are adding the terms prostitutes and criminals because of what the police have told us. And again, what our neighbor Ben Dodo showed you just was going on in broad daylight this just a couple of months ago that he was able to catch on a camera. We want to know how, if this is a fait accompli, as the mayor has told some of the proxies that I've talked to, because he would never say it straight to my face. And the two mayoral candidates that we tried to talk to have also said, we're not getting involved because this is a done deal. You guys are wasting your time. If it's a done deal, how do we protect the children in these areas? And there's a law in Danbury, and it's the only city in the state of Connecticut that has a pedophile child abuse law for sex offenders. And that is no sex offender is allowed to live within 2,000 feet of any school or playground. And I can tell you right now, the Super 8 Motel is well within 2,000 feet of both schools on Mill Ridge. Is that a law that you're going to change to put this through? Or is there going to be a vetting of the people that are going through there? Is it only, I don't know. And this is the fear. And this is why the protectourchildren.org started. This were the conversations we in the community had, because nobody in the city would talk to us about it. So we decided to rally the troops, meaning voters in Danbury, on both sides of 84, and now throughout the city, to come together with one voice. And I'm trying to speak on behalf of those that have joined the petition and joined us in saying, we're not putting up with this. We will not let this stand. All the kids that I've watched over the years in this beautiful neighborhood play, walk, ride their bikes. We have so many people walking through this neighborhood right now on a daily basis that now the parents of these children are sitting on the corners, with their children in the morning in their cars because of the people that wander through early in the morning. I've spoken to parents that will not allow their kids to walk their dogs around the block for fear of those that are perusing our area and possibly preying on our children. We have been approached at local fast food establishments, restaurants, and grocery stores through panhandling. There are 0 days that someone or several someones are not walking through our neighborhoods and up and down Lake Avenue. I know because I stop and ask them if they're lost and they need help or directions in our neighborhood. They have approached us and asked us for money and cigarettes as we try and support our local businesses. We have collected pictures of the residents of the facility in our neighborhood walking and going through our trash cans. And unfortunately, recently, I personally have witnessed around the corner from our home, one of the residents defecating in the bushes of one of my neighbor's homes. As I yelled into the bushes, I asked him to leave, and he very quietly got out and started to leave and walk down the street as he was buckling his pants up and putting his belt on tight. How is Pacific House going to vet these people? That's what we want to know. And how is our city officials? Why is it the safety of our children or our families in the area paramount? Would they know what's going on here? Why are they turning their back? Where's the pressure coming from? And I ask the question again, where is the pressure coming from? Finally, we are not against homelessness. I've spent my life, as have many others, taking up the fight to work with, feed, help, and honor those who have fallen on hard times and need the support and help. Ask my children. They spent many holidays out of our pocket feeding homeless people. This is not, and I want to make this very clear, a referendum on homelessness. Please don't try and make it one. The mayor and our police chief have said, we don't see what you're seeing. Because as we've learned, multiple police officers and fire personnel, as I said before, report the incidents, and the incidents are changed. What they are called are changed for the public record. Wellness visits and minor disturbances are not drug overdoses. There was a box of Narcan, we understand from the police officers by the front desk in the facility for the amount of drug overdoses that were going on there. Our mayor now was left with a mess by our previous mayor, Mark Boughton. He and our police chief, we can only assume, are being pressured from somewhere to let all this happen to our city. We are ready and prepared to do what's legal and necessary to slow this down and stop this from happening. If tonight is, as they say, an exercise in futility, that, as we've been told over and over, for the voting taxpayers of Danbury, you will hear us at the voting booth in 6.5 weeks. What Pacific House posts on its website, along with its financial statement, which I have right here, the latest one from 2020. I lost my place. The numbers of those that they have rehabbed over 35 years is appalling and pathetic. Our local shelters and churches have rehabbed and helped more people over the last 35 years than Pacific House has. And they get paid by the day, by the head in the house. It's very clear how they make their money. They have little use for rehabbing anyone. As an example, the $4.1 million that they took in last year, 2.34 million went to salaries and benefits. Really? But only 36,000 went to training and education. Lawyers, accountants, and consultants were given 148,000, and 551,000 was used for depreciation. My father was a Philadelphia attorney, and you know what he told me? If you ever want to find the root of a problem, follow the money. And that's just what we're doing. We're following the money. Currently, the police chief knows about the sexual predator that is at the Danbury Mall. I don't know if all of you are aware of it, but it is out there. Who's going up to women that are alone and secluded and away from crowds and trying to prey on them. They have not been able to catch them. When has this ever happened in our city before? Never, that's when. Every fear we all have is happening. Drug addicts being given bus vouchers from Bethel and New Milford by the police to come here to our city because there's a homeless shelter that they can get them out of their towns from. Our city fathers can say all they want, they don't see it, but everyone else does but them. Protect Our Children petition is growing daily. We've capped over 800 signatures, voters' signatures. As more people find out about this travesty, we will make sure everybody does in every language possible that lives in this community. Our numbers will grow. Please, I beg of you all, turn this down. If a child gets hurt or an elderly person gets hurt, or there's a break-in and somebody gets hurt, and God forbid all the worst things that our fears could dredge up, it's on your head if you pass this. Thank you. And I want to show a few pictures of the things that the mayor and our police chief say are not happening in our city that they don't see.
Yes, you can. I just don't know how to do that. So Joanne will do it, I guess.
I got it right here.
Oh, you do it? Okay, there you go. You're good.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to move it now, but here we go. I got it. So these are Lake Avenue Extension, responding to McDonald's, well-being. By the way, a lot of the drug deals are going on across the street at McDonald's. Now responding to I-84, threatening to jump off the bridge. EMS responding to Super 8. EMS responding to Super 8. Responding to McDonald's. These are drug and wellness visits, according to our mayor and our police chief. Responding to Ethan Allen on Lake Avenue, well-being check. Now responding to Super 8 Hotel. These are all the calls that they say that don't exist. Now responding to Old Ridgebury Road, suspicious car sitting, right? These are the things that they're not showing us anymore. And we've just captured them. Emergency calls for fire and EMS, Super 8 Hotel. They don't happen according to our city officials. Emergency calls, again, Super 8 Motel. EMS responding, Code 1, Exit 4 Liquors. We know that's the motel. They're standing on the corner. Danbury Police now responding to Ethan Allen Inn. And these are the, I'm sorry, those were the financials for, those were the financials for Pacific House that we're going through with a fine tooth comb. So I just want to say to you that if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, ladies and gentlemen, it's a duck. Please take into account the safety and please try and find out what's going on within our city. And that's all I'm asking you to do. We're asking questions. If this is a fait accompli, who's going to protect our kids? Who's going to protect our neighborhoods? How's that going to happen? And I thank you all for listening to me and bearing with, I get very emotional about this. And I thank you, Chairman, for allotting me all this time.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Berlin at this moment? Mr. Berlin, I will take an opportunity. I don't want to use the word challenge, but were you inviting the two mayoral candidates to the next zoning meeting?
We invited the two mayoral candidates to meet with our group.
Well,
and they refused to because they told us that according to them, their understanding was everything was already going to get passed by this commission. It was a done deal. It was a non-issue for them politically.
well, we're continuing the public hearing. Maybe we'll see them at the
understand
next
that, sir.
meeting.
Thank you very much.
Maybe they'll pop in. So let me tell you what we got going on here. We have next is going to be Ms. Herron.
I think,
And
I think Commissioner Hawley put his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I was going to ask if you have dates for those screenshots you have. I feel like those would be helpful.
I'm going to submit every one of them for you. The dates are on them.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Oh, that'll be great. Thank you. I'm sorry. Anything else of Mr. Berlin at this time? Oh, Mr. Malillo.
I just want to, I don't have a question. I just want to make a quick comment for Mr. Berlin. And I know he meant nothing. He with all of his best efforts. I just wanted to let him know that we actually are prohibited by law to talk off the record to anybody in regards to anything that we're hearing. In fact, if we did that, it could cause any decision we made to be thrown out. So
I understand that, Commissioner.
I just wanted to mention that to you because I know you commented on it and just wanted to clarify that we unfortunately cannot do that.
Unfortunately, I repeated to you what I was told several times by many people, but nobody on this commission. And I appreciate you saying that very much.
Yeah, we can anything presented in a public hearing, we can take action on or take into consideration. But unfortunately, outside of the public hearing, we can't do that.
Understood. I appreciate that, sir. I meant no disrespect to you.
So while we're on that subject, I was going to mention to the commission members, since we're keeping the public hearing open, if any of the commission members are going to do an on-site, don't forget that if you do an on-site, you can't have communication with anyone, and we don't want you to have any on-site with other commission members, because if more than one meet on-site, it's a public hearing and it's got to be noticed. So I wanted to put that in there as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Ms. Herron. On deck is Ms. Hallis, and then we have Ms. Davis after that. All right, and then I still see some other hands, but I'm just doing it as it lays out on my screen. So why don't you go now, Ms. Herron?
Hi, good evening or good morning.
That's right.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Absolutely, take your time.
My name is Margaret Herron, and my husband and I have lived on Fairlawn Avenue for over 10 years. We have 2 children, 2 young boys. I grew up not far from here on Fairlawn. I grew up off of Merrimack Street on Belmont, so I'm very familiar with the Mill Plain in the Lake Avenue area. When I say there has been a change to the area this past year, that is no exaggeration. The mega shelter has brought an increase of questionable people and shady activity into our neighborhoods. And because of this, me and my children do not feel as safe as we used to. My husband's a Danbury fireman, so he is not home a lot, especially at night. So it's me and the kids a lot. I'm much more sensitive to be on the lookout for the shady activity. And as a result, I have observed more of it in our streets. Due to this, as a neighborhood, we put up many neighborhood watch signs and have bought security cameras for all of our homes. I no longer pump gas at the golf station or go to Dunkin' Donuts due to the loitering, especially if I have my kids in the car. It has affected businesses, and I don't see it getting any better anytime soon. Whether or not you live by the area, this will affect you. I'm going to read a letter from a friend of mine. She does not live by the mega shelter, but she does bring her children to practice at Mill Ridge School. Her letter reads, on Friday, September 10th, 2021, I left my daughter's soccer practice at Mill Ridge Primary School at approximately 6:30 p.m. When driving down Mill Ridge, approaching the Lake Avenue Extension stoplight, I saw a man who appeared either mentally ill or severely inebriated on drugs. This individual was riding in an office chair with wheels down the hill, swerving in and out of the oncoming traffic lanes. I carefully drove around this individual and I waited in the queue at the stoplight. I could see through my rear view and side view mirrors that this man was coming very close to hitting those vehicles and my own with this chair. He would stop at each car, sit up, and look inside each vehicle, including my own, making both my son and myself extremely uncomfortable. This man continued down the hill, looking into vehicles, and then rolled out into the crosswalk, blocking traffic, making the line wait through another light, and he headed across the street towards McDonald's. That was submitted by Catherine Allen. She's also a Danbury resident. I hope, as does my friend, that the commissioner should vote to deny this application and consider the safety of our community. Regardless of financial status and where you live, all children are entitled to live in a safe environment. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Commission members, anything of Ms. Herron at this time? Commission members, I don't see hands. So now we'll go to Ms. Hallis. Oh,
Good
we
evening.
just lost it. There you are. There you are. Good evening.
Thanks for letting me talk.
You're very welcome. Take your time.
So my name is Rachel Hallis and I live in the West Terrace neighborhood and I've been here with my family for about 20 years. I'd like to give you a little bit of my perspective. I think it's different than most in that I recently retired from the Danbury Police Department after serving 25 years. Sorry, I just have notes all over the place and I haven't written anything out, so bear with me. So I started at the Danbury Police Department in 1996 as a patrol officer. I was assigned downtown. So back in 96, we dealt with quite a bit the New Street and Spring Street shelters. As part of being a rookie officer, I was assigned as like on-duty security there. It was quite an experience. I wish I could give you all a glimpse into what I've seen over the years. It's really horrific, to be honest with you. What it did to the neighborhood, what it did to the area, having the shelter there just created this hub of criminal activity. And no matter what we did, no matter how many officers we had down there, it just never seemed to quell the issues from prostitution, drug usage, ODs. I mean, it was daily and it was multiple times daily. Okay. As a new officer who was not known, they actually used me in some vice undercover work in the shelter neighborhood. So I was placed in the areas as an undercover prostitute. And part of my job was to walk the streets. I was young, I was very inexperienced, it was very scary. I was armed. But what I soon learned was that the area around the shelter was very well known as a place to get drugs, solicit sex, commit crime. It was a regular basis. I was put out there multiple times with other female police officers, and we saw everything from, I can't even begin to tell you the disgusting nature of what was going on there. Men coming in from out of town because they knew that they could pick up prostitutes at the shelter. I was approached for drugs. We got into pursuits with people. I realized, I was excited initially as a young officer thinking, wow, we're going to make an impact out here by coming out here and making arrests. We'd actually advertise it in News Times. We would make, say, 20 to 25 arrests in one night. And we would publicize the names, we would tow the cars, and it just didn't stop. It just continued. The shelter, the people on Spring Street, the poor people that live there, my heart really went out to them because they were low income, mainly minority people, and the shelter ruined their neighborhood. And for years, we were told in the police department that mayor and the powers that be wanted the shelter out of the neighborhood because it was destroying the downtown. Okay. I think it was year 4, I was on the PD, I was assigned to the bicycle patrol unit, and that was called, at the time, Community Conditions. I think it's actually still called that. And we would ride bicycles up and down Main Street with the goal to encourage relationships with business owners and the local business people. I can only tell you that nobody wanted the shelter there. The businesses were suffering. People were defecating on their doorstep, urinating, sleeping, vandalizing their properties. People weren't coming downtown because of the homeless and what they were doing. They would walk the streets every day, and that's what homeless do. I mean, Pacific House could say all day long that they're going to offer services and they're not going to kick people out. But from my experience, 25 years, that's the nature of homeless people. They're transient, they wander, they gather. So that's what's going to happen out here at the West Side. These folks are going to end up wandering into the neighborhoods as I've already seen in my neighborhood. I live right down the street from Ben. I've seen the same things that he sees. My experience is different from most people who are in favor of this because they, in my opinion, I don't think they really understand the true nature of what happens. I don't think any of us want to not want to help people. We want to help people and we want to help the homeless. We're not against the homeless, but we also want to feel safe in our homes. We want to protect our families and we want to encourage business, okay? Not to the detriment of Danbury. In addition to myself, my husband is a chief with the fire department. Joe, my husband, who's still on the job, tells me daily that EMS is out at the shelter on a regular basis for overdoses. I've seen overdoses. I know there's been dead people there from overdoses. What's interesting is the calls and how they code them in the system is very interesting to me. I think there's some trickery going on there. When an officer is dispatched to a call, there's a call number. They don't always generate a report. So you might go out to a call, say somebody's creating a disturbance, right? That might be, but that doesn't necessarily generate a report. So if somebody's FOIing something or somebody's asking for reports in relation to 3 Lake Ave, there's a way to minimize the numbers that are going out. A lot of the calls for service related to the shelter folks are up and down Lake Ave, Mill Plain Road. It's not only 3 Lake Avenue. A big hub of criminal activity right now is happening at McDonald's. It's happening at the Marin Hotel. It's happening up on Mill Ridge. They're not hanging out at the shelter, although they hang out there too, because I see them in the woods as well. And I see them at the Gulf gas station every day. I'm down there grabbing a coffee. I just called in a hand-to-hand drug transaction. I actually called my buddy who heads up the narcotics unit at the PD and gave him a plate to investigate. I said, I just saw a hand-to-hand drug transaction that was actually in the parking lot of the shelter. A few weeks ago, I had my son and his 2 friends in the car. It was about 10 o'clock at night. I pulled into McDonald's, went around the drive-thru, get the boys some McFlurries. There was a man who was in full cardiac arrest in the drive-thru lane he overdosed on heroin. So he was directly in front of my car. Boys were screaming. I jumped out. I called EMS. I called 911, and the manager came running out. FD shows up, and they shot him, and they got him back. And they shot him with Narcan. They got him back. But the manager was upset, and she said, since this place has come in across the street, it's been a nightmare. It's been a living nightmare for me. Okay. So it's very interesting to me to hear this rosy cherry story being touted from Pacific House. It sounds wonderful. It's just not reality. It's not. Okay. So going from patrol to helping narcotics down in Spring Street, to the bike unit, after all of the resources and money that the PD that we put in, it never seemed to work. It never seemed to help. It never seemed to get better. And I think, and that shelter was what, a quarter of what the size out here might be. I think we're headed for disaster. I think it's ludicrous. Not only, you know, are the issues surrounding vice and quality of life crimes a problem. I spoke to the sergeant of our traffic unit, a guy who has a lot of experience in regards to fatal motor vehicle accidents. And when I talked to him about this proposition of what's going to go out there, he deemed it reckless. He said that corridor between Lake Ave up by Michelangelo's out all the way out Mill Plain Road is one of the most dangerous in the city. The exit 4 intersection has been one of the worst intersections in the cities for serious MVAs and pedestrian strikes. So for them to want to put up to 176 people, a transient population, in that building with no sidewalks, and they have to cross 4 lanes of traffic to get over to the bus stop is insane. It's not well thought out. Nothing's been done. Has there been a study? No, there hasn't been. Since Pacific House has come in, there have been nothing but problems at the shelter, and there will continue to be. One thing that I found tonight, I think his name was Mr. Jerome when he spoke. He's the manager of the shelter, talking about vetting people and managing the shelter. Well, for years, I saw people who were intoxicated, sex offenders, high on drugs, drunk, come in and out of the shelter. Okay. They scan for drugs and alcohol. I don't even know what that means. How do you scan somebody for drugs? They have a scanner? What does that mean? You know, it's taken me 25 years of police experience. I mean, it's interesting to me to hear these guys speak about the good the shelter's doing when all of this is elective, you know, and the outcomes that we've seen are not positive. I'm not against helping the homeless, but this is not the location for it. There will be an increase in crime, as we've already seen. The calls for service have increased with medical and police calls. Overdoses, drugs, medical emergencies, assaults, and property crimes. I see an increase in drug paraphernalia at the Gulf gas station. Doris is a manager there. I had a conversation with her, and she said she had to lock the bathroom because they kept overdosing in her bathroom. So now you can no longer use the bathroom there at the Gulf. I would ask that if somebody is FOIing or trying to get the information from the police department, that they broaden that search, and that they not only ask for police reports, but that the commission ask for calls for service. And I agree with Mr. Belant. It would be wonderful if you could speak to police officers, because I speak to them all the time, and they said it's a nightmare. They're out there on a regular basis, multiple calls for service. There's not always reports generated, but they're spending a lot of their time out there dealing with the problems of the shelter. That's going to take away from the citizens of Danbury. In addition to my time at Patrol, the bike unit in narcotics, I also spent 14 years in Special Victims Unit, where I investigated crimes against children. Danbury does have a law in effect that, you know, they're not allowed in certain areas, especially next to a school. This shelter is well within that. And if they say they're not going to allow sex offenders, who's going to vet these people and who's going to ensure that doesn't happen? Because they were allowed down at Spring Street and New Street, and I know that for sure. So we need some protections in place. I did not feel confident listening to their description and their policy on how they go about vetting people and who they let in, and if they're high, you know, well, if they can control themselves, we let them in. Well, what does that mean? You know, if you're under the influence, are you in or you're not? You know, it sounds like it's a little bit of a slippery slope to me, and it sounds like it's a disaster. Again, let me just make sure I went over everything. The one thing that really bothers me most, I think there are personal motivations here to underreport what's actually going out at this shelter. And that really bothers me because I would like to think that the powers that be have the best interests of Danbury at hand. But what I'm starting to realize is that there's personal motivations to underreport and to make it into something it's not. And that's sad. And I think that's about all I have. I thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. And I ask that you deny this change to the zoning. And I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commission members, hands or questions for Ms. Hallis? I do not see any, so you're all done for the night, Ms. Hallis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I say Ms. Davis was next? Ms. Davis? Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, first off, Rachel, just to kind of follow up on what you were just talking about, if you go on the National Sex Registry and you put in 3 Lake Avenue, there's an individual that's already residing there.
Yeah.
So what you say obviously is so true, as we've all been experiencing it over here. I'm Barbara Davis. I live at 15 Ridge Road. And obviously I'm speaking in opposition to this petition this evening. The applicant concludes its submittal by stating there are documented factual and legal basis for approving this regulation. While the application may contain some facts and cites legal cases, I purport that there are other more compelling facts and legal bases that carry more weight and must be considered, and ask that you factor these points in when rendering your decision. As we all know, the Super 8 Motel was set up as a temporary shelter for the homeless through the governor's executive order number 7P, which is by its nature a temporary order due to COVID. The applicant's letter purports that the only change that is needed to the CA80 zone is the addition of supportive services, which are de facto in the CA80 zone today. As such, the applicant contends, and I quote, "As a legal matter, this means that a transitional shelter for the homeless is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan in that the zoning regulations already allow similar uses," end quote. The supportive services already in the zone are standalone entities and do not include a homeless shelter. The applicant's conjecture is not de facto by any means and must be set aside. Further, the interpretation of the city's comprehensive plan must be considered with Connecticut General Statute Section 8.2, which authorizes you, the Zoning Commission, to allow for amendments and special exceptions subject to standards set forth in the regulations and to conditions necessary to protect the public health, safety, convenience, and property values. I'm not making that up. That's in the regulations. I do not need to elaborate as to the negative impact on the quality of life that the shelter has had on the community, as many of my neighbors have already documented these facts. Their statements alone should make this application an easy decision for you to deny, as it meets the standard as a material negative change to the quality of life in our community, and most decidedly will negatively impact property values. Should you need additional information to justify a denial, the applicant references the city's current POCD and specifically cites pages 35 and 36. However, it neglects to consider the stated goal, also found on page 35, which in part reads, quote, "It is recognized that Danbury alone cannot and should not be expected to meet all the varied housing needs of the region," end quote. I want to say that again. In a city-approved document, which the planning department had significant input on, it clearly states, it is recognized that Danbury alone cannot and should not be expected to meet all the varied housing needs of the region. This fact is yet another example of a reason to vote no on this application. Additionally, on page 36, it states, through the Danbury Housing Partnership, continue coordinating and accessing local community programs and support services to assist the homeless population and those at risk of becoming homeless. Why are we even here contemplating this application from an outside third party? It is clearly not within the scope of the POCD. Again, another factual reason to deny this application. With respect to the applicant's assertion that the issue of spot zoning should be set aside is misleading, I offer to you that this change is not consistent with the comprehensive plan for the city of Danbury nor the POCD, which Connecticut General Statute Section 8.2 clearly states must be taken into consideration. The matter that is truly at hand, in which the applicant is, in my opinion, attempting to sidestep, is the fact that they have purchased this property to utilize as a regional homeless shelter without having the proper zoning in place. To make matters worse, CBDG funds were utilized for the acquisition. They put the proverbial cart before the horse, and it should not be this community's problem to resolve and suffer the consequences of. You only need to look at what has occurred at this location since Motel 8 was opened as a temporary homeless shelter to know that this is not the highest and best use for the site. You are well within your authority to respond to your constituent concerns and the evidence that we have presented here to you this evening and vote no. Please do not yield to whatever pressure may have been put upon you to rubber stamp this project. We urge you to consider the facts presented by your constituents this evening, which are supported by city documents, city regulations, and the laws of the state of Connecticut, and deny this application. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Davis. Let me also ask the commission members if anybody has any questions for Ms. Davis at this time. No, I do not see any. Ms. Davis, thank you. I also noticed, Ms. Hallis, can you turn your mic back on mute? Thank you. I see Patrick Heron. Are you prepared? Patrick Heron. Patrick Heron's hand is up. There you go.
He's coming.
All
Hello,
right.
sir.
Hey,
Mr.
how are
Haddad,
you?
thank you.
You're good to go. Why don't you start up?
Thanks very much.
You're very welcome.
Page 1. My name's Patrick Heron, 27 Fairlawn Avenue. I've resided and owned property on Fairlawn Ave for just over 10 years, which is approximately half a mile from the Super 8 or 400 yards as the crow flies. I am a husband and father of 2 children. I am a lifelong Danbury resident, and this is my first zoning commission meeting. I am also employed as a professional firefighter by the City of Danbury Fire Department. Pardon me, it's some of my friends and neighbors have brought to my attention this meeting and the implications of the decisions made here. As a professional firefighter EMT, I can vouch that there has been a sharp increase in illegal drug usage in the area. The fire department regularly responds to medical emergencies in the nearby streets. Often they are caused by opiate overdoses. And this is rather common knowledge in the department, and I have conferred with several colleagues to, confirm this. So having dealt with this directly several times, I now see drug-related activities regularly occurring where I purchase gasoline at the Gulf station. And the staff members there also see it. This activity regularly occurs at McDonald's across the street, and occasionally this occurs at the mall. I believe the activity will be present on a daily basis in the Mill Ridge neighborhood, where there is a rather dense population of school children who reside and attend our 2 public schools there. I have been discussing this issue with family and friends that also reside in and around Danbury, and I get asked a lot why this is not being voted on or more broadly discussed as a city in general. I fear, as do many of my neighbors, that there may be negative economic impact to the mall and businesses on Lake Ave Extension, and Mill Plain Road. I hope the commissioners vote to deny the application, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Herron. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Herron at this time? I don't see any, so thank you. You're good for tonight, Mr. Herron. I see
Good night.
a
Thank
hand.
you.
Thank you. I see a hand by Clay. Clay,
How are you tonight?
there you are. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
All right.
You're up. You're ready to rock and roll.
All right, I'm not a real good reader. I got a pretty good letter here, but I got somebody to read it for me.
That's okay. Take your
All right.
time. Yeah,
There you go.
absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, he just needs to identify himself for the record.
Oh, yes, sir. Hey,
It's
Clay,
Clay
tell
Pierce.
us who you are.
Clay Pierce
Thank you very much.
on 103 Long Ridge Road.
Well, thank you very much. Clay Pierce, 103 Long Ridge Road, and he has a reader.
Dear Ted Haddad Jr., my name is Clay Pierce, born and raised in the city of Danbury. And let me tell you, I love this city, and I don't know why some people keep trying to destroy it. Saying this will have no significant impact to our community, city, or residents is the comment of the ignorant and is a blatant lie. Hundreds are already impacted by it and trying to figure out how to go back to their peaceful lives. Hundreds also don't understand what's going on and are not sure why they don't feel safe anymore. I know this firsthand because it took years for me to understand what was going on downtown when Dorothy Day went astray. When Dorothy Day went away, I couldn't understand why all of a sudden I had a lot less impact on my rental properties that was beyond a significant impact. It went from cleanups every day to only once a week or less. No more was the fear of running into needles, beer, whiskey bottles, drug bags, human feces, damage, etc. Now you want to put it all into another area and supersize it. I'm not a person that says, not my problem. It breaks my heart that other people are subjected to this punishment and fear for them for what's around the corner at their homes where it's supposed to be safe, comfortable, and worry-free. Forget quiet enjoyment. It does not exist. No significant impact, you say? Try dealing with this day in and day out and see how you feel. I believe this is complete insanity on a mega scale. This so-called wellness visits are not delusional people. This is real. There has to be moral ethics. If you want to feel good about yourself, feel good about taking care of the residents of Danbury. That is many more people than the number of people you think you were going to help out a shelter like this. As it was said before, you can't do something for a noble cause if the side effects are much more severe than the help we give. Helping one to stay off drugs, but it makes 10 people fear for their safety, that is not noble. If other cities or towns would step up or would be required to step up, all the burden wouldn't always land on the shoulders of Danbury residents. Danbury is one of the highest revenue generators in the state of Connecticut. I do not believe that it is fair to give it a black eye and an arm tied behind its back and say, now try to go produce. This does not fix or help anyone. Just look at the numbers. We will continue to take care of our own like we always have done. Everyone is entitled to quiet enjoyment. It's not right when you do not feel safe at the place where you should feel safe, your home. The job of elected officials is to protect its constituents. Elected people are supposed to uphold the will of the people who elect them. How can helping people outside of Danbury be more important than the Danbury residents, children included? You don't even have a zone in the zoning book suitable for this, so you try to create one. You have to catch on that this is an issue. If you do decide that this should go through, I hope you at least give Danbury a fighting chance by putting in the clause that it have an annual approval to stay open. Running it as is, its harm surpasses its goodness to the community. If it's bad now, it's only going to get worse. And that is bad, and it is bad now. So this cannot be made permanent at all costs. Every time we think or feel we have a win for Danbury, somehow they try to do something with an even bigger detrimental impact that dwarfs what we have achieved. And that's not a good thing. When parole officers will not let parolees near Super 8, it must tell you something, that it's a problem. Hopefully you do the right thing for Danbury. Sincerely, Clay Pierce.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Pierce? Mr. Pierce, you're good for the night. Thank you very much.
All right, you have a great night. Appreciate
You
it.
too. Thank you. Let me go to Councilman Chianese, then we'll go to Councilman Rotello. How's that? Councilman Chianese, are you still there? Are you awake?
He's awake.
I'm here.
Councilman
I'm here.
Chianese, you got the floor. Help yourself.
Again, I apologize that my camera's not working, and I had to plug in my computer because it was running out of power.
Go ahead. You want to pass? You want me to go over?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Again, I guess there's an advantage of going next to last because everything I really wanted to speak about has been said. But again, for the record, my name is Benjamin Chianese. I reside at 5 Briar Ridge Road, and I am the current councilman representing the 6th Ward, where a lot of my constituents this evening has spoke against the application this evening. I also come to you tonight to speak, or this morning, to speak in opposition of the Three Lake Avenue Extension LLC's application to add transitional shelter for homeless as a special exception use in the C80 zone. Also, again, for the record, I am also the president of a local transition housing for women for the last 15 years. So I really understand the homeless and the needs of the city. And unfortunately, through the nonprofit circle, they do talk. And what was said this evening is true. There's a lot of things happening that has not risen to the level where it does appear on police reports. So it's there. So again, what I would like to speak tonight, again, or this morning, is not try to repeat what was said, but I'm going to really talk about the application process, and the lack of discussion that has occurred for the last 18 months. I know I tried. I think State Representative Ken Gucker tried to hold a public hearing amongst the shareholders or stakeholders of Pacific House and the community leaders and the neighborhood to get together to hash out everything. So to avoid what's happening this evening. Unfortunately, 18 months later, here we are this morning, discussing this again for the first time, that the applicant, the neighborhood has actually gotten together in one place to discuss this application. As we all know, the governor has extended his executive order that deals with the shelters to February 15th of 2022. And I believe that there's a good chance that this will also be extended beyond that through the winter months, because I can't see the governor not extending this through the winter months. Again, by doing this will allow, in my opinion, the applicant to withdraw this application now, and actually to allow the city to, and the community and its leaders, the time to actually form a plan that fully will address the homelessness needs within our city. And it should be the plan that is used to create any new zoning change or amendments, and not the applicant's reason to change from a transparency emergency use to a special exception use with language that is so specific to the property at 3 Lake Avenue Extension that it will qualify for that use. Now, those words came from the applicant itself, that this special exception is written in a way, and I think Commission Member Morello actually mentioned it, that it's almost site-specific. And it was actually a very good pickup that they should definitely opine on. But again, as we look at, again, forming a plan, the city already does this. As you know, right now we're in the process of updating our affordable housing plan. And we're also in the process of updating our plan of conservation and development. And we're using city employees, city leaders, and community leaders to do this. And for those who have not seen it on YouTube or seen it live, Sharon Calitro has done a fantastic job in putting this together. And I do recommend that all of you review this because you can learn a lot of what's going to be happening. And it's these plans, it's what's going to shape our future as a city. Just recently, this very commission passed a moratorium on the sale or use of cannabis for a year. And why? Why do we do that? So we'll have the time to review the 300-page state regulations and how this will affect the city. And this is a committee also using city leaders and community leaders to go over this. But we didn't do this with the housing, with homelessness. We didn't do that. Why? We knew this was coming. This is no surprise that once again they waited to the executive order was just about to expire, and here we are. They did it with ZBA, and they're doing it again here with the zoning. Again, we have a commitment to our residents and our community to address homelessness correctly. Diane Neiman was right. Bob Botello was right. Even the mayor, there's needs that we need to address. And we can't do it through this application. It needs to be done with the whole community in mind. By doing so, I think it can avoid this marathon meeting we're having tonight. Because I would love to have come here this evening and say, I support this. But listening to all the opposition, I just can't do it. Rachel Hallis is 100% correct. Bob Bendoto is 100% correct. I've seen it on my way to work almost every so often as I drive on Seeger Street, as I start hanging out in the community in the state lot there next to Chuck's. I've seen it. So again, it's there. I think we have an opportunity here to slow down. I mean, I think Pacific Health should just withdraw the application and let's all regroup to see if we can put together a plan that's going to work. And the plan that's submitted tonight, I don't see it working at all. At all. So, but I do have some questions, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Absolutely.
Just for the record, I know Barbara Davis may have mentioned this on the plan of conservation. I think she mentioned pages 36 of this, but again, I'm not sure.
35 and 36 you mentioned.
35, okay.
Yeah, both, 35 and 36.
Okay, I would make this an exhibit because I think it's important that commission members actually see it. Because it does state in there, and I'll read it again because it's important, because the applicant does say it meets the plan of conservation and development. But if you read the plan of conservation and development on page 35, and I think Barbara Davis may have mentioned this, and I apologize for repeating it again, it does state that improve subsidized housing and protect stable neighborhoods from changes that invite deterioration. It's clearly stated. And it also states that maintain standards to ensure adequate light and air and the control of nuisances. I think we heard a lot of nuisances this evening, so does it really comply with the plan of conservation? I don't know. I would say no. Another thing is mentioned in the application that there needs to be state and city contracts that need to be adhered to. I tried calling the Department of Housing to see what a state contract would actually look like. I couldn't get through to her. I tried to find one through our state reps. They never seen one. So I would think it'd be very important that they at least provide you what a state contract would actually look like. Because I'd be curious to see. And also it says, or a city contract. I do know that there is a contract being worked on, and it's making its round through City Hall. But it'd be nice to see that contract be given to this commission, because these contracts are probably is what's going to oversee the day-to-day operations of this shelter. Without them being submitted, you don't have all the necessary information to make a proper decision, because these two contracts are needed to qualify as part of that definition. So to give my fellow councilman a chance to speak this evening, so we can end by 2 o'clock, I'll end in conclusion. I think Rachel Hallis mentioned it, but I think the fears of the past is what's driving us here this evening. What happened on Spring Street, New Street, Stevens, Montgomery, and Harmony, the fear that what happened there will continue at this new shelter. As a councilman for this board for the past 15 years, I've seen it. I've driven down there. I saw them. I saw the drug deals. I saw the prostitution. I've seen it. I drive down there today. It's like night and day. I don't see a single soul on Spring Street, New Street, Stevens Street, Montgomery, no one. And I've been going down there for years, for the last 18 months. I have not seen hardly anyone on those streets. Why? No shelter. Again, I'm going to close with a quote. I heard it the other day, and I think it's perfect in this opportunity. And I quote, "For those who don't learn from the past are destined to repeat it." So let's not repeat. So let's not repeat our mistakes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Chianese. Commission members, any questions of Councilman Chianese? Nothing. Thank you. So what I see is Councilman Rotello's hand. I saw another hand raised. It disappeared, but why don't we go to Councilman Rotello, and then let's regroup and see if we don't have any more hands here, and we'll just continue this to the next meeting. Those that have not spoken that we have not seen tonight, and those that have not spoken that we have seen tonight, will still have another opportunity. So why don't we just play it by ear after Councilman Rotello speaks. I just saw a hand go up, Lisa Casagrande Copel. So we'll put you on deck and then we'll regroup after you. So go ahead, Councilman Rotello.
What an extraordinary evening. You know, I've been involved in a bazillion zoning commission hearings, either as a participant, a witness, or even a member of the zoning commission. And I have never, ever seen a zoning commission like this. It's been the most amazing meeting in the history of all of my experience going back to the 90s when it came to zoning commission, the level of neighborhood participation, the testimony that we heard from tonight, and the shocking abrogation of the responsibility of the petitioners from Pacific House, who did not even have the courtesy of addressing the actual amendment this evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, citizens of Danbury, Paul Rotello, 13 Linden Place, Danbury. We started off this evening with a threat from the petitioner. A threat. I've never been to a zoning commission meeting where the petitioner began his presentation with a threat, acknowledging that they were a little light in terms of relevance with the ZBA. They decided to pivot and assured us that if their opponents, who hadn't even spoken yet, who were hours away from speaking, had the nerve to challenge the petition, they would be squashed in court. And we've got people from Pacific House that came here this evening who were very avuncular. They were very friendly. They were very nice, but their attorney was a little bit different. You know, Ben mentioned, Councilman Janese mentioned, and by the way, Ben and I have been in the neighborhoods for the last couple of weeks. So we've heard a lot of this testimony. We were in a neighborhood of approximately 100 homes last week and the weekend before. And I think we may have found 4 houses, 4 families that were not against Pacific House coming and operating the shelter. I choose my words carefully here. They were not against it. That does not mean they were in favor of it. They were simply not against it. 2 of them were ambivalent. And upon querying them, they acknowledged that they would probably be more comfortable if the shelter was not there, but they weren't going to speak against it, and they could live with it. 2 of them were actually in favor. So that's 4 out of about 100. The rest of them were in various degrees of opposition, from just sort of resigned resignation, you know, it's going to happen because you can't fight City Hall, to real anger. We've heard some comments on both sides about the sign, the nature of the language on the signs. And there's some ambivalence about those signs. Not everybody in these neighborhoods were allowing those signs on the lawns. The neighborhood's not monolithic in the sense that everybody feels a particular way about the possible end result of a shelter in the present nexus. But the people who were against it, and they were really, really angry, Mr. Chairman, because they felt that they had not been able to participate in this decision. They felt that the state and Pacific House were acting as an occupational force that swooped into the area as a sort of fait accompli and decided to plant their flag on that corner, and there was essentially nothing that anybody could do about it. Now, they did acknowledge, obviously, that this was COVID-driven last year when Danbury had congregate housing, War Memorial. We couldn't do it there. We thought we had an agreement with Westcon to put housing in separate rooms in the door in Fairfield Hall. We had an agreement with the provost. The state killed that, so the city had to pivot, the state had to pivot. And the folks in the neighborhood, the affected neighborhoods, most of the people that have been speaking this evening, acknowledged that the COVID required an extraordinary response, an immediate emergency response, and they were resigned to the fact that the motel, the Super 8 would probably be an okay place temporarily to do this. But they've really been shocked that this turned out to be something permanent. I'd like to say that as Ben spoke, I guess the impetus, because this was confirmed by Attorney Hollister, for this evening's meeting, among other things, was the fact that the emergency declaration is going to end, and we know that that's not the case now. This was an emergency declaration that was supposed to end last June in 20, and has been re-upped in 90-day periods ever since. And I guess the reason that it's going to be ending on February 15th, they didn't want to do 90 days. They wanted to do 6 months, which would put this into March. But they happen to have a special meeting in February. So I think the consensus is there will probably be an extension in February. So why does that matter? Well, it matters for a couple of reasons. The first reason that matters is something called EO 7P1, and that is the authorization to provide non-congregate housing for persons at risk. There were about 300 executive orders under the umbrella of the emergency declaration, and they got rid of most of them. There's maybe less than 20 left, but they kept this one in. I'm just going to read it. It's pretty relevant. This order authorizes the Commissioner of Public Health Secretary of the Office of Policy and Management and Commissioners of Emergency Services and Public Protection and Housing to provide or arrange non-congregate housing, which is what we're talking about this evening, with sufficient physical distancing capacity for people who, from the nature of their existing housing or working environments, are at increased risk of exposure to infection with or transmission of COVID-19, and to seek reimbursement for any resulting expenditures from appropriate federal agencies or other sources, which means that we do not have to make this decision tonight. The Zoning Commission does not have to make this decision tonight. That the Zoning Commission could table this evening and there would be no harm, no foul. The shelter could continue to operate indefinitely under the emergency order under the umbrella of the state. The Pacific House could table this. Pacific House could withdraw it. And, it would be difficult for me to speak for Pacific House, but if this was me, under the circumstances that we find ourselves in tonight, where I thought I would be faced with a shutdown of my project as the emergency declaration ended, and I found out that it's going to go on for months indefinitely, it would be an act of hubris for me to continue. The Zoning Commission has done a relatively passable job at trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole. I am on that train that smells something that's a cross between a ZBA action and spot zoning. I mean, had staff actually written in exit 4 in the amendment, well, we would know. But I mean, staff didn't put in exit 4. They just said a highway ramp to 84. I don't even know why that's there, except the existing structure happens to be adjacent to a highway ramp. The only reason that we're here tonight is because the city of Danbury does not need, and this is the point here, the city of Danbury does not need another zone to put a shelter in. The city of Danbury already has 2 zones where shelters can go. It's got CBD and it's got RH3. The Zoning Commission is tasked with 2 decisions. The first decision is, are the CBD and RH3 zones, and nobody talked about this tonight, let alone, with the exception of staff, let alone the petitioner. The Zoning Commission needs to ask itself, is RH3
Test 1 2 3
and CBD,
test 1 2 3.
I think we're getting hacked.
No, Spencer, turn off your microphone. Thank you. He just did. Go ahead,
Okay,
Paul.
good. We're not getting hacked. We got hacked on the city council a couple of months ago. A guy wanted a hamburger. It felt like a Don Imus routine.
All right, go ahead.
The Zoning Commission needs to ask itself, oh, by the way, you and I were present at the longest meeting in Zoning Commission history. So if we're going to break that record, we might as well do it together, right?
I was there too.
Joanne
I
was there.
too.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
We
I
went
was in the audience that night, by the way.
Ben said that magic number of 2 o'clock. Don't worry.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock ain't coming from this guy. Trust me. Just go a couple of more minutes here. The Zoning Commission needs to ask itself this. It's a really simple thing. Is the RH3 zone and the CBD zone no longer adequate for a shelter in Danbury? I don't see how you can answer no to that question. I don't think you can answer yes to that question. I think that the CBD and the RH3 zones continue to be adequate for the needs of Danbury. But that's a question that you guys have to ask, not me. I'm not on the Zoning Commission. I don't get a vote. I think anybody who wants to come to the city and ask you guys to change a zone or add an amendment needs to make that case that, hey, not because I put a building in a place that doesn't allow this, but as a citywide issue, make the case that CBD and RH3 are not adequate to house the homeless in Danbury. I don't think you can make that case. But if they did make the case, there's another question that has to be answered. There's another argument that has to be made. Is the solution to that problem, which I don't think exists, but is the solution to that problem this amendment? I don't think this amendment is the solution to a problem that doesn't even exist. Here's what I think should happen. And by the way, like Ben, I represent the 6th Ward, which goes from, it moves around, the borders move around a little bit every 10 years because we have to reapportion it. And that reapportionment is done in a very democratic fashion with all the stakeholders coming together. We have a big powwow that lasts for like a year, and we figure out where we're going to put the wards and do all that kind of stuff and balance out the population. We'll be doing it again next year. But at the moment, the ward goes from New Street, it goes all the way down west, Mill Plain, Lake Avenue to the New York border. And then it goes south to Ridgefield to Bennett's Farm Road and comes back along Southern Boulevard and back to Deer Hill and West Worcester. It's a big ward. It's the most voters in the city of Danbury are in the 6th ward. And there is a tremendous amount of activity, a lot of building, a lot of rezoning. We've done the matrix a couple of times. Teddy, you've been along with that process for 20 years. It seems like every 15 minutes, something new is going on over there. So maybe 10 years ago, a former state senator called me up, and he was now a lobbyist for a large multinational, and they had a large project that they were going to do in another part of Danbury, but they needed a parcel in the 6th ward for a staging area. It was basically a farm in the 6th ward that they wanted to put heavy equipment, industrial equipment, during the course of this project in another part of town. And he called me up and he said, "Hey, listen, do you think we can do this? Do you think the neighbors, because it's pretty agrarian, do you think the neighbors are going to be okay with this? Do you think there's going to be pushback?" And I said, "Yeah, there probably will be." And he said, "Well, we really need to do this. We got to get this thing done. Can you help me with this?" And I said, I think that I can. I think what we ought to do is include the neighbors in the project." And he said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, I think the first thing your guys should do," we were pretty well heeled, they had the money for this, "is get in touch with all the neighbors in the contiguous area and invite them to an informational." And he said, "Okay." And anyway, to make a long story short, we did that. It was a huge success. And a project that could have been very, very tough to sell to a neighborhood wound up sailing through because the neighbors felt like they had equity in the project. They knew that there was going to be a beginning, a middle, and an end, and they knew the benefits would accrue to them as well as the rest of the people in Danbury. And we've continued that model for several other big projects in the 6th ward. This is not a model that Pacific House has decided to employ. I'll just tell you this one thing. There was a very large concern that came to me in the last 24 months and went through the same thing. And I said, "Listen, you really should do this neighborhood informational." They did not do that. And they had a very, very tough time in the neighborhood trying to get their project through. They did eventually, but it was a tough slog for those guys. And it went a lot tougher than I think that it should have. So here's what I think that the petitioner should do going forward. Instead of having the zoning commission solve a political problem with some creative zoning, I think that the political system should be allowed to see its course through. I think that the petitioner and the interested parties, the affected parties, these could be social workers, they could be the people who run the proposed operators of the Super 8. And by the way, that could change eventually. They could pull out and somebody else could run it. And the relationships that we now have with the people at Pacific House could change. The zone will be permanent. Anyway, the stakeholders should get together over the next several months, especially in these neighborhoods that are affected, and bring these people in. It may not move the dial. It may result in a compromise, but it will give the neighbors time to understand this process and see if this is a process that they can live with. I'm not sure that there would be a success in terms of finally them agreeing to a shelter in its present location. And I have to say that anybody, I mean, Rachel Hallis was completely on point. We have been dealing with, Ben and I have been dealing with, Spring Street and New Street and West Street. All of the social services in Danbury are in the 6th ward. This is not in my 6th ward. This is the first time that actually somebody is not in the 6th ward, but it's a baby step. And that's why I'm still here, because it's across the street from the 6th ward. You can stand at the McDonald's and see this. You're standing in the 6th ward and looking at the 7th ward. So yeah, it is in the 7th ward, but technically it's still kind of in the 6th. A lot of the neighborhoods are still affected in the 6th ward. I think the petitioner should withdraw the petition, using the governor's executive order to continue operating. They will operate unmolested by the city. In the meantime, they have at least 5 months. I have a strong suspicion it'll be longer than that. But in the meantime, they've got 5 months to make their case to the affected policyholders, to the interested parties in the neighborhoods, to the police, fire. We've heard testimony from retired police, from active fire, EMS. We've heard teachers. We've heard all kinds of people. Those people should be drawn into the discussion outside of a formal format like this. where we have to sit down and read letters and listen to testimony one after the other, a more free ranging, maybe over hamburgers or barbecue or veggie burgers or something like that in West Terrace or across the street or in a gym or in something like that, perhaps a facility that's been rented, maybe even in the Super 8 if they've got the space for that. And let the political issue solve itself with those stakeholders. And if and when that is done, give that decision to Sharon, and your staff will come up with a bang up job to make this fit someplace. I think that's how we need to go forward. I think we're doing it backwards. And it's disturbing to me to see this process going, leveraging the tools that the city has, that every city has across America, leveraging tools that the city has in what I feel to be a premature and even short-sighted fashion. We could do such a better job at this, and we could take care of the homeless and take care of the neighborhoods if we all got together and thought this through and came up with a solution, and with solution in hand, give it to the land use experts to turn that into law. We're doing it backwards, and we see what that has brought. It's simply not going to work. You guys have it in your power to vote this up. At the next meeting, you can continue the meeting and have a little more testimony, and then make a motion to close, move to old business and vote it up. If you do that, it will be a disaster. And I'm not talking about like a short-sighted disaster. You guys are all going to lose your seats. I have no idea what would transpire in terms of voting. It would be a corrosive action on the city's part. It would say to the constituents, our constituents, the people who pay taxes, the people who make this city work, that they really don't have a voice. And that is such a terrible thing to say to people. These people have a voice. They got a big voice. We've been listening to them for weeks now. And they are at times eloquent, at times exasperated, at times angry, at times resigned. But they all, to a man and woman, feel like they haven't been heard, that nobody's paid any attention to them, that this thing that we're doing tonight is not because of them, but it's because of some law that says they have to do that to get this thing shoved in. Make these people feel like they are part of this solution, and I think that you will find yourself with one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Rotello? Thank you, Councilman Rotello. I see Lisa Casagrande Copel.
Mr. Chairman.
Are you ready to go? Oh,
People keep raising their hands, and, I think we need to limit it to where we're at right now. I don't know.
Well, I understand, and I'm in a difficult position because I want to make sure the public knows that they can speak.
But I think that everybody who wants to speak should raise their hand now, and if they don't, they'll have to wait till the next meeting.
Well, I proposed a cutoff at Mr. Rotello last time, and I saw 2 hands pop up. So why don't we do this? Why don't we say Lisa Casagrande Capel and Spencer, and then we're going to look at the clock and see that it's probably 2 o'clock by then, and then we'll pick it up at the next meeting. How about that?
I mean, because it's almost 1:30. Okay.
All right. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Appreciate it. Lisa Casagrande Capel, go ahead, please.
Hi, I promise I will be brief. It is very late, and
you do what you want to do. It's okay. Go ahead.
I definitely will be brief. My name is Lisa Casagrande Keppel. I am a resident of Danbury. I have been a resident of Danbury 99% of my life. I am also the director of a nonprofit in Danbury that works with the homeless women and children of Danbury, which the shelter does not address because children are not allowed at a shelter. But with that, I have a couple of quick points. And one is that although the shelter, as they're proposing it right now, are saying that services are offered, they are not required. And that is something that really needs to be understood. So you can say that I'm offering this, and this, but you don't have to partake of any of those services. You have to remember that people that are there are not getting services just because they're there. So if you have a mental illness, you're not required to participate in whatever services that are offered. It's only that they are offered. To me, that's a big distinction. Also that there are many nonprofits in Danbury, smaller nonprofits, which I think is a better way to handle instead of having a mass shelter and having so many people in one area. I think when you have a smaller area, you can deal with a smaller number of people with supervision that's different and can be personal. I think it's harder to manage a mega shelter. I don't know that there's a lot else I want to say. I really just think that when you take an area as big and you look at the number of beds that are going into that area, and we started out in Danbury saying that I believe it was 80 to 88 beds that were suffice for what was needed in the city of Danbury. And now we're at 172, and I don't know how many people that really could mean per bed, per room, whatever. It could get very large, and we're drawing people in from other towns, and we're becoming a regional shelter. And I guess the last point is, with being a regional shelter, there should be affordable housing. And what we've all been told is there's not affordable housing. There's nothing left in this general area. So if we have clients, we need to send them to Waterbury or to Meriden, because that's where the affordable housing is. Well, when that's the issue, why are we putting a shelter in the Danbury area when maybe it should be in the Waterbury area where there's affordable housing? That to me is a conundrum. It doesn't make sense. And yes, we should be creating affordable housing in this area, but there isn't any. And we're having trouble getting our clients into any housing that's around because we've burnt out many of the landlords, because when you have housing first and you believe in just, you pay a couple months rent or security deposit, if you haven't put employment in as part of the package, you're not ending homelessness, you're perpetuating it. And I think employment has to be part of that. And I haven't heard that discussed at all tonight. To me, that's a big part of the whole picture that we all should be looking at. Enough said. Thank you for listening to me. Have a great night.
Did we lose the chair?
I was just about to ask that same question. Is the vice chairman here?
Ricky is here. Ricky's right there.
Rick, Mr. Jowdy, do you want to recognize the next speaker? I just got a message from Ted. Hold on. It says, "Did we lose everybody? I'm knocked off." I'm going to reply.
Just tell him to get back in. We'll let him in, obviously. But Ricky, you could recognize Spencer.
Spencer, identify himself too. He has to give his name.
You got to unmute, Ricky.
He's talking, but he's not saying, we can't hear him.
Am I supposed to be talking?
No, not yet. Hold on one
You
second.
have to wait to be recognized by the vice chair or Chairman Haddad when he logs back in.
Where is he? Ricky has to unmute.
Okay,
There we
I'm
go.
here.
There's
Okay.
Ricky, call on Spencer to speak. He identify himself.
Yeah, okay. Rick Jowdy, Vice Chairman, on behalf of Ted Haddad in his presence. I'd like to call on Spencer to speak and state your name, please.
My name is Spencer Young. I reside at 39 Concord Road in Danbury, in the West Terrace neighborhood. First of all, this format of a meeting is terrible. You've made it impossible for most of your constituents to participate. Everything about this meeting has prevented me and others from participating and voicing their concerns with this proposal. I received the invitation and logged on to the YouTube thinking that I could participate in that way. And got towards the end of the meeting and realized I couldn't participate. And then found out from a friend that I had to log into the meeting, after which I wasn't allowed into the meeting until like 30 minutes later. So you're doing a disservice to everybody in the community by doing the meeting in this fashion. My perspective is very different from everybody else that has spoken. I'm not a long-term resident of Danbury. My family and I moved here in late October of 2018 due to a job change. I came here looking for work and looking for housing. At that time, I came and stayed in the Super 8 motel to find housing. My parents came and visited and stayed in the Super 8 hotel. We originally found housing at Village Square on Park Avenue. And I have a family of 5 children. My 7-year-old attends Mill Ridge. Recently, in late 2019, we decided to purchase a home, and we found what I call a diamond in the rough in the West Terrace neighborhood. The neighborhood is an amazing place. The neighbors are friendly, trustworthy. They walk their dogs. They interact with my children. I feel comfortable with them. And I feel like that this change in zoning and the use of the COVID-19 pandemic as a reason to provide the government overreach. I'm terribly disappointed that our representation has invited the governor to extend his overreach when it's not needed. We're using taxpayer dollars to band-aid the solution. Providing free housing is not solving homelessness. Our country was founded on religious freedom, and the responsibility of supporting the homeless and getting them out of whatever reasons they are homeless should be left to the churches, not to the government. The government is out of their place being involved in this mess and using our taxpayer dollars to fund these nonprofits that are profiting from the homeless population and destroying our neighborhoods. If you want to solve homelessness, invite the homeless into your home. Let them use your spare bedroom rather than using our taxpayer dollars to give them a free hotel room and free food to continue whatever lifestyle they choose. And last of all, I will hold you personally accountable for destroying my neighborhood, and I will leave Danbury as a result of you approving this zoning change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Jowdy.
Jowdy, Mr. Haddad, Chairman Haddad's back.
I'm back. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Young. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Young?
Chairman Haddad, real quick before you continue, did rebooting your computer start? Because the mayor is also texting me he got knocked out.
No, what do you call it? YouTube went out also.
Yeah, he said, yeah, because he says that it was frozen and he got kicked out and he can't get back on in either link.
Yeah, I couldn't either, but YouTube on the TV, not on the computer. YouTube on the TV went out too. That's still not even record. It shows it's still recording live, but in any event, no, I had to reboot the computer, and it took 3 times to try and get back in. In fact, my thing is dialing now. Am I still on?
You are
Yes,
still
you're still
talking,
on.
yes. So, so are you saying that we're not playing on YouTube?
I had it. YouTube's the thing was spinning, and then it went out.
Huh.
Let me try it again. Let me see if it's back up. YouTube.
Maybe it's tired.
Yeah.
Let's go home.
Maybe because they saw Attorney Marcus's hand raised. YouTube didn't want any part of it. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Young at this time? I don't see any hands. Thank you, Mr. Young. Attorney Marcus.
Well, before you go, Attorney Marcus, hold on one second. Mr. Chairman, are we recording?
On YouTube is still on. I just looked at it.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Joanne, can you send an email invitation to the mayor so he can get back in?
I let him back in. He was there and I let him back in.
Is he on?
Here?
There he is.
Why are you worried about the mayor?
Yeah, I'm on, I had to go on my phone because my laptop stopped working. But
Oh,
I'm here.
okay,
I would be
but he's
worried
in.
about- Mr. Kelly, I'd be worried about any member of the public who texted me saying that they had gotten kicked out and could not get back in. It just happened to be the mayor. I was also trying to get Mr. Haddad back in. He texted me as well. So,
And I'm watching to see who's out, who's in and out. I've been watching.
All right, we're all set?
yeah, the bigger concern was making sure we were recording. So if we're good, Mr.
We're
Chairman,
recording.
I'm good.
Okay. So why don't we go to Attorney Marcus then?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I represent E.W. Batista Family Limited Partnership, which owns the property that's adjacent on the westerly boundary of the old Super 8 motel, and as well as the other properties that are owned by the Batista Enterprises in the CA80 zone on Mill Plain. We have a lot to say about this proposed application, but I refuse to do it at this point because I'm afraid Joanne's eyes are going to be completely shut and Candace is going to follow her pretty quickly. So I'm going to ask just to be on the record that I've appeared for Mr. Batista this evening and to defer our comments until your next meeting because I don't want Paul Rotella's prophecy to come true that this is going to end at 2:00. I'm not on my dime, Paul. But
You're
we
a
do have
gentleman
bit-
and a scholar, Neil.
So I'm
Thank
just
you.
going to ask your permission to speak at the next meeting.
We all thank you. Yes, we're going to continue this.
Thank you.
Again, for those that didn't speak tonight and for those that didn't even appear tonight that want to speak. So with that, I guess that's the wrap up for Attorney Marcus's for that side for this evening. So why don't we get a motion by a commission member to continue this?
Point of order, Mr. Haddad.
Yes.
I think out of all fairness, we do need to kick back to the applicant before we do a motion on any motion regarding the what to do with the public hearing.
Sure. Let me see if he's, I don't know what page he's on. Attorney Hollister.
I'm here.
Do I see you somewhere? I don't see you somewhere. There you are. Okay. Attorney Hollister, do you want to have any comments you want to make this evening before we continue this? We'll pick it up again. Do you want anything you want to say tonight before we do that?
No comments at this time. Thank you.
All right, and I want you to know that everybody's fully reserved to say with no limits again the next time around. How's that, Mr. Malillo? You good with that?
That is good. And with that, I will make a motion to continue the public hearing.
Commission members, there's a motion to continue the public hearing by Commissioner Malillo. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Hylinski. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I do not see hands and I do not see opposition from any commission members. Let the record show it's unanimous that we will continue the public hearing. So the good news, commission members, we don't have any old business. We don't have any new business. We don't have any correspondence. I do want to make a mention that the next meeting is scheduled for October 12th. However, we do have a serious staffing issues for that date. So it may be October 26th. It's most likely October 26th. If that's the case, we will continue to receive letters for and against on this petition, and I will make a cutoff of, let's call it October 20th at 5 o'clock. That way we can get them logged in, we can get them registered, we can get them posted, copies made for everybody and read into the next meeting. We do have a segment on this petition. It's called Other Matters. And other matters are reserved in case anybody there has a question on procedure or something that did not appear on the agenda. Are there any other matters? Any other matters? Any other matters? Commission members, anybody interested in making a motion to adjourn? Unless I'm forgetting something. I don't think so. Mr. Kelly, you're making a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Who wants to second that? Second by Mr. Hawley. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Let the record show we're adjourning at 1:41. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.